Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. If you were with us last night, welcome back. If you were not with us last night, where the hell were you? But glad you were here with us today. Welcome to SerlingFest 2025. We think we have everything working now, so we just got running a little bit late, but it seems like everything is good here. So before I get started with my remarks, I just wanted to, as you can imagine, there's a lot of work to put something like this together, so I just wanted to say a shout out and a huge thank you to Jeff Serling for all the work he has done. Can we thank Jeff? Jeff took on a ton of the responsibilities this year, and as smoothly as it went yesterday is largely due to Jeff's work and Tony Albarella, who was helping me get this thing going up here a minute ago. So thanks to both of them. If you give me 1 second, because we were working to get this thing going, and I forgot something very important that I had to use to do this presentation. So let me just, is that okay? Sorry. Okay. Give me 1 second. So did we have a good time last night? Everybody was here last night? All right. I'm glad to hear that. And while I'm opening this, I'll let you in on a little behind-the-scenes, inside baseball kind of thing. There has been some discussion, and there will continue to be some discussion about whether we can. This is, if I'm doing my math correctly, the 9th annual SerlingFest that we've done. So there's been some discussion about whether we want to continue doing this annually, or whether we want to do it biannually, or some other version. And so I just wanted to say that I think you people have, I can't guarantee anything, but I think you've made it very, very likely that we will continue to do this on an annual basis. So thank you. So this year marks the 40th anniversary of the Rod Serling Memorial Foundation. We were founded in 1985, and we were founded primarily by a woman you have heard her name a million times, Helen Foley. Started the foundation back then, 10 years after Rod left us, and she decided, along with a bunch of Rod's friends and colleagues, that this man's work was worth preserving and worth promoting, so much so that there should be an official vehicle for doing so. And she started the Rod Serling Memorial Foundation, and here we are 40 years later continuing what she started. So we're very proud to do this. Last year, before we got started, I had some prepared remarks that I called "Why Rod Serling?" because I wanted to answer this question of why it is that we are so dedicated to the work of this particular writer. So this year, I was very tempted to just reiterate everything I said last year, but I'm not going to do that. Primarily because I know that our new guests that are here this year have already started to make that point a lot more eloquently than I can, and will continue to do that today, so I'm not going to do that. But what I did want to do is I figured I wanted to share some recent examples of Rod Serling's continuing impact and continuing influence on all the fields, on television, motion pictures, even music, etc. So we'll start with this here. This was just recently. We've been calling this the Rod Serling Centennial because Rod Serling was born on Christmas Day, 1924. So the year from 24 to 25 really is the Rod Serling Centennial. So we've been celebrating it amongst ourselves, but this was in Atlanta. They had a Serling-bration celebrating Rod's 100th birthday. Anne Serling was involved in this, and and Mark Dawidziak, one of our board members, was also there. So this Rod Serling is extending far beyond this little area, is what I'm saying. Now, upstate New York in general, as you know, and Binghamton in particular, has a very justified proprietary feeling about Rod Serling. We feel like we own him here, but there are a couple of other places that can make some claim to a piece of Rod Serling, if you will. One of them is a little town called Yellow Springs, Ohio, where Rod Serling went to school, and went to college. And in a couple of weeks, there's going to be a historical marker dedication to Rod Serling at Antioch College in Yellow Springs. Long overdue, we think, and Mark Dawidziak is going to be coming up here and telling us a lot more about that, how that came to be, and you know what's planned for the dedication ceremony. That's going to be October 2nd, so yeah, just coming up. One of our guests who gave us a terrific speech yesterday has given us a contribution to the literary influence of Rod Serling. That's Joe Dougherty with Rod Serling at 100, One Writer's Acknowledgement. This is a book that's unlike any other book that's been written about Rod Serling. It is truly a book by a writer, about Rod Serling's influence as a writer. So I highly recommend it, and we're going to have Joe up here with a bunch of other authors for a round table, and you can ask him and everybody else any questions you'd like about his work and about Rod Serling's influence on his work. Another of our first-time guests with us this year, Jonah Tulis, is going to be telling us about his Rod Serling documentary that he's working on. We don't know a release date for this yet, but this is promising to be the definitive documentary, feature-length documentary about Rod Serling. So we're excited about that. And again, he'll be telling us a little bit more about that later today. And outside of our guests in our little circle, again, Rod Serling's influence is vast. So to share some of the other references to Rod Serling, I figured this is a good one to start with. Let's take a look at this.
Does she know you're not who you say you are? 'Cause I might give her a call. Or was that just not me at all? And it's not like I'm still not over you. It's so strange, 'cause I never do. Not that I miss you, I don't. Sometimes I just can't believe you happened. It's not like I am changing a thing, 'cause I'm right here where I'm meant to be. Not that I call you, I won't. Sometimes I just can't believe you happened.
So I'm not exactly in Ariana Grande's target audience, I think, but when one of the biggest pop stars in America writes a song called The Twilight Zone, and somebody who was born just about 30 years after the show aired its final original episode, I think it says a little bit about the enduring influence of Rod Serling and The Twilight Zone, of course. Some of you may remember that this was not Ariana Grande's first foray into The Twilight Zone. She dressed as one of the beautiful people for Halloween some years ago. So she is a true blue fan, it seems. From a huge pop star, how about pretty much the hottest TV show streaming right now? I guess it's safe to say would be Severance. Now, this show is certainly Twilight Zone influenced in terms of its themes, but in this past season, in the second season, they had an episode called The After Hours. And if that title is a little too subtle, let's take a look at this scene from the actual episode and see if you recognize any of this dialogue.
We're going to Cottage 5.
I don't have anyone scheduled.
She's one of James. No one's to know. Miss Marshall White, 9th floor.
Specialties department.
I'm looking for a gold symbol.
So that was written by the series creator Dan Erickson, and it's nice to see some real explicit tribute to the Twilight Zone there. Looking for a gold thimble on the specialties department, the 9th floor. Going to motion pictures. Now these days, the way movie going has changed so much. I don't even know if a blockbuster movie is even a thing anymore in terms of a true blockbuster movie. But if it was, I think that this probably would have been one of them. Sinners, one of the best reviewed horror films in recent memory for sure, and I loved it, so it gets my recommendation. But director Ryan Coogler was asked what was the inspiration for Sinners, and this is what he had to say. My favorite thing ever made is the Twilight Zone. So the Twilight Zone and Salem's Lot, not a bad pair of influences to start your journey for a feature film. Now, the thing I particularly like about this quote is an example of something that I think I spoke with someone about this earlier today already, and I think we've all encountered this, and that is that every Twilight Zone episode is somebody's favorite. Every one of them. Somewhere out there's somebody who says The Sounds and Silences is their favorite episode. Somewhere out there is a Mr. Beavis devotee that says that is the absolute best Twilight Zone episode, no doubt. So Brian Coogler says The Last Rites of Jeff Merlebeck, which I think is a very good episode, but I think this is the first time I've ever heard anybody say that was their actual favorite episode. So that's pretty cool. Now, the last example I have to offer comes from the latest Star Trek spin-off, Strange New Worlds. And there it is. Now, the final episode of the first season of Strange New Worlds was titled Equality of Mercy. Now, whether that was a reference to the Twilight Zone episode Equality of Mercy or whether it was a reference to Shakespeare is anybody's guess. I think it's probably 50-50 on that. Who knows? But in the second season of Strange New Worlds, they introduced a ship called the USS Cayuga. Now, again, I don't know whether it's a Twilight Zone tribute or a Rod Serling tribute. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But in the third season, they got more explicit. So here's a clip from, there's the USS Cayuga. And here's a clip from the third season episode. It was called Wedding Bell Blues. And check out this exchange here.
Look at you. You look great. All weddings should be on the beach, and everyone should be in shorts.
I've been searching for you. He's made me the maid of honor. And he says if I don't play along, he's going to wish us all to a cornfield. I do not understand the significance of this wish. It's from the... Doesn't matter. He's talking about wiping us from all of existence. Yes, he made this threat to me as well. I want us to go through with this. Just... Maybe that's the only way to end it, play his game.
So there we have the reference to wishing people into the cornfield. Pretty good. Now, the character who actually issues that threat to Dr. Corby on the right there and to Mr. Spock is named Trelane. He's never actually named in the episode, but it's pretty clear that he's a character named Trelane. And if there's any Star Trek fans here, you'll recognize that name from an episode called The Squire of Gothos from the original series. Now, the Squire of Gothos, or Trelane specifically, I'm going to get a little Star Trek geeky here, oh, all right, okay, all right, so we do have Star Trek fans here, all right. So, Trelane from the original series, it's been theorized, there's a fan theory, that Trelane is a member of the Q Continuum. Now, the Q Continuum is something that was not introduced until the debut episode of Star Trek The Next Generation in 1987. So you have a member of the Q Continuum referencing, or quoting practically, Anthony Fremont. So, is Anthony Fremont a Q? Could very well be. And while we let that little cosmic mashup roll around in our brains a little bit, I want to point out maybe a little bit more serious what I think is the best part of that exchange and that quote. I think we're all familiar with Rod Serling's famous quote that nothing I've written will last 100 years. My stuff has been momentarily adequate, et cetera, et cetera. He could never have been more wrong. Well, we know he could never have been more wrong, but now here we have Star Trek telling us that not only do Rod Serling's words last at least 200 years from now, they're being quoted by alien beings across the universe. So, Rod was obviously very, very wrong in that estimation. Now, as I mentioned, this is the 40th anniversary of the Rod Serling Memorial Foundation. I can probably confidently say we will not be here 100 years from now. I kind of doubt that, or maybe even 40 years from now, but I am very confident to say that Rod Serling's words and Rod Serling's influence will last 100 years from now or 200 years from now. And I very, very truly believe that. So, guys, thank you so much for coming out this weekend, and I hope you have a good time today. We're gonna take a little break in between sessions. Our next session is from Mark Olshaker. We've been calling this SerlingFest in his own words, and the reason we've been calling it that is because we really want to focus on some things that Rod Serling himself said. So we're not speaking for him. And Mark is going to give you a presentation with one of Rod Serling's speeches. And talk about one of his very important speeches, I think. So, all right, so we're gonna take about a 5-minute break, get Mark ready up here, and thanks again for coming.
taking this recording that I gave him and adding such a potent visual dimension to it. I'm not very good on these things, and Nick is, so thank you. In any event, on the gray evening of Monday, January 15th, 1986, amidst drizzle and light snow, Rod Serling gave an address before a large audience at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. His titular title, The Challenge of the Mass Media to the 20th Century Writer. Among those attending at the reception afterwards was me, a 17-year-old high school senior who miraculously, by my lights, had already been friends with Rod for 3 years. Now, for those of you who may be I can't see out in the audience, but for those of you who may have been not yet around then, or those others like me, may be too old to remember those anxious and unsettled times, let me offer a brief setting of the scene. Against the backdrop of the Vietnam War, the civil rights struggle, the women's movement, military draft resistance, urban riots, and fierce political dissension, the country was tearing itself apart, and it was about to get even worse. Sound familiar? 2 weeks after Rod delivered his speech, the North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong forces launched the Tet Offensive, a coordinated attack against key South Vietnamese targets. Though the U.S. and South Vietnamese forces were ultimately able to repel those attacks, they sustained heavy losses and perhaps an even greater loss of confidence and morale. And many consider this a turning point in this futile and divisive war. Rod Serling, a wounded combat veteran of the Philippines campaign against the Japanese in World War II, actively campaigned for peace candidate Senator Eugene McCarthy of Minnesota in his bid to unseat the president from his own Democratic Party, Lyndon B. Johnson. Halfway around the world, on March 16th, in Quang Ngai Province, South Vietnam, American soldiers under the command of Captain Ernest Medina and Lieutenant William Calley Jr. took part in the massacre, rape, and mutilation of unarmed civilians in the village of Song Mi. This atrocity, later reported by investigative reporter Seymour Hersh, became known as the My Lai Massacre. And for so many of us, it came to symbolize the utter folly and immorality of that war. On April 4th of that year, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated while standing on the balcony of his room at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee, where he had come to support a strike of city sanitation workers. 2 months and one day later, another Democratic candidate, New York Senator Robert F. Kennedy, was assassinated in the kitchen hallway of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, just after addressing a rapturous crowd celebrating his victory in the California presidential primary. That same month, Columbia University's campus was torn asunder when a coalition of students and community groups led by SDS, the Students for a Democratic Society, and the Student Afro-American Society, led building takeovers to press their demands that the university cut ties to research supporting the Vietnam War and end construction of a gym adjoining the Morningside Heights campus that they said would encroach on black neighborhoods. Coming 3 years after the Berkeley free speech movement, and this was the opening salvo of a raft of campus demonstrations and protests, in which yours truly, an undergraduate at George Washington University, the closest institution of higher learning to the White House, and therefore a staging ground, actively participated. These protests would go on for several years. Now, we could go on and on with this, but that should give you a taste of the times, what the times were like. Now, a few notes on some of the topical references you are about to hear from Rod. George Murphy was a former actor in Song and Dance Man and big-budget Hollywood musicals before he became the junior senator from California. Though it seems quaint today to think anyone was surprised that an entertainer could be considered a serious politician, Mr. Murphy was just about the first, as immortalized by the immortal Tom Lehrer when he sang, "Oh, gee, it's great. At last we've got a senator who can really sing and dance." The California governor at the time was another former Hollywood actor by the name of Ronald Reagan. Okay, the governor of New York was Nelson Rockefeller, the fabulously wealthy grandson of the founder of Standard Oil. The governor of Michigan, and this will all become clear when you see this, the governor of Michigan was George Romney, father of former Massachusetts governor and Utah Senator Mitt Romney. George, before becoming governor, was the highly successful chairman and president of the American Motors Corporation, one of the then Big Four auto manufacturers in the United States. George Wallace, the governor of Alabama, was known as a rabble-rousing white supremacist and author of the immortal phrase from his inaugural address, "Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever." One more reference. When Rod mentions the Jeanette Rankin Marchers, he is talking about the Jeanette Rankin Brigade, a coalition of women's peace groups that organized an anti-Vietnam War march from Union Station to the Capitol building the same day that Rod gave his speech. They were led by former Montana Senator, pioneering suffragist, and lifelong pacifist Jeanette Pickering Rankin, the first woman elected to Congress and the only senator to vote against the U.S. declaration of war in both World War I and World War II. At age 87 in 1968, she was still going strong. And submitted for your approval, I think you'll agree with me when you hear Rod's speech that his message is as strong and vital now as it has ever been. So let's hear it.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the Library of Congress. I'm John Lorenz, the Deputy Librarian. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity this evening of introducing to you the well-known television writer, Mr. Rod Serling. Just a few facts about Mr. Serling, if you haven't checked your Who's Who in America recently. Mr. Serling was born in Syracuse, New York in 1924. He grew up in Binghamton, New York, and after graduation from high school, enlisted in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper. Following his World War II service, he went to Antioch College, from which he graduated in 1950. He began his professional career as a staff scriptwriter for Cincinnati radio and television stations, while he wrote freelance television plays in his spare time. Beginning in 1953, he has devoted full time to writing television drama and became one of the medium's foremost writers. Among his early successes were the teleplays, Patterns, The Rack, and the prize-winning Requiem for a Heavyweight. Since 1959, he has been writer and producer of the well-known series Twilight Zone. Mr. Serling's published work includes Patterns, which consists of 4 television plays with the author's personal commentaries, Requiem for a Heavyweight, a reading version of the dramatic script, Stories from Twilight Zone, and Rod Serling's Devils and Demons, published in 1967. This title, I suspect, may refer to television executives, since Mr. Serling tells me that he is now working full-time for motion pictures. Mr. Serling will have some provocative things to say to us, I'm sure, and as a result, we will have a question and answer period following his presentation. He will speak to us tonight on the challenge of the mass media to the 20th century writer, Mr. Rod Serling.
I'm delighted that all of you braved the inclement weather to come out here this evening. I was told when I very apologetically arrived last night and quite defensively said that I'm truly sorry this was on such short notice, this was the only free weekend I had, and I was told that there probably would be a reasonable coterie of listeners in the audience this evening, And when I expressed some doubt as to how I might conceivably pull this many people, they said, well, we might as well be blunt and honest. It isn't necessarily you as an individual, but for a Californian to come here as it's simply a tourist is kind of odd. You happen to be the only guy in television or motion pictures who isn't here either serving or running for public office. And in the immortal words of Groucho Marx, it's really not such a phenomena in Washington, D.C., in Los Angeles, California, that we do have a former song and dance man currently serving as our United States Junior Senator, and a kind of an actor type fella serving as our governor. Groucho goes on to say that indeed this is very much uniquely a part of the American phenomena. In New York State, the financial capital ostensibly of the world, you have a millionaire, a multi-millionaire serving as governor. And in the state of Michigan, you have a former automobile executive serving as governor. And in the state of Alabama, world-renowned for its very meaty and sizable pecan, you have a nut. I preface, of course, I will send that applause on to Groucho Marx, whence it came from. One more brief aside, parenthetic preface here. I'm staying at a hotel called the Washington Hilton, and it seems that the whole Hilton syndrome is very much a part of my everyday experience, because just 2 days ago I spoke at a book review forum in the Los Angeles Hilton, the Beverly Hills Hilton. And I noted this morning, as I woke up, that along my nightstand there were 2 books. There was the Gideon Bible, which I'm relatively accustomed to. That's part of bringing morality back to hotel rooms. Then there was another book which is called Be My Guest, written by Conrad Hilton. And it gave occasion for me to query the house lady who cleans up the room this morning. I said, tell me, what is this book, Be My Guest, this Conrad Hilton book? And she said, well, our esteemed president has written a book called Be My Guest, and it's in all the hotel rooms. And I said, you mean that book is in all the hotel rooms of every Hilton hotel across the land? She said, across the land and throughout the far-flung hotel empire of the Hilton chain. And then I proceeded to get this fantasy that at the end of every month, this is the way his mind works, you see. At the end of every month, Conrad Hilton gets on the phone, this gigantic conference call to his 600 various hotel managers, and he says, all right, gentlemen, let's have a breakdown, the inventory of lost items, things stolen from the hotel. And they proceed to tell him there were 1 million towels, 862,000 spoons and forks, and countless numbers of hangers. And then there's this dead, pregnant silence. And Conrad somewhat wistfully says, and the book? There's a prescribed silence in return, and they say, we're sorry, Mr. Hilton, no books were stolen. And then it gives rise to yet another fantasy. I think we should have a Be Kind to Conrad Hilton week, check in and steal a book, that kind of thing. But I do digress. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty of this. I may digress from these prepared comments. I'm not an after-dinner speaker or an after-lunch speaker by avocation, by particular desire, by any unique affection for it. I love coming to Washington. I love coming to the nation's capital. I have a sense of something going on. And indeed, every time I'm here, something very much is going on. It was the assault on the Pentagon a month or so ago, and now it's the Jeanette Rankin marches. And I'm beginning to think that the administration is going to think that I'm in some way have an alliance there. But we want to talk about the mass media. And one addresses himself to any discussion involving it, nowadays at least, with either a tongue-in-cheek, or if he happens to be an active participant in the mass media, rather a foot in his mouth. Television, needless to say, is accustomed to being the whipping boy and has been over the years. And this past season has provided television with perhaps such totally negative critical response that I think even the networks are beginning to blush in living color. Before I became somewhat aging and set in my ways, I was perhaps one of the most strident, if not articulately vocal, critics of the mass media. And in a sense, I still am. But with age has come at least a modicum of some degree of wisdom. And with the passage of years has come a certain restraint, and indeed a certain perspective. Now, we may blast this mass media of ours with a sense of righteous anger and understandable impatience and predictable condescension. But it's reached a point now, I think, that we must not make our analysis of any mass media in this country without taking that logical step further and make an assessment of it not as an isolated American phenomenon to be perfunctorily dismissed, but rather as very much a part of the integral American scene and very much reflective of what our American tastes in this 1968 year. I don't believe that we can criticize any of the art forms without a very legitimate self-criticism creeping in. It's a fact that culturally, the American artist has not kept pace with his scientific brethren. But it's also a fact that the nature of the times, and indeed the nature of the audience, has very much dictated, or at least been in part responsible, for the lack of creativity, the lack of ingenuity, the lack of imagination, and certainly the lack of courage. Drama, be it fiction, or motion picture, or stage play, has traditionally been a vehicle of social criticism. That function would be altogether timely, particularly during this day and age. There is much to criticize. Diverse and demanding collections of human anguish that literally scream out for comment. A collection of injustices that so diminish the human condition that one wonders where in the name of God is that school of literary protest that might move and sway public opinion, as Ibsen did, as Harriet Beecher Stowe did, as Clifford Odets did, and as Arthur Miller did. The novel of protest, unfortunately, has found a rather limited readership. The play with a comment, this has given way to Auntie Mame and Hello Dolly, and any show that can guarantee some delightful choreography without making pressing demands on the conscience of its audience. And in the mass media, the writing for television most clearly reflects what is the escapist mood of the American public. When the sessions of the Foreign Relations Committee were televised on the major networks during that afternoon, and when literally the survival of a nation and a world was very much on the line in the discussion of Vietnam, the networks were besieged by calls from irate housewives who missed As the World Turns and I Love Lucy. Now, I must admit to a sense of dismay, a feeling of concern, a kind of lead-heavy weight in my gut when I contemplate a society which makes a daily idol out of business as usual, while a very goodly section of this earth dies of starvation, bleeds to death in battles, crawls chained in dictatorial bondage, while we flock to Mary Poppins, or to the big NFL game at the Coliseum, or the fair at Montreal. And we shunt reality as if it were a plague. Now, this consecrated pleasure-seeking must obviously have as its result a responding level of entertainment. And if that level is indeed low, chastising a media may assuage somewhat our consciences and scratch our intellectual backs. But it does not address itself, I don't believe, to the real problem. And that is, in essence, people get what they pay for, what they seek, what they find satisfying. And if indeed they do prefer soap opera to a slice of the Times, Let us examine our own insensitivities in this regard, rather than constantly whip that somewhat dying steed, because in every true sense, it's the American public that rode the horse to death in the first place. I can give you a good working example of the phenomena of national hedonism as it is mirrored in our mass media. You take a show like Hogan's Heroes. Now here you have a weekly, mirth-filled half hour that shows what kind of swinging ball it must have been in a Nazi POW camp. From the norm, in that there are good guys on this show, certainly, but there are no bad guys. At least not in the sense that we're used to recognize our enemies as they appeared in old Warner Brothers films. Now, the Japanese in the Jack Warner production was very recognizable. Big buck teeth, myopic eyes. He lusted after Occidental women, and he tortured nuns. And the Nazis, of course, were all walking hymns of hate, totally unregenerative, and all looking like Erich von Stroheim. Now, through the good offices of Hogan's Heroes, now we meet the new post-war version of the wartime Nazi. Now, he's a big, bumbling fathead whose crime, singularly, is stupidity, but nothing more. He's a kind of a lovable, affable, benign Hermann Göring. Now, this may appeal to some students of comedy who refuse to allow history to get in the way of their laughter. But what it does to history is to distort, and what it does to a recollection of horror that is an ugly matter of record, it's a distortion that is absolutely inexcusable. Satire is one thing, because that bleeds, and it comments while it evokes laughter. But a rank diminishment of what was once an era of appalling human suffering, I don't believe is proper material for comedy. Now, who knows? Now, next season, we may be exposed to a pattern of this kind of thing. We may be viewing The Merry Men of Auschwitz, or Milton Berle in the new musical version of the Death March on Bataan, or a single-shot spectacular, The Wit and Wisdom of Adolf Hitler. It's really quite incredible that in the past 20 years, there is yet to be an anti-war play that might be a 1960s equivalent of Irwin Shaw's Bury the Dead, or a book that might eloquently cry for peace, much as did Eric Maria Remarque's All Quiet on the Western Front of the 1930s, or a television show, or a book, or a play, commentative on the misery that is extant outside of our windows. Now, that misery doesn't go away with our overt and self-conscious dismissal. Mass media must only be a theater of protest, or that a viewing or reading public must simply be students of politics. I do have the temerity to recommend that any controversy, simply by virtue of it having two sides, is preeminently worthy of comment. But I mean comment, I mean a point of view. Recently on NBC, a documentary was presented called Same Blood, Same Mud. How many saw it? A reasonable smattering. Now, the motives in presenting this program were certainly praiseworthy. Essentially, it was to show that when white men and black men die together, the imposed social differences of our times are relegated to a less conscious level. Now, Frank McGee, the narrator, kept asking throughout the program what white soldiers thought of serving with Negro colleagues and what they thought of them. And the point was driven home over and over again that death is the great equalizer, and that exposure to death is a cementer of racial relations. I have to pose the question, are they serious? This is like a 6-hour thesis on whether or not our flag is red, white, and blue. Of course death equalizes, and mutual jeopardy does create bedfellows. I don't believe there was ever any doubt of this. But let's see that documentary which shows the Negro veteran coming back to, say, the state of California, where by a recent 2-to-1 vote of the citizenry, there is currently a law on the books known as Proposition 14, which permits any man to refuse property ownership to another man, simply by virtue of his color. Search, if you will, for some equanimity in this particular social phenomena. Search for it, but I doubt if you'll find it, either in California or a few dozen other states, where certain citizens must take to the streets because cries inside of a tenement are obviously not heard in high places, where their grievances might conceivably be answered. Parenthetically here, note, if you will, how quickly we deplore violence, and quite properly so, as a cure of ills. But note how quickly we also dismiss the Negro athletes, say, refusing to represent us in the Olympics. Violent or non-violent, it seems to make very little difference. Of course, if the Negro is 8 feet tall, and he can belt 400, or can steal bases like a Jimmy Valentine, we might conceivably allow him to place his garbage cans next to ours. We chastise him for his alleged inferiorities, but we deny him any equality unless he demonstrate himself to be a superman. But what has been the mass media's contribution to this shattering, divisive social problem of race relations? It's been strangely mute. From experience, I can tell you that drama, at least in television, must walk tiptoe and in agony, lest it offend some cereal buyer from a particular given state below the Mason-Dixon. Hence, we find in this mass media a kind of ritual track covering in which we attack quite obliquely the business of minority problems. The television writer turns his literary guns on certain minority hang-ups that are allowed. So instead of a Negro, he gives battle against that prejudice visited upon American Indians, or Alaskan Eskimos, or Armenian peasants under the Tsar. Now, yes, all prejudice is alike, down at its very ugly root. And all prejudice is indeed a universal evil. But you don't conquer intolerance by disguising it, by clothing it in different trappings, by slapping at it with a wispy parable. You can show the American Indian being driven out of his free land into a reservation, but an audience can quite properly cluck sympathetically, but deny any complicity in that particular evil. Because after all, how many of us have ever driven Indians back into their reservations? But how many of us have not, in a moment of our own unique, particular insanity, let an errant thought slip by which holds up to derision our darker neighbors, or our Oriental neighbors, or any of the minority groups? When you invite prejudice out to joust with it, you display it in its honest trappings. If it is the deliberate withholding of homes to Negroes by virtue of color, now that is the nature of the opponent, and that is what you attack. And this is the language you use, and this is the identification that you very clearly and overtly display. As I said, I'm not asking for a prolonged period of national mourning or a preoccupation exclusive with social comment. I'm again only suggesting that as a writer and as a reader, as a creator and as a viewer, we properly put aside, at least during given hours, our insatiable desire for pleasure, and with some modicum of courage, begin to relate to the inequities and the anguish of our fellow man. And this concluding thought before we get into questions and answers. Apropos of writers and readers and playwrights and theater goers and screenplay authors and movie ticket buyers, despite everything, despite our controversies, and despite what is apparently and tragically a sense of divisiveness that permeates our land, and despite riots and rebellions that go hand in hand, mind you, with repressions and brutality, despite all of this, one major and fundamental guarantee of continued and protracted freedom is the unfettered right of the man to write as he sees fit, as his conscience indicates, as his mood dictates, as his cause cries out for. The moment you begin to censor the writer, and history bears this out in the ugliest of fashion. So begins a process of decay in the body politic that ultimately leads to disaster. What begins with a blue pencil, for whatever reason, very often ends in a concentration camp. It has forever been thus. So long as men write what they think, then all the other freedoms, all of them, may remain intact. And it's then that writing becomes a weapon of truth, an act of conscience, an article of faith. Thank you.
I think those words easily could have been said today. I can't improve on what my literary hero Rod said in that building directly behind the U.S. Capitol 57 years ago, and I won't try. But let us take a moment to reflect on just a few of the ways that his message still resonates. Mass media, he says, very much an integral part of the American scene. I think this skews both ways. We have had some wonderful television in the years since Rod's passing, including such breakthrough series as Hill Street Blues and The Wire and others that were created by people in this room today, among many others. My personal favorite is Mindhunter on Netflix, but I may be biased. At the same time, we have seen the airways, cables, and streaming platforms gutted with a plethora of the oxymoronically named reality TV shows, of which one of which went a long way toward giving us the political leadership we experience today. As Rod said, people get what they pay for, what they seek, what they find satisfying. Now, he mentions Hogan's Heroes. Compare this to the Twilight Zone episode Death's Head Revisited, in which Rod had former SS Captain Gunther Lutze return to Dachau after the war, essentially to reminisce and relive the sadistic power of life and death he held over the camp's inmates. What Lutze doesn't realize is that he is going to be confronted by the materialized ghosts of his victims, who mete out a cosmic form of justice that we can only dream of. But compare these two renderings of Nazi prison camps and tell me which one is the more appropriate response to a time, as Rod spoke in his closing narration, when some men decided to turn the earth into a graveyard. Into it they shoveled all of their reason, their logic, their knowledge, but worst of all, their conscience. And the moment we forget this, the moment we cease to be haunted by its remembrance, then we become the gravediggers. He talks about distortions of history that he calls absolutely inexcusable. I suspect I know what his reaction would be to the current administration's insistence on the removal of official references to, quote, how bad slavery was. Just as I was writing this, I read news accounts of administrative insistence on removing such references from the official National Park Service exhibits at Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Now, this one hits particularly close to home, since I wrote the film on the John Brown's raid that was shown for many years at the Park Service's Harpers Ferry Visitor Center. And all of us are aware of the censorship of Jimmy Fallon and his writers on ABC. As Rod says, the moment you censor the writer, and history bears this out in the ugliest of fashions, so begins a decay in the body politic that ultimately leads to disaster. I think Rod would be looking for that right now. He mentions the Negro athletes refusing to represent us in the Olympics. I wonder how he would reflect, though I think we all know, at the image of Colin Kaepernick protesting racial injustice by kneeling during the playing of the national anthem and effectively being blackballed from the National Football League as a result. As Rod says, violent or nonviolent, it seems to make very little difference. But as you have just heard, Rod ends on a positive and hopeful note. One major and fundamental guarantee of continued and protracted freedom is the unfettered right of the man, today he would certainly include our woman, to write as he sees fit, as his conscience indicates, as his mood dictates, as his cause cries out for. But then he warns us, as I've just said, the moment you begin to censor the writer, and history bears this out in the ugliest of fashion, so begins a process of decay in the body politic that ultimately leads to disaster. What begins with a blue pencil, that's a censor's tool for you, the young folk, for whatever reason, very often ends in a concentration camp. Given the tenor of these times in which we live, I think Rod has given us all a mandate to preserve our freedoms by assuring that our writing becomes, as he so eloquently concludes, a weapon of truth, an act of conscience, an article of faith. Thank you for listening, and Nick, will you come out here? If there's any questions, we will be happy to answer them. You know, I'm also, Nick, reminded of an episode that you, live television, that you wrote about in your monumental book about Rod Serling. It was called In the Presence of Mine Enemies. And it was about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And as the Nazis are preparing, one Nazi captain, in one scene, Captain Richter, explains that the purported virtue of anti-Semitism, telling his underling, Sergeant Lott, who was played by our late lamented friend Robert Redford, there is morality in hatred, as nations can feed on it and be strengthened by it, and in the process become unified. Jack Gould of the New York Times found the exchange to be absolutely chilling. And Nick, I'm afraid we have a lot of that today.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. If anyone has any questions or wants to comment on anything in Rod's speech or wants to ask us, please do. You can shout it out, and I'll repeat it so we can hear it. Raise a hand, and I'll throw up. Danny, is Danny around? If Danny's here, maybe you could bring the lights up a little bit, but not a real big deal if you're in. Any questions for Mark or for me? Wow. Okay, there we go.
So is there on record a response to the presentation, the speech that you made to the Library of Congress?
There's no official response. There were questions and answers afterwards, which unfortunately were not recorded. But I think Nick would agree with me that everything he said is so germane today, and the warning is so germane. And I think we are unheeding that warning by trying to, by the administration, trying to censor everything it disagrees with.
Questions, comments?
I do have a microphone here.
Oh, okay, there we go, even better.
Yeah, early on in the presentation, you referenced a book or a pamphlet he wrote about death or deeds or ghost in reference, I think, to the war, Vietnam War.
I don't know that reference, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
You give us a little more?
No, it was just, it was a quick reference to something he wrote, I think, published.
Well, he certainly wrote a lot about the war, and what you may have been referring to is during the same time, he was a combat war veteran, and he was campaigning for the peace candidate of the Vietnam War, Senator Eugene McCarthy. I don't know that he wrote anything about that, but he was certainly active in giving speeches about it.
I'm sorry, I got here, Devils and Demons, that's what it was called.
Oh, yes, Devils and Demons is a book of short stories that he wrote at the time, a paperback of horror stories. So that's not actually germane. I think the host introducer was talking about his conflicts with the networks and how devils and demons might refer to his feelings about people like Jim Aubrey and Mike Dan.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick, Doc with the Triple Clowns. Question for both of you, and it is scary as what's going on currently. What would you anticipate that Rod Serling would say for us, the people? How can we fight, deal with what's going on?
I think to stand up for what you believe in, to certainly speak to all elected representatives and tell them to exercise what he called a modicum of courage. And I think, you know, he would be appalled, and he would be warning us. I'll give you a little behind the scenes information, and I hope I won't embarrass anybody. But Nick has written a book about Rod Serling in the age of Donald Trump, and I think we know what he would be saying. Nick, we both talked about an episode called "It's a Good Life," and in that episode, all of the people around, what's his name? Anthony Fremont, wonderfully played by Bill Mumy, who has superpowers and can send anybody into the cornfield. They all praise him, they extol him, they glorify him. This is a 7 or 8 year old kid. Every time there's a cabinet meeting, I see the same thing happening. Every time there's a meeting with foreign leaders, I see the same thing happening. So, Nick, even though we decided not to do a specific unit on your book, could you just say a few words about the relevance?
Yeah, I just, and I'll keep this as anti-inflammatory as I possibly can. One thing is, you may have seen recently Jon Stewart referenced "It's a Good Life" in response to some recent events and comparing the Trump administration to Anthony Fremont. He's far from the first to make that comparison. Stephen King made that comparison on Twitter several years ago. And the only thing I'll really say is that
Nick's book is for sale, by the way.
Thank you, Mark. The only thing I'll say about the book is what the impetus for it was it was amazing to me, and I'm talking about during the first administration, how often the Twilight Zone was the go-to reference point for people to point to. Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone was referenced over and over again during the first administration. Stephen King comparing it to "It's a Good Life." I have several quotes in my book. Director Judd Apatow comparing the Trump administration to the obsolete man. It was just, and people just very simply saying it feels like we're in the Twilight Zone. You would hear that over and over again. It feels like we're in the Twilight Zone. And it was pretty remarkable to me that this 60-year-old TV show at the time was the go-to for that response. That's pretty remarkable to me. So yeah, and to echo what Mark said, I think that Rod Serling simply would say, don't be silent. If Rod Serling was anything, it was outspoken. And that goes for whatever you believe in on either side of the spectrum, whatever it may be. Don't be silent. Stand up. If you believe in something strongly enough, don't keep that to yourself. Get on your soapbox and let the world know it. That's a responsibility that we have.
Can you quote, because I've often asked you about this, Rod's quote from a graduation speech where he talks about the line that you must not cross?
Yeah. I used to have this quote memorized, Mark, and every time you put me on the spot, it jumps out of my head. But that's typical, right? Let's see. Cherish what you believe. Don't job off a single value judgment because it seems to swim upstream of what seems to be the mainstream. That's the beginning of it.
The point of it is, and Nick has cited this many times, that there is, for every person, there is a moral, ethical line that you do not cross. This is the line I do not cross. And I'm afraid we've seen the line crossed many times. We have many profiles in lack of courage, I would say, along the way. And I think Rod would be particularly affected by this.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to
Yes.
Andy.
Hey, again, thank you. Yeah, I'm in a season of life where I'm more spiritual than political, and that's really why I'm here, because I think Rod Serling was a very spiritual person and lived his faith and his things he wrote and he published. The context is, I had a father-in-law that his comment would be the average American isn't any longer average. And I'm an ex-son-in-law, by the way, so I must be below average. But my question to you is, you know, Rod dealt with reality. I mean, a year ago, Americans voted President Trump into office, and you know, politicians say the American people spoke, the American people want this and that. But how do you reconcile that fact that we, the people, voted this person into office? And again, I'm not political. I'm just looking at the dynamics and how we got to that, and how do we awaken America back to how she was in some respects a couple hundred years ago.
Well, you know, Nick and I did a podcast 2 weeks ago with Bruce Marcuson, and what I talked about, and one of the things I mentioned was my generation, the one that grew up in the 1960s, I've said is the generation that was idealistic enough to think that anything was possible, and cynical and skeptical enough to think that nothing was true. And I think we got that largely from the Twilight Zone and that kind of attitude. So that is my generation. That is the baby boomers who are now grown up and become old, and I'm afraid we may have lost some of that skepticism and some of that drive to write things. But I think, as Rod said in the speech, even in 1968, we were a deeply divided country. We still are. And as he said, the American people get what they pay for, what they find satisfying, and what they want. And I'm afraid we're still in this, so the struggle goes on.
I got nothing to add to that now.
Thank you for bringing this, to my attention at least. This is fabulous. To me, Rod Serling's celebrity, his potency, gave him this audience and sort of the power to speak to this, at this time. Is there anybody, in your opinion, currently, who sort of has the same voice and reach, to sort of pay attention to in this way?
Well, there's certainly people speaking out, and a lot of them on television, but does anybody have the same power of celebrity and moral center? I don't know, Nick, do you?
I don't know either. I think Rod did say once that he believed in satire also, so he would be, you could imagine what he would say about the Jimmy Kimmel situation. He said that that was, I'm paraphrasing here, but that a good satirist is worth 20 philosophers when it comes to this kind of a fight. So that's almost a direct quote. So yeah, he would be behind the people like Jimmy Kimmel that are speaking out, and Stephen Colbert, and et cetera.
And you don't have to agree with Jimmy Kimmel or Stephen Colbert or any of them. You just have to, you don't have to. You don't have to agree with the one who was just brutally assassinated. That kind of violence is horrible, but you don't have to agree with the writer or the performer, but you have to let him talk. That is the essence of our system. And as Rod said, if you don't censor the writer, then all of our other freedoms, all of them remain intact. And that's the real threat now. And I think that Rod, approaching his 101st birthday, would be speaking out as vociferously as ever.
There's two in the
Yeah.
back there. Get the microphone back there.
One on the aisle. If you stand up, we might be able to hear you better. Or,
Thank you, Terry.
You said when you were 17, you had already known Rod Serling for 3 years?
yes, that's right.
Could you give us a little of the backstory there?
Okay.
And then, Nick, can you also share if you ever met him, or how old you were when you met him, or how you fell in love with him?
Yeah, I've told this story to those of you who have been here before. Just bear with me. I think one of the reasons they want me on the Rod Serling Memorial Foundation board is, I'm one of the few people around who still knew him. I was a huge fan of the Twilight Zone, and as many people have mentioned, I wanted to be a writer, and Rod Serling was there. I mean, we saw his physical presence, and so he was one of the ones I was attracted to. And when I was 14 years old, already a huge fan of the Twilight Zone, my mother, who was an English teacher by trade, happened to be working for the radio station in Washington that became part of the foundation of what is now National Public Radio. It was called Greater Washington Educational Radio at that point, and it was centered at WAMU, the campus radio station at American University. At any event, because of her connection, she got an invitation to a speech that Rod was giving as president of the American Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, and he was speaking to the Washington chapter. So she brought me. I was by far the youngest person in the room, and I went up to, right before the presentation, I went up to the head table where Rod was sitting, and Bob, his brother, Jeff's father, was sitting, and very timidly asked him to sign my copy of Stories from the Twilight Zone. And he engaged me in conversation, and couldn't have been more friendly or more supportive or encouraging. And I've often said that the night we met, Rod Serling never forgot the night we met, but it had nothing to do with me, because directly after the presentation, I don't remember what he said, but it was very inspiring, very charismatic. He and Bob rushed out, and so I didn't get to talk to him afterwards. I found out the next morning that he had left because he was having severe chest pains and was afraid he was having a heart attack, and went right to the Washington Hospital Center. So I sent a card to Rod at the hospital center. Didn't know what would happen. Didn't even know if he was still there. A get well card, and telling him how much I appreciated him and how much he meant to me. And about a week or so later, maybe 10 days later, I got a letter from Rod saying how much he appreciated my card and how he said it was the best medicine he'd had. And the friendship began from there, and he was very encouraging. He mentored me, and he said, years later, he said, signing that book, he says, he said, you very nearly had the last autograph I ever signed, but didn't turn out that way, fortunately, although 10 years later it did. So Rod was not only my hero, he became my friend. His generosity was kind of amazing to me, and that's all I can say. And so when he died, I was 24. It was 10 years later, and it was a loss I've never gotten over.
Hey, Mark, it's Paul.
Yeah.
I thought you might be interested in hearing the end of that quote, Nick, you recalled the beginning of it almost perfectly. The "Cherish What You Believe" quote, which was from his 1972 commencement address. I'm sorry?
Yeah, go on.
He says, first and most important, cherish what you believe. Don't job off a single value judgment because it swims upstream against what appears to be a majority. Respect your own logic, your own sense of morality. Death and taxes may be the only absolutes. It is for you to conjure up the modus operandi of how you live, act, react, and hammer out a code of ethics. Certainly listen to arguments, ponder and respect the opinions of your peers, but there's a point you compromise, and there's a point all human beings draw a line and say, beyond this point, it's not right or just or honest, and beyond this point, I don't move.
Thank you.
Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And I think I speak for many of us who are inspired by him that 50 years after he was gone, remember, this is a man whose whole professional career was only 25 years, but 50 years after he was gone, I'm still inspired by him, and I'm still trying to live by his words and his creed, as many of us are.
Way in the back.
All the way in the back. How are we doing? We're okay.
I'd like to know where you can get a transcript of this, or the actual speech. I'd like to get I'd like to have this for my very own, if I can.
Andy, I don't know if we've transcribed this yet, but we certainly can, and I think we can. It's in the public domain, so we can put it on the website, I think.
And I wanted to say that if I wanted to say if we are in a Twilight Zone right now in this country, and that there are those in that story sometimes who are doing evil things, that they get their comeuppance with a twist ending, I hope to hell that twist ending is going to come up very soon.
Please God, and please Rod.
We may have the speech already on rodserling.com. If you go on rodserling.com, scroll to Rod Speaks Out, or we have several of Rod's speeches in full on the site.
I think
this
I
might be one
transcribed
of
it
them.
in my handwriting, but I think we need it somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah. If not, we'll put it on.
I mean, it certainly should be there.
Yeah.
And Tony has put the recording on in the Rod Serling archives.
Hi there. So in the episode, He's Alive, I'm wondering if you find that relevant today, and if so, maybe just some thoughts about that, or what Rod would think about that, if it applies to today at all.
Sure. He's Alive was an episode that starred Dennis Hopper as a young neo-Nazi rabble-rouser who's not doing very well until he comes across or is visited by a shadowy ghost who tells him what to do and tells him how to make his movement stronger. The ghost, of course, turns out to be Adolf Hitler. And my personal connection to this is I wrote a book with FBI profiler John Douglas in the Mindhunter series a couple of years ago called The Killer's Shadow. And it was about Joseph Paul Franklin, the hunt for Joseph Paul Franklin, who was probably our first racist serial killer. He made a very good living robbing banks. He was very good at it, but that was not his passion. His passion was, as a sniper, to kill black people, interracial couples, and Jews. And after talking to Anne Serling about it and describing what I was doing, I used the opening and closing narration from He's Alive as my epigraph and my closing. And the essence of it is, as long as there is this kind of hatred in the world, he's alive. And so I think we would all agree that Rod's consuming passion, if you will, was the fight against prejudice of any kind. And so separating out anybody else into the other is something that would absolutely appall him. And so Rod's alive in that way, but so is the other side. Nick, do you want to add to that?
The only thing that I would add to that is that he's alive beyond being about a neo-Nazi and explicitly about, showing a representation of Adolf Hitler. It's about demagoguery. Yes. It's about a quote-unquote leader who speaks to the worst in us, who stirs up the worst in us, because he knows that is the way to create a mob. And so when in Rod's closing narration about it is where will he go next, this shadow of another time, and whenever you hear someone speak out in these words, speak out in this language, he's alive. And that's to me is the essence of the episode, is that he's talking about the dangers of demagoguery. And that's something I think we need to be vigilant about.
And as we quoted from In the Presence of Mine Enemies, if you separate out an enemy, an other, that's how demagogues try to reunite people. And some of you might know I also write about public health. I had a book come out with Dr. Michael Osterholm of the University of Minnesota 2 weeks ago called The Big One, How We Must Prepare for Deadly Pandemics, Future Deadly Pandemics. And the way this administration is not only stifling science, but contradicting it. I mean, this is the beginning of, a Serling-esque and Orwellian era, I'm afraid. And so speaking out and trying to maintain the truth as much as we can with, as Rod says, a modicum of courage is really what we have to do now. Anybody else?
Yeah, so
Nick,
one of the
back
things I
out
wanted
here.
to talk about was the idea of censorship that we brought up, talking about the current administration using the FCC to kind of go after late night talk show hosts. But that type of censorship was going on even against Rod Serling, right? Because when you look at the Twilight Zone, he was pragmatic enough to sell to the money, right? We could sell more boxes of soap. You could sell more Crest if you subscribe to the show. So the big sin was never about the morality. It was always about the money, right? As long as the money was okay, everything else was. But there was still language that was used to describe him.
Yeah, well,
that, if I may, just 1 second, that he was always considered an angry young man. And there was never really any anger in what he did. He just pointed out the moral flaws of our society. But he was branded as an angry person because that makes less of his contribution.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early television writers, Gore Vidal, Reggie Rose, Tad Moselle, Horton Foote, were certainly all labeled as angry young men because this was a medium where they were allowed to speak their minds. However, Rod also mentions in this speech about ritual track covering, and a television writer writing for television must walk tiptoe in agony lest it offend a cereal buyer from a particular given state below the Mason-Dixon. Well, as Nick has pointed out in his book, many of us have pointed out, Rod was absolutely appalled and staggered by the Emmett Till murder, which I think was, 1955? And he wrote two teleplays about that, both of which were censored by this ritual track covering, so that he was very dissatisfied that he couldn't talk about what he wanted to talk about. Now, the difference is, in those days, television was very dominated by sponsors, and the sponsors didn't want to get into any controversy. In fact, in the presence of mine enemies, which we talked about, One of the big problems they were concerned with was one of the sponsors was a gas company, and the Nazis didn't use gas in a way that we would consider proper. But I think the difference now is that the censorship is coming from the very top, and it's the sponsors and the networks who are caving in out of a sense of fear, and as you very rightly point out, a sense of possibly losing money or licenses or whatever. So this is the nature of what we face, and this is what we have to deal with.
That's a really good question. I don't know if their paths ever crossed, but yeah, that tells you how much things have changed, thankfully, in a good way. That yeah, at that time they didn't think that an Asian American could carry a television series, even when he essentially created the show and created the entire genre that it was built around. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I don't know if they ever met. That would be a hell of a conversation to be a fly on the wall for. Getting back to your question, I don't know if it was really your question, but I want to amplify something that Mark said, that just to hammer in that the difference is that, yeah, in Rod's time, we're talking about sponsors, and they were putting pressure on writers to not offend anybody that would maybe reflect badly on their product. That's one thing. But when the Federal Communication Commission, that's the government, so that's the government stepping in and saying, don't say something that is going to embarrass our leader. That's a different can of peas, as Rod would say.
And we are starting to get some pushback. Even Ted Cruz, not exactly a friend of liberal causes, said that this was totally inappropriate for the FCC, and was still defending free speech. And again, the speech Pam Bondi is talking about cracking down on hate speech. Well, it's the speech that offends, that challenges us, that you don't agree with. That's what we have to protect. Even Larry Flint, one of the great pornographers of the modern age, said, I'm the kind of person who you have to defend. You may not like it, but this is what our country is all about, and I'm the one who needs the defense.
I have a question. Sorry. So, getting to your point, I am all about freedom of speech, unless it's inciting violence or slandering, which I think you would agree with that, correct? But we also have, yes, maybe there's some censorship on the right side. You also have it on the left side as far as rebranding goes as well. And my
totally agree.
Okay. So my question is, you have these episodes. I love the Twilight Zone, by the way. That's why I'm here. Rod Serling is an amazing writer, and I aspire to be a writer someday as well. You have these episodes like the monsters are due on Maple Street, where basically they don't know what's happening, but they're thinking that this person must be an alien because something weird is happening there. So let's go over and destroy their car, and ultimately it led to basically the destruction of an entire neighborhood. And then you have the episode, I don't remember what it's called, but it's about the bomb shelter, where one...
The Shelter, it's called.
Yes, okay. So where they had their bomb shelter, and everybody was so worried about their families and they were going to die, that they were going to kill their own neighbor, basically, so that they could survive. So I understand, I totally agree with freedom of speech, unless it's inciting violence or slander. So I'm wondering what your opinion is on, let's say, these people that are calling certain people names, which ultimately I would say led to the assassination of somebody, and I'm wondering what your take is on that, because I totally agree with freedom of speech, but when it incites violence and gets people killed, I don't think that's appropriate, and I think something should be done about that.
Well, we certainly agree with that, and from my background in writing about criminal justice and behavioral profiling, we do see these lone wolves, as we call them, who are inspired by hate speech. There is a limit, but when you go back to the constitutional test of neo-Nazis marching in Skokie, Illinois, where many Holocaust survivors had settled, the Supreme Court said, yes, they can't commit violence, but they have a right to march and to speak, and so we've got to maintain that. And yes, the violence that comes out of it is horrible. We can argue about gun control and the services that we're giving to the mentally ill, which are totally inadequate. I can tell you, but this is the nature of the beast that we're dealing with now. Now, the current Supreme Court may decide something different about free speech. I mean, they seem to be in the president's pocket, and that may be something else we have to fight.
Any other questions? One over there. Okay. I didn't hear all of that, but you're asking what is there taboos now that couldn't be addressed on?
Or episodes that were censored and not shown.
During the original run? No, there were none that were actually like pulled off the air or anything like that or censored. There were some that were held back from syndication, and some of them were for plagiarism lawsuits that were pending at the time, or other issues. The one that you may be most famous is the encounter with George Takei. That was held off because, if you're not familiar with the episode, it's about an Asian American and another man who served during World War II, who get trapped in an attic together, and through the auspices of the Twilight Zone, they start to confess things to each other. And the Asian American, played by George Takei, confesses that his family was helped guide the bombers into Pearl Harbor. Well, there's no evidence in real life that there were any spies or anything like that, Asian Americans involved in any way in Pearl Harbor, and Asian American groups at the time were upset about this. So they decided, CBS decided when they syndicated the show, that they would hold that episode back. So that was the only one that really had any controversy that was, that affected it in any way, and that was just in terms of syndication. All right, any last ones? All right, one back there, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. This is my third year coming to this, and thank you guys for holding it. It's absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
Since the lady before referenced the He's Alive episode, and I remember last year you quoted the whole closing narration of it. I wonder if it'd be okay if we read it, just so people can remember Rod's words. Where will he go next, this phantom from another time, this resurrected ghost of a previous nightmare? Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, Florida, Vincennes, Indiana, Syracuse, New York. Any place, every place where there's hate, where there's prejudice, where there's bigotry, he's alive. He's alive so long as these evils exist. Remember that when he comes to your town. Remember it when you hear his voice speaking out through others. Remember it when you hear a name called, a minority attacked, any blind, unreasoning assault on people or any human being. He's alive because through these things we keep him alive. I think we'd be wise to remember those words.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're going to break a little early for lunch, and we'll be back with...
I had one quick question.
Oh, okay,
if
last
I
one.
could.
Where are you?
Sorry, I'll jump in here.
Oh, yeah, yes, please.
It's me. First off, I just want to say, as a native Binghamtonian, this is one of the most exhilarating experiences that I can speak to in my lifetime. So
Awesome, thank you.
But yeah, I had a just quick question, thought, is as far as speaking truth to power, you know, there is a substantial consequence that comes with it, right? And especially now where there feels that there's an administration that doesn't necessarily use the same guardrails as Rod experienced when he was speaking truth to power. So what are your thoughts on how those who may want to speak would have to encounter the administration that we're fighting now? Like, where would he fall with that, you think?
Boy, that's a big question, and I think it was similar to someone else's question. And I think that, you know, Rod believed, and it's hard to, I have to preface these things and qualify these things by saying that, you know, I'm not speaking for Rod Serling, but I think that he believed, obviously, that you do speak out in whatever venue that you have. If you have a podium, we have a podium right here. If you have a podium in an auditorium in front of 200 people, or if you have a television show that's being seen by 8 to 10 million people, you have a responsibility to talk about the things that are important to you. And Jimmy Kimmel did it, and he ran into some consequences, but that shouldn't scare anybody else away from doing the same thing. So we all have that, and we all have that responsibility as citizens to do that. Now, of course, a lot of that comes in the form of writing to your congressional representative, calling your congressional representative, and telling them what you believe. But again, if you're a creator, if you're a writer, you use your forums, you use your platform, whatever that platform may be, whether you're a novelist, a screenwriter, whatever it may be, to talk about the things that are important to you. And you got to have as Mark said a few times, a modicum of courage to do that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Sleep every 10 minutes. Let's see, where are we? Screensaver.
Check.
Thank you. I can't figure out how to get it to stop going to sleep on me. I tried to go into the settings, and do you know where it is?
Should say never.
Yeah, but where do I find it? I can't find that.
Usually I just type in the bar, I just type in sleep.
Yeah, I tried that too. Battery. Oh, maybe.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm still trying. You're on the air. Okay. All right, as people are straggling back in, welcome back. We hope everybody was able to have a bite to eat. After all, we wouldn't want you to lose weight. Okay, so welcome back. I'm going to introduce my friend and yours, my occasional sparring partner. Gotta get a laugh out of you before you come up here. She's going to tell you why she titled her presentation "The Other End of the Wrong End of a Banana." Please welcome Amy Boyle Johnston.
Hi. Some of you know me, some of you don't, and I'm going to reintroduce myself. It's after lunch, and sometimes lunch can run a little late, so we figured some people trickle in. My talk is not that long, so I've asked another board member, Kate Murray, to read 2 speeches that Rod Serling wrote, just so when people come in, and then I'll do my presentation. So I want to introduce Kate Murray, who's going to read 2 speeches, and then I'm going to start my talk. So, Kate?
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. So we have, I have 2 speeches here. They've written about 60 years ago. One of them especially, there is some language, there's some words that are not really in the vernacular nowadays, but it was very much how it would have been said in the 60s, and if you will please indulge me, I do not want to change any of Rod's writing, and so it is in his words this weekend, so I will be reading his speeches the way they have been written, okay? So the first one, this is a press statement for Governor Edmund G. Brown for the Bill of Rights Day, December 15, 1964. So he wrote this for the governor to read. As governor of the state of California, the following is an official duty and a source of personal pride and pleasure: the acknowledging of this 15th day of December as Bill of Rights Day. There is probably no document ever conceived by man or his government so timeless in its effect, so worthy in its aims, and so infinitely beneficial in its accomplishments as our Bill of Rights. These 10 articles of faith have protected Americans against tyranny since their conception almost 200 years ago. And today, more than ever before, in a world which too often forgets or indeed subjugates the rights of individuals, this document takes on new meaning and greater import. For when we protect the rights of the individual, we reaffirm the dignity and the worth of that individual. And this, I submit, is the essence of democracy, our care and our concern for the individual citizen. In few lands on this earth is there a concern for the basic freedoms, speech, assembly, the right of worship, the protection of law, that this United States owes its strength, its morality, its very fiber to these freedoms, should be both a matter of pride and a monument of thanksgiving. This Bill of Rights Day serves to remind us that the rights of Americans are inviolate. They are sacred. They must be protected. But all freedom carries with it an obligation, simply that no freedom may be taken for granted. Lost my place. Even a document as unassailable as the Bill of Rights is dependent on the temperament of the very society it seeks to protect. If we move one step backward in our concerns for human dignity, if we compromise, even to a minute degree, human rights, or if under the guise of expedience, let men, parties, organizations, or indeed governments in any way vitiate our freedoms, we may well look back to a glorious past, but face a hopeless and a faithless future. And this, God willing, is not the destiny of the United States. Let us proclaim our Bill of Rights, but let that proclamation come not only with pride, but with protection. And now this is a speech that Rod gave. It is called A Call to Conscience, and it was on October 13th, 1964. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a blunt man. This is not an excess of forthright honesty, nor does it stem from a unique preoccupation with principle. It is simply that I am too busy to be either euphemistic or indeed tactful. I have been asked to speak to you because in the strange and sometimes discolored spectrum of our society, through dint of the oddness, fate, and affluence, I have become somewhat of a personality. I am somewhat known to people. So today, I represent the icing on the cake. I am the additional sweetening to get you here. Because while the worthy gentlemen who speak to you today are far more competent and far more qualified to address themselves to the problems of morality, my presence here is more nor less designed to appeal to your curiosity with sufficient impact to bring you out so that you might listen to a discussion of morality. So I will offer no pretense as being as especially knowledgeable man in politics, in the social sciences, and in theology. But at this point, you've seen me. Your curiosity must certainly be assuaged. You note that I'm 5'5", weigh 140 pounds, and am not a particularly distinguished or distinctive human being. But also, at this point, I cease being the personality. I cease being the object of curiosity. I address you now, and briefly, as a fellow American citizen who has a deep, abiding, and gut-level concern with what is happening to our nation, our state, our society. Like all of you, I have been an eyewitness to a phenomena, a political campaign which sees one side decrying violence in the streets, lawlessness and civil disobedience without, for one instant, making comment on 90 Negro churches being burned in the state of Mississippi. Unsolved and indeed unpublicized murders of Negro citizens, numbering well over a dozen in the past 2 years, along with some documented instances of human bestiality, castrations, lynchings, sadistic murders. No, my friends, Proposition 14 does not appear to have anything to do with lynchings. It concerns itself ostensibly with property rights, not the killing of Negro children in a church. It seems to innocently relate to the buying and selling of real estate, not the instances of shootings and bombings of American citizens whose crime is pigmentation of the skin. But let me tell you something. Proposition 14, while it is not the lynch rope, the homemade bomb, the chain that breaks the bones of a civil rights worker, is the preamble to this kind of malignity. It is the cloak of legal respectability that allows first for the entertainment of prejudice, and then ultimately the extension of that prejudice to its natural and normal ends: violence, brute force, hatred, and anger. A psychiatrist once said that the man who says that he has nothing against Negroes but simply doesn't want them living next door is identical to the Klansman who pours gasoline over a roped body and sets it afire. The man who says there is nothing wrong with Jews, but let them find their own country club, this is identical to the Nazi who shoved a child into a gas oven. In both cases, it is simply a matter of degree. What we address ourselves to today is transcendent of real estate values, zoning, depreciation, property rights. This is the acid test of the basic morality of man. When he denies any right to his neighbor, he denies a belief in the ultimate dignity of all men. He denies our whole concept of theology, of good and evil, of right and wrong. Make no mistake about it. Proposition 14 enhances no freedoms, protects no rights, reaffirms no faiths. It is a blatant, predatory, pandering appeal to bias. And this year, while it damages the rights and dignities of the Negro, next year it attacks the Mexican. The following year, the Roman Catholic. Within our lifetime, perhaps the Jew, the Unitarian, and ultimately, my friends, all of us. We can't afford Proposition 14. We can't afford a rejection of the idea of brotherhood, because brotherhood is no longer an abstract. It has taken on a form and a dimension and a meaning. Every man's death diminishes me. That was a lyrical stab at truth from another century. But in this 1964 year of our Lord, every man's indignity, every man's hunger, every man's search for freedom, every man's life reinforces, revitalizes, and rededicates me. We cannot be half free and half slave, Mr. Lincoln said. And now, a century later, we find that we cannot be half hungry and half content, half with dignity, half with shame, half with a simple yearning to be free and equal, half with all those pejoratives handed to them by law as exclusive and perpetual. You cannot legislate human love. Have you heard the phrase? You cannot pass a law to stop people from hating. A slogan of those who don't want to be bothered. A statement of philosophy from 20th century non-philosophers who would probably melt down the test tubes used to look for the microbes and the bacteria and the virus that cause cancer. Cancer is with us, so why fight it? So let it alone. Don't make waves. Don't stir the riverbed. But at the same time, and quite implicitly, we must then stop contemplating the beauty of this earth, the deeds of love, the slow step-by-step, but inexorable move upward of the human animal toward an enlightened moment in time when the person next door is a neighbor. The Negro is the darker neighbor. The South American is the Latin neighbor. The Japanese is the Oriental neighbor. You can't legislate against prejudice? You would rather perhaps accept it as part of the innate personality of the Homo sapien? You would rather say that it's with us, it's here to stay, it's part of the social phenomena of our time? If this is the premise to be lived with, accepted, and God help us, embraced, then let us throw away theology. Let us unencumber ourselves of the premise of God. Let us tear up our art, our literature, all of our culture, and let us retire to a rubble of our own making and manufacture barbed wire instead of stained glass. Hatred is not the norm. Prejudice is not the norm. Suspicion, dislike, jealousy, and scapegoating, none of these things are the transcendent facets of the human personality. They are the diseases. They are the cancers of the soul. They are the infectious and contagious viruses that have bled humanity over the years. But because they have been and are, is it necessary that they shall be? Proposition 14 tells us that they are. In its apologia, whether it be draped with an American flag, whether it be slogan with talk of Bible and Constitution, is nothing more nor less than an attempt to perpetuate, to lend, and to give respectability to the basest and the most ugly of man's fragilities, his incapacity to live at peace with himself. On this autumn afternoon, a little of man's awareness has shown itself, a little of his essential decency, his basic goodness, his preeminent dignity has been made a matter of record. But no matter what anyone says articulately, lyrically, powerfully, intolerance is a vestige of a decayed past, not the harbinger of the better, cleaner future. To those who tell us that the inequality of the human animal is the necessary evil, we must respond by saying simply that first, it is evil, but second, it is not necessary. We prove it sitting here this afternoon. We prove it by reaffirming our faith. We prove it by having a faith in our reaffirmations. Horace Mann said, "Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity." If all men of goodwill, Republicans, Democrats, first or fifth generation Americans, black or white, can defeat Proposition 14, we have paraphrased Horace Mann's quotation. We have said, we are ashamed to live without that victory. Thank you.
Hello again. My name again is Amy Boyle Johnston. I want to thank Kate Murray for reading those two speeches for me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Let me introduce properly. I've been researching the works of Rod Serling for over 20 years. Some of you have heard me speak, some of you have heard me bomb. This is, what I do is I read his words, and I rarely ever annotate or give my own opinion. And I like reading it from the pages so you can actually see it's from it. And originally, because my talk was not an hour long, I asked if we could have the showing of The Monsters That Are on Maple Street before. And because of, I find it still cruel and not ironic in a funny way at all that we, the Rod Serling Foundation would have to pay CBS to show Rod Serling's work. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one that finds frustration with that. The talk today is about the other. And where the line comes from is in Serling's original script for Planet of the Apes, is a line where the line is, "But a given time and understanding, we'll see each other for who we are." And many of you who have heard me before know when they originally said it's a talk about Planet of the Apes, I said, please don't say that, because I don't care for the Planet of the Apes that was made. And I argue that it's not written by Rod Serling, because I've read the drafts. The ideas are his, but not the language. And so what I'm about to say are mostly his words, and you'll know when it is his and you'll know it's mine. And I'm going to talk about how I've perceived the other while reading Serling. What started me researching Rod Serling was I was a graduate student at art school when 9/11 happened. And we were being told what was a good American and who was a patriot and who wasn't. And we were being told things that were just silly on its face. People were wrapping some of their homes in garbage bags for safety. And I remember when I graduated, my advisor said, "What are you going to do next?" And I said, "I'm going to prove how the works of Rod Serling are still relevant today after 9/11. And I said, "I'm going to do it in 18 months. And that was 20 years ago. I have been to every archive. I've been to over 20 archives total. I've been to 3 of the reunions of the 5/11th before they stopped happening. I've been to the War College. I've done massive amounts of work and research. And I don't know if it's still true, but I have, if not the largest private collection of Rod Serling's works and speeches and talks, one of the largest. And I was glad to pull those 2 out of the over 100 speeches I could have, and it was hard to narrow the focus. So I may bomb again. So this is my deal to you. If I do, I'm just going to keep reading Rod Serling's works. So that's my promise. The reason why I wanted it to be, I'm going to switch glasses. It's the opening narration of The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street. Maple Street, USA, late summer, a tree-lined world of front porch gliders, barbecues, the laughter of children, the bell of an ice cream vendor. At the sound of a roar and the flash of a light, it will be precisely 6:43 on Maple Street. This is Maple Street on a late Saturday afternoon. Maple Street in the last calm and reflective moment before the monsters came. Many of you know this show, and I wish I had space. Anne Serling does a program at Binghamton schools where they talk about prejudice, and that's the film they show. And if you don't know this, there's accusations. Things start going wrong in the neighborhood, and there's accusations. And the neighbors start pitting one against another, one against another, one against another. So I want you to just remember that was how it was supposed to open, but I want you to remember that when I go through this. And I'm going to read speeches, and I'm going to read some writings. The first one May 12th, 1956. Mr. Kroll, I think you malign yourself. Cranks never divulge their addresses, though they often will, as you have, pour out certain basic hatreds via the penny postcard. I can take no issue with you in the dislike of compromise, but I can at least assure you that my conscience needs no balm. I'm regretful that I had to dilute areas of my drama because the United States Steel Company was more preoccupied with the Southern Public Company relations than with just plain basic humanity. But before throwing so barbed a criticism my way, do me the goodness to look at the writer's side of it. Were I not to perform certain of the dilution of my script, it would never have gone on. My unimpeachable integrity would be unsullied, but it's a fact that neither would a story would unequivocally point a finger at prejudice ever be shown. All of us in television eventually reach that crossroad of conscience, where we have to pause and ask ourselves whether or not best to give in and let at least something be said, or uphold principle to the last with the result that nothing is said. I may be wrong, but I felt that Noon on Doomsday made itself heard. It did it obliquely and sometimes badly, but the words were there, and they stated quite clearly that the extension of prejudice is violence, that prejudice is ugly, dirty, and dangerous, no matter what level it exists or on what group it aims at. No, Mr. Kroll, probably the tragic figure of Mr. Emmett Till would hardly thank me for my efforts, but I wonder if, knowing the circumstances, he would have accused me of jobbing an ideal just for a script fee. Serling, when he wrote, as many of us know, Noon on Doomsday, it was diluted, and it was criticized, and it was censored. And Serling had work before that was criticized, and many people have argued, and this is where I disagree with a lot of people, that it was because of that censorship he turned to fantasy. Just my little thing. Another letter. These two letters are written to the same person. First one, Mrs. Robert A. Gray, February 24th, 1965. Dear Mrs. Gray, I note a letter forwarded from the famous writer school that I've aided the communist conspiracy. If this is indeed true, and I mean this with sincerity and respect, I should turn myself into a local FBI office. It is not my intention to aid any conspiracy, Mrs. Gray, when I wrote the script, A Carol for Another Christmas. You may be Nor was I interested in propaganda in the United Nations for any organization. I was deeply interested in conveying what is a deeply felt conviction of my own. This is simply to suggest that human beings must involve themselves in the anguish of other human beings. This, as I submit to you, is not a political thesis at all. It is simply an expression for what I would hope you might ultimately, a simple humanity for humanity's sake. Your suggestion that we might live under UN police state and that our taxes finance the rape of American girls is erroneous and it is irrelevant. The violence of the Congo was not instigated by the United Nations. It has been said by many that the presence of UN soldiers. The incidences of violence would be even worse. But even this is not the crux of whether our concerns, Mrs. Gray. I believe that philosophically we stand at opposite ends of the pole because you choose to believe that anyone who disagrees with you must, out of necessity, be subversive. I, on the other hand, choose to feel that you are misinformed and motivated by a set of prescribed emotions which are both simple but impossible to factually support. You are much too free, I believe, Mrs. Gray, with the calling of fellow American citizens communists when indeed you do not know them. You've never talked to them. And the only basis of your accusation is a disagreement in their fundamental philosophy. But because I am an American, Mrs. Gray, I suggest that this is your right. I suppose the major differences in our philosophies is that I recognize your right. The unfortunate thing is that you don't recognize mine. You may feel free to send this letter to the FBI or call the editorial page or your newspaper or where all. I'm a most imperfect human being, and perhaps an idealist as well. And sometimes, God help me, I latch onto the too hopeful of a projection for the future of my country and for the race of man. But because you decide I'm a communist does not make me a communist. And so long as those 27 million people you refer to do not hold the seat of government, I feel confident that I can face any accusation in the court of law. Recall, if you will, Mrs. Gray, there are over 40 million Americans who felt more as I do. Mrs. Gray again, March 16th, 65. People of your stripe never cease to confound me. You send me a letter accusing me of furthering the communist conspiracy and then express surprise. I respond with hot-headedness. My so-called professional stature notwithstanding, Mrs. Gray, I take a dim view of having my patriotism impugned by you or anyone else. I think it is best that you send my letter, as you suggest, to your patriotic group of friends in Florida. Of a certainty, they must share your politics as well as your pathology. In a point of fact, Mrs. Gray, you are typical. You and your fellow patriots arrogate yourselves to the mantle of public prosecutors against subversion. You set yourself up as judge and jury in deciding which of your peers are subversive. You establish your own set of criteria as to what constitutes loyalty. And during the process, you find the omniscient communist conspiracy in every college campus, in every religious pulpit, in every hall of government, under the bed, in the cracks, pushing through the sod and wafting through the ozone. God himself only knows what your patriotic group of friends can do to me, short of putting me in their black book or blue book or red or white blue book. Whatever hollowed organ of dissemination the staunch fraternity of benign vigilantes are publishing this month. Are you really concerned, Mrs. Gray, with the re-strengthening fabric of our nation? restating its ethics and reaffirming its honor. Take your eyes off the Congo, my dear lady, and accept the closer view of Selma, Alabama. There is more tyranny, more violence, more brutality, and naked evidence that you can carve out of your own mystical imagination in your constant search for subversives. What an incredibly selective morality of your rightists have. No comment at all about the dark-skinned Americans being prohibited to vote. Just a shrieking, far-bent, pathological scattergun assault on your own government, your own churches, your own fellow Americans. Who was it that said patriotism was the last refuge of the scoundrel? You have elicited more than my concerns for your sanity. You have also conjured up my deep and abiding pity. God help you. One of the things that, when I started to research Serling, I was told in graduate school, publish or perish. And I didn't know much about Rod Serling at all, except for the Twilight Zone and Patterns and Requiem. And the first thing I did is I went to the Wisconsin Historical Society, and I spent a week there researching him. And I photocopied, and I was still drinking and smoking then. And I was at a bar because it was cold, and I was at a hostel, and I was reading him in a bar, which I don't recommend reading Twilight Zone scripts at a bar, nor chain smoking. The irony wasn't lost on me. And what I started to realize was the humanity of the man, which I didn't know. And it unfolded over and over and over again. And all I knew was mystical stories. And when I would tell people for the first couple of years I was doing a Rod Serling project, weird, bizarre stories would happen. And I'm sure some of you have told them or heard them, or like people say stuff and I go, no, that's not even makes sense. And I started to realize how much I admired his tenacity and his strength to tell his stories in prejudice throughout his whole career. And there are other things that I know as a researcher that I didn't want to study, I wanted to do a book project to show his humanity, and my father is a journalist, and I did not want to write during the time that my father was writing as a journalist, because I didn't want him to tell me I got it wrong, so I chose my grandfather's era. And I started to go to 511th and interview these soldiers, and what amazed me was all of these men, and this is before 2015, if there's ever a before and after this generation, and these men sat with me and told me why they were in World War II, what was their calling, what was their offensive, and I understood this deep passion about what it meant to be an American in the fight. And I was amazed at how they could do the other and still be in the war. And this is when Serling had left high school and before he was at Antioch. And the devastation of these men frightened me. And I redone war, and I'm getting distracted, so I'm going to stop right there. And I'm going to read a speech about that. And I want to check the time. 1:38. This is USC, November 9th, 1965. In the war that I fought, truth was the most positive, unvarying concept. This was the war of good against evil. It was a war of survival of the right or the conquest by the wrong. Honor, ethics, morality were absolute. Now I and others like me are suddenly torn in our inventory of the American position. Truth is no longer absolute. It somehow becomes abstract, and it comes to us in different shades. Now there are degrees of truth. There's a gray area in morality that defines the normal black and white. In countries all over the world, we are forced to take a side in the mortal combat between colonialism, which degrades one people in order to allow another people to enjoy benefits of cheap labor and semi-serfdom, and those who seek improvement and the dignity that goes with it. The issue here is relatively clear, in which normally we as Americans would have little difficulty in choosing side. Historically and traditionally and psychologically, we are a nation deeply conscious of the aspirations of others. We are charitable. We are normally unselfish. We will invariably support the underdog, and we've been able to do this with no lack of conscience, no nagging sense of moral disquiet. But in the past 2 decades, the area of conflict has become distorted. It is no longer the haves versus the have-nots. In a strange way, it has become the evil versus the less evil. And from our national fear of encroachment of world communism, our legitimate concern with the nuclear age of aggression, we find ourselves forced to support the colonials because the communists are supporting those who traditionally would have been our friends. Serling believed in the dignity of man in a way that I've never seen in another writer. He also he believed in the common man. He believed in our rights. I have argued at the college, and I will argue until someone shows me otherwise, I don't think of the Twilight Zone as a science fiction TV show. I think of it as existentialism. The point of the Twilight Zone, most episodes that Serling wrote, was to ask you, what would you have done? And I think it's one of the reasons, and I've said this before, why we love the Twilight Zone. Many of us here remember watching the Twilight Zone with our parents or siblings, and we would have conversations afterwards about ethics and morality that we had never had before. And for many of us, it was the first time we were ever asked a moral question where we had to resolve it in our mind. The sense of injustice, the sense of ignominy, and what would you do? And I think that is brilliant of the man, and I refuse to just say it's a science fiction show. Serling rarely ever told us what we were supposed to think. He pointed out the problem, he pointed out the conflict, and he asked us to resolve it in a way where we could live with ourselves in this deep world of confusion. And I think it really should be seen that way, and many of us have this conversation. And today, once again, we're being asked to do as we're told, that there is one way. And I'm not being political at all. I am saying we are being told what is a patriot, what is right, and what is wrong. And in the world, we're becoming even more siloed through this wonderful thing that could have brought us together called the internet. And what amazes me is we're no longer watching the same things. When I talk to people of my father's generation or the writers of the Twilight Zone, I spoke to all of them that were still living, they all talked about, they all watched the same books, they all read the same books, they all watched the same shows, and we had an agreement. When I was growing up, there were 5 channels because I was south of San Francisco, and everyone watched the Twilight Zone, everyone watched the Muppets, everyone watched Carl Sagan. And somehow we've lost that. And what I admired is that I could sit and watch the Twilight Zone with other people, and we could have uncomfortable conversations together. We've done that, which is now lacking. We've sat and listened to other people's moral reactions and learned to listen to people who differed from us. And I wish we could do that more often, because now we watch things with a neat bow. And I'm gonna, researching Rod Serling has taught me, I'm gonna say this, I am not a person who gets fear easily. I do not express fear. I can stand in front of SerlingFest and say I don't like the Planet of the Apes. I sat in Ray Bradbury's home and said, Mr. Bradbury, disagree with you, here's the letter, waiting to be thrown out. I do not express fear. I don't express fear lately. And I'm afraid, as I've never been before. And it's not because I'm middle-aged now. I'm afraid. And so I've been thinking a lot about what did Rod Serling tell us about the other and what to do? And the reason why I don't like Planet of the Apes, and usually people agree with me who even do like it, the film version, I call it caricature of masculinity. There is no more antithetical Rod Serling line I can think of than "Get your hands off me, you damn dirty ape." But in the original script Serling wrote, when he goes to a nightclub and gets drunk, and they throw him in a cab, please tell me if you've seen this scene, I'm joking. When they throw him in a cab and send him back to the hotel, that's when he says to the cab driver, "Hey buddy, to you I look like the wrong end of a banana, but given time and understanding, we'll see each other for who we are." And I love that line. I will never forget that line, and I hope you never do too, because what it taught me was, I am the wrong end of the banana. I need to create time and understanding so we see each other for who we are. I look like the banana to someone else. And I'm now going to talk about, I'm going to check the time, the fear. Thanks. Twice in my life I've been afraid before. And once I have a much younger sister, 18 years, and she was a kid, and she was walking beside me, and a man came up, and I can't tell you anything about him other than he was a man. And I was in my 20s, and I became instantly afraid. And afterwards, it was weird. I was scared he was going to attack my sister. And I don't know why, I don't know what happened. And we went to the store, and I no longer was a thinking, kind human being. I was protective. And I talked about this later with a therapist, and the therapist said, "Oh, you were an animal," in the sense of I was protecting. And I don't want to get that point again, ever, of where I refuse to look at a human being as anything but a human being that I need to protect. And so when I go back to the monsters are doing Maple Street, if someone throughout the film, instead of getting scared at the beginning, they say we need to stay calm. Throughout the film, if someone had said, "I do not know what is happening, and I'm scared," it would make lousy TV. But I think it's what we need. Because when I see what is unfolding, I see scarcity getting worse. And this is not me being political. This is me looking at reality. I am being asked to hate on a level I've never been asked to hate, and things are being taken away from me. So I will be fearful even more. And I don't want to fear any American or any solution because I'm being manipulated in ways I can't understand. So I need to create time in order for understanding to happen. And that is so difficult to do. And I think it's what's necessary. We know how to sit next to each other and say, "Nice to meet you." And my father, I'm going to tell a humorous story about when I was researching Rod Serling. My father was the first business journalist to cover Trump when he had casinos. And so at one point, my house had the largest private collection of Rod Serling, the world's largest private collection of Trump papers, maybe some balance. And I had both. And I remember I was going to see Anne speak with Nick Sagan in Ithaca. And my father and I have become closer researching Serling. And I never talk about Rod Serling as a man, because that is Anne's place, and that is the family's place. So I was going to go to the dinner, and then I was going to spend the night at Andy's house, and he was the president of the foundation then. And my father was trying to tell me he was proud of me, and he had just bought this, at that point, his first nice car after having 8 kids. He bought himself a nice car. And he said, "Why did you take my car?" And it's a weird thing my father and I share, and it was like two-tone seats, and listen, it's fun to drive. And he was saying, I'm proud of you, drive my car. And I did, and I didn't think anything of it. And we went to lunch, and it was Nick Sagan, Anne Serling, Anne's husband, Nick Parisi, and Andy Pollock, and we were having lunch, and a late lunch after the talk, and Nick Sagan said about the movie Contact, a lot of people give it crap about the lack of chemistry between the two main actors, which is true. And I interrupted him, and I said, yeah, but at the end of the day, when there's questions that can't be answered, we want to ask our dad. And the whole table got quiet. And then someone made a joke, and we went on. And then the night, I spent the night at Andy's, and I woke up early, and he made me coffee, and I was driving. And if you know me, things pause when I sometimes bring up. And I was driving, and I was an hour away from Binghamton, and I was right past Corning, and I realized, I didn't know Nick Parisi's family then, but I knew everyone else's father had died at that point. And what a crappy thing to say. And I pulled over at the rest stop, and I said, do what matters right now. And I called up my father. It was 7:30, 8 in the morning on a Sunday. I said, Dad, I just want to tell you one thing. And I said, I love you. And he went, Amy, what did you do to my car? And then I went, oh. And he might have said something else, but it was that. And I think that's what we're supposed to do. The pause is we're supposed to tell each other that we matter. We're supposed to tell each other that we care. We're supposed to see loving. If we make time and I am still angry and I am hurt and I am yelling, I am your enemy. If we pause, and I have been carried and loved by people in the foundation. Steve Schlick loved me when I was still struggling with alcohol. Andy has always been kind. Tony Albarella has always sat with me. And I think that's what Serling taught us, was we need to create pauses, we need to laugh, we need to find commonality, because you are not my enemy, even though I am scared. We need to sit and find space and say what matters. And I hope that makes sense. Thank you. I'm looking for Nick. All right. Thank you. All right, I'm going to read the thing I wanted to read. I apologize while I'm waiting for Nick to come up. This is from a fantasy paper Serling wrote when he was in college. It is an introduction. It is one page. It is for the universe versus the war. It's a fantasy. You know, when he had no censorship, he was still writing fantasy. To the reader, this is, of course, a fantasy. It's a fantasy because it could never actually happen. It's written, however, because I feel something of the sort should happen. there should be some sort of positive awakening on the part of humanity to the necessary of outline war in actuality as well as written theory. What follows is a trial scene in which war assumes the part of the defendant for convenience sake, and I have at least inferred his possession of human characteristics. The other characters I have chosen primarily from literature. Because of the perfectory knowledge of legal proceedings, there is probably much in the paper which does not conform to a proper court situation. However, I don't feel this detracts from the paper's substance at all. For background material in preparation, I read descriptions of war. I've tried to interpret the dialogue, small inferences of context. I have intended to merely present the problem of war and a natural, simple solution to it. But after beginning the paper and getting essentialed in the complexities of the whole question, I am quite fearful that my own solution lacks much in the way of logic. But I leave this up to you. From now on, for the next 12 pages, you are in a court which is deciding the case of universe versus war. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amy. So one of the, I think one of the really exciting Serling projects on the horizon is clearly this Rod Serling documentary that is being worked on right now. So to talk to us about it is its director. I guess I can call you director, right? Director of the documentary. And let me just get out of here and get your presentation ready. Hang on a second. Okay. So just enter or click. And please welcome Jonah Tulis.
How's it going? I'm Jonah Tulis. I'm the director of the upcoming Rod Serling documentary. It's still in production, so we'll have some stuff here to show you today, but hopefully next year we can maybe come back with the finished film once it's released. We spent several years working on this film. It sort of spans Rod's whole life, from his early days here in Binghamton to the war, live TV era, Twilight Zone, the Loner Night Gallery, and everything in between. The film was produced alongside Leonardo DiCaprio and his Appian-Way Productions, as well as Chad Verdi and his team at Verdi Productions. Anne and Jody Serling have also been absolutely instrumental in making this film get made and helping it make, sort of become the best and most honest film it can be, which is sort of the most important thing about this to me. And it's been a privilege and an honor to sort of be able to tell their father's story. So I've been a fan of the Twilight Zone since I was very young. It was in syndication in that era. I'd watch episodes with my dad, and not surprising, Time Enough at Last was both of our favorite episodes, and I probably watched it a dozen times, which is pretty crazy considering we're in the era of, it was not the era of streaming. I had to actually tune in and watch it. And I'd seen some of Rod's other works over the years, but it wasn't until a few years ago when I really began to understand the scope of the importance of his beyond television. I went down a rabbit hole of trying to track down every live TV show he made and really dug into some of his earlier works. And it was through those works that I started to see what Rod was all about. He was a pioneer of freedom of thought and someone who tried to make a difference through his writing. We've done something different with this documentary. It's not very traditional. Our story is told almost exclusively using Rod's voice. No talking heads, just Rod taking us through his life in his own words. Our aim, and sort of I hope we accomplish this, is to make sort of an intimate first-person journey through his life and career. We also did something a little wild visually, which I'll show you in a little bit. We shot recreations in black and white 4:3 aspect ratio, much like the Twilight Zone, to sort of blend seamlessly with the archival of the time. And yes, I'll show you some of that in a bit, and later maybe we're going to show you a little piece of the film as well. But first, this is sort of, there's always a wild Hollywood story behind a lot of these films, and I'll give you some backstory on how this came together. So several years ago, my producing partner and I, Blake Harris, had a meeting with Philip Watson and Taylor DiGiulio at Appian-Way, which is Leonardo DiCaprio's production company. It was one of those meetings in Hollywood they call a general. You guys talk, you see what they like, you see what I like, and maybe there's something you can work on down the line. And we talked for a while, and we definitely felt like we had similar sensibilities. Typically, Leonardo DiCaprio and Appian focus on sort of the large-scale mega movies, The Wolf of Wall Street, The Revenant, The Killers of the Flower Moon, those movies that make Leonardo DiCaprio a huge movie star. But they mentioned they were in early discussions about doing a documentary on Rod Serling. It wasn't 100% clear where they were at with the process, but it was clear that Leo and his team had great reverence for Rod and wanted to bring his story to life. Excuse me. At the same time, they also been working on a Twilight Zone movie adaptation as well, which I think is still in early to mid development. I'm not sure. I can never get a clear answer on it. But in terms of the documentary, it was something I was very, very interested in. But it sounded like they already had another plan. I wasn't really clear, so most likely was not going to be a part of it at that time. But over the next year or so, Blake and I continued our discussions with the Appian team. On one call, I asked them about the Rod Serling project again. It seemed like there wasn't a solid take on it just yet. Typically when you do a film like this, you have sort of a pitch and you say, this is my take, and the unique ways that would make it cool and different and exciting, and they hadn't gravitated toward take at that point yet. And I'd been thinking about the project a lot recently, and I'd seen the original live TV version of Patterns for the first time, and sort of then I went through Requiem for the Heavyweight, The Rack, The Velvet Alley, and a few other notable shows from that sort of live TV era, which is really amazing era. If sort of people are looking for something new and haven't explored that era, it's unbelievable drama on television. And then I sort of found a whole bunch of his speeches online, and that's when I realized there was a lot more to this man than meet the eye. There's a whole new side of Rod that I found fascinating. And with all the madness going on in the world today, I sort of wondered, what would Rod say in these times? As many of the other speakers, I feel like, have echoed as well. And if you listen to some of these speeches where he touches on sort of racism, war, social justice, they resonate today, and it just sounds like he's talking to audiences of today. So I asked the team at Appian if I could give them my take for a Rod Serling documentary, and thankfully they obliged. First thing I did was head up to Ithaca College to take a look at their collection. The Serling family had donated countless papers and other items to the school many years ago. Rod had always had a special place in his heart for Ithaca and upstate New York in general, so I thought it would be a good place to start. There are a lot of interesting things in the archives, but what jumped out at me immediately was a small sampling of dictabelt recordings. For those of you who don't know, Rod dictated everything. His correspondence, his scripts, their subsequent notes. It kind of seemed like his whole life was in these recordings. So, you can see he sort of, this wasn't his exact machine. This is from a Twilight Zone episode where they somewhat parodied him. Well, I wouldn't say parodied him, but parodied the idea of a writer dictating into a dictaphone. And, at Ithaca, there were all these tapes, just tapes, and some were digitized, some were not. And, it was just so much fun going through them. To give you a sense of sort of what I'm talking about, I'll play a few sort of snippets for you. The audio's a little rough here, and we will be cleaning this up extensively over the next couple months. There's a lot you can do with this audio. Although there's something very charming about the scratchiness of it all. Typically in these sort of, Rod also gives, full punctuation, periods, exclamation points, dashes, dramatic pauses, but we've cleaned that up a little bit for the sake of time and flow. So here's a fun one. This is a clip of Rod dictating one of my favorite Night Gallery episodes, Escape Route, where Richard Kiley plays a Nazi war criminal who escapes into a painting in a museum. See this? How do I get this to play?
This is episode 2 of Night Gallery. Interior Art Museum, day. Sweeping shot across the room. His mouth is half open. He's breathing heavily, as once again, the figure in the rowboat has taken on his profile.
Another theme in Rod work that we touch on involves as we mentioned before, a lot of these recorded correspondence talk about humanity and social justice. Here's a little snippet of one of those moments where sort of Rod waxes philosophical, fumbled there, where Rod waxes a bit philosophical. And this is sort of the sentiment that I feel like is really defining the film we're making, because he talks so extensively on his work and but there also is just sort of, we really want to weave in sort of the social and political issues of the time that he was so involved in and he was responding to. Here's this clip.
We, as writer and reader, as creator and viewer, must put aside our insatiable desire for pleasure and with some modicum of courage begin to relate to the inequities and the anguish of our fellow man.
And then one more clip here, another theme that is in Rod's work, talks about going back to another time and another place. And being here in Binghamton, it's easy to see why Rod was always going back in his work. There was a special connection to this place in his heart and a special time before the war, before life stopped being so simple. This is seen, of course, in the Twilight Zone episode Walking Distance, and there are many recordings where Rod delves into this feeling. Here's an interesting snippet.
You must look upon this aging writer from the West Coast with his 140-odd pounds of solid grizzle and wonder, albeit patiently, what is there about a room, a terribly familiar auditorium, a study hall, a classroom, a gym that still carries with it the ingrained scent of socks and sneakers. All these things come back now and have during the 48 hours I've been walking these streets of my youth.
And we have hundreds of hours of this, and I bet you can understand why we thought this was, so exciting right off the bat. They're so personal, dynamic, and Rod's voice is magical. And don't worry, we'll be cleaning up some of that rough around the edges sound that came off the tapes. But after listening to more of these, I sort of had my aha moment for the potential film. Like, who better to tell the story than Rod himself? This could be an intimate portrait of Rod in his own words. We could keep this entire movie in the present tense and build the film around his voice. And this really does suit my taste for documentaries. No matter what the subject, and I want to hear from the people directly. I want to hear how they lived and sort of, it's sort of like a campfire story. Like, these are the sort of films that, you can kind of make a time capsule of a specific time, a place, and a world. So I did a bit more digging, and I found more of these recordings about UCLA and Wisconsin, nearly 100 hours. It was clear that there was more than enough here to sort of make a special documentary. But then there was another challenge. We had all this great audio, but we didn't have, the visuals to match. But the idea came sort of quickly, a sort of a fun, dynamic way to tell this story visually. We were going to create atmospheric recreations of Rod's life, 4:3 black and white, that could seamlessly be cut with the archival and sort of kept us grounded in that time. And as I kept listening more and more about Rod, another thing stood out to me, sort of his activism, which a lot of people have talked here this weekend. The struggles of society, humanity, and politics that he fought so hard to recognize were still so relevant today. Hearing him speaking almost seemed like he was responding to these events of today as well. This wasn't just a story that was being told, it was a story that had to be told, and told again through his voice. This was my take, and this is how I wanted to make the film. So with all this in mind, I properly pitched the concept to Appian Way and Leo with a short sizzle reel and a pitch deck with more details about the film, and they were on board. The next step was to talk further with Jody Serling and Anne Serling, and it seemed like they really liked the vision for the project as well. So that was very reassuring. So it looked like we were on our way, and the next part was going to be the hardest, making the movie. We doubled down on the research and really tried to learn everything we could about Rod. We dug into every archive we could find and talked to as many Rod Serling fans and experts as we could. At the same time, Appian started speaking to possible producing partners and financiers. And like most Hollywood productions, we waited and waited some more, and then waited even more than that. And then there were multiple labor strikes that sort of paralyzed the industry. SAG, AFTRA, they sort of, the Writers Guild strike. It was a really tough time in the industry the past 5 years. But about a year went by, and while we were confidently telling Rod's stories, we were less confident in the industry's ability to rebound. And then on one fateful day, Appian had their own general meeting with a company called Verity Productions. The company, run by Chad Verity, financed and produced dozens of films, including several for Appian friend and collaborator Martin Scorsese. And in this general meeting, Chad and his team jumped at our Rod Serling project. And within weeks, we had agreed to produce the film with them. That was last fall, and here we are nearly a year later, we're closing in on completing the documentary. During the fall and winter, we sort of spent all our time in intense archival research. It was a Rod Serling Christmas, and the presents were hours of recordings I needed to go through. There was so much to go through, and what made this so dynamic was his correspondence, in my opinion. They're just hours and hours of script notes and other things, but the correspondence are really where you can kind of get into his head. There's a lot of stuff that was great, you know, and he was hilarious all the way through and very, very funny. A favorite dictation of mine that unfortunately won't make the film, but it was him sort of arguing with his car mechanic about his car that just got fixed, and it basically was completely immobile and useless, but he said it in he wrote this letter in the funniest way you could imagine. But beyond the car repairs and the kind letters to fans, there were wonderful insights into his process, his life in the TV industry, his experiences trying to tell these important stories. It was honestly an incredible look into his psyche and the understanding of the world around him, his understanding of the world around him, rather. So after all the audio and other archival media was organized, we could really start digging in and shaping the story. And our first rough assembly was over 3 hours. At the same time, I continually talked with the Serling family about their father and his amazing story to make sure we were getting the story right. And we kept editing and shaping the film before we were ready to shoot for our recreations. We assembled a team to shoot a few-week period recreations back in April, and we shot on location in Providence, Rhode Island, thanks to some generous help from the Office of Film and Television in Rhode Island. There was some additional shooting in this neck of the woods as well, both in Binghamton and Ithaca. In Rhode Island, as you're going to see in a little bit, we built out live TV sets as well as ones to represent the Twilight Zone era. We had to ship in authentic 1950s era TV and film cameras and other vintage TV gear from this faraway place called New Jersey. We used period lighting to build out sets with props of Rod's era. We built reproductions of Rod's home offices through the years, from Connecticut to Pacific Palisades to his lake house in Interlaken, while still trying to stick to the look and feel that sort of was made famous in his work. So I'm going to show you a sampling of some of these shoots that sort of, the whole film is sort of centered around these shoots and Rod's audio. I'll just show you a little taste of it. They're screenshots, bear with us. The actual film and what you'll see shortly is actually film footage, but here, let me start with this. So this is sort of we did it 4:3 black and white. We recreated the set. We had the old boom from that era. We really tried to build it out like it looked in that era. This is sort of the reverse shot of sort of what you would see Rod talking to the camera, although he is smoking in the scene in between takes, I assume. Some more of this. This was sort of an old vintage live TV camera. It was actually a CBS camera. They said it was working, but I don't really know how that would be possible. But it cranked and the lenses changed. And then we built out sort of different offices and sort of got vintage typewriters, working ones, obviously vintage cigarettes as well. and we sort of tried to recreate his life so that we could, match it with the photos of the time as best as possible, within the budget constraints we had, of course. This one, if you've seen a lot of photos of Rod, we tried as hard as we could to sort of rebuild that office, and even all of those plaques on the wall sort of matched the ones that we saw in photos. And of course, he's, different era with smoking. Smoking indoors was very difficult. Lots of prop cigarettes, lots of vapes, and real cigarettes with a fan shooting it out the window when we really needed something authentic. And, network executives we made look like sort of eye of the beholder. We really tried to stay true to sort of his vision in the Twilight Zone. And we even found a vintage carousel to try to match, the essence of sort of the carousel in a lot of Rod's work and Going Home, and we shot that as well. All right. So after we were shooting, we went back into the edit, and now we're at the point where we're getting ready to put the finishing touches on. To give you a sense of the style of the film, I put together a short 3-minute piece. It's not sort of an official trailer. This is not to be released publicly, and we don't have the rights to the music. So, but I think it's a lot of fun, and you'll enjoy it. And again, bear with us as we haven't done the audio work we need to do on his voice yet. I hope you enjoy it. This should be about 3 minutes.
In television drama, few names have the prestige of that of our guest.
It's a dull, pedantic tale of war veteran turned college student turned writer.
Roll 54, Scene 2, Take 1.
Problem is, I'm going to have to be looking at you here. I'll try to look over there and remember.
What you're about to watch in this room is a strange mortal combat between a man and himself. Of where the faithless, the hopeless, the misery laden. No logic, no reason, no explanation. Just a prolonged nightmare.
I simply walk into my study, I sit down, I put the paper in the typewriter, and I fix the margins, and then I turn the paper up, and I bleed.
Twilight Zone, VT3, this is page 1, sequence 1, take 1. Twilight Zone, VT6, pages 1 to 4, sequence 1, take 5.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind.
The winner is Rod Serling, Twilight Zone.
Rod Serling.
The nature of the times now demand that television takes positions, that it exposes both sides of controversy. People want formula shows. Well, how many times can you write The Fugitive?
So long as men write what they think, then all the other freedoms may remain intact. It's then that writing becomes a weapon of truth, an act of conscience, an article of faith.
We'll talk to him about his fight to say what he believes, and we'll learn what he means by the price tag that hangs on success.
Greatness of America is the right to protest far right.
I'm becoming frightened by what I perceive to be the forces around us.
I'm intolerant of intolerance. I judge a human being by what he thinks, by what he says, by what he believes in.
You suddenly find yourself having to compromise along the line, giving so many hours to work, buckwheatish to say that things like having a family, being concerned with raising children, all these things I think are the essence.
I don't really have the fear of death. What I do have is a terrible awareness of how little time there is to accomplish so many of the things that you want to accomplish. It's now a race between the healing of the heart and the complete eradication of the sanity.
Thank you. You know, again, I'm very rough around the edges still. We're still working on it, and I'm excited to show the movie down the line. Additionally, yeah, there was a very Twilight Zone heavy in here, but I do want to say that the film really does spend... Twilight Zone's probably 30 minutes of the film and of a 95-minute film, so we're really, really delving into the live TV era and his early days and sort of how his experiences in Binghamton and the war have really, really affected his life. And we're really excited about it. I think we were... You know, I wondered if the gamut of the voice and the recreations was going to work, and in my opinion, it does. And I'm hoping when you guys all see it properly, it will as well. I nervously went through my speech rather quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions on this as well. As per when it's coming out, I know that's going to be a big question. Leo and his team will start shopping it when we finish it. We should be done around Thanksgiving. And yeah, I'm open to any questions at all if anybody has any. Yeah. So it's an independent film right now, but you know, typically the films in the past have been on streaming services or sort of my last film with a Neon and it was in theaters. I think there's a lot of possibilities here. I think that, you know, Paramount, you know, despite all their mergers and craziness and drama, so to speak, would be an obvious partner for this because, you know, it feeds into their ownership. But, you know, films like this I think do really well theatrically, Sony Pictures Classics, and then sort of ends up, you know, iTunes and then eventually on a streaming service. I think we'll know more sort of towards the top of next year. I'm sure after the holidays we'll have gotten a better sense. But it will go wide. And it's, you know, thankfully we also have great partners behind it who have a lot of reach. Yeah. Yeah? Well, I will tell you this. There are when I say there are other voices, there are other writers, but it's all archival. So there's just no sit-down interview. So we do have, Richard Matheson. We have, different producers. We have sort of the executives on the other side. So that's all part of this sort of archival drive, and I think it's working. I think that staying in that moment is the most important thing, and so much of the context of what he's doing, I think it's also shown in the world. You saw a little bit of a the rougher, unlicensed footage of the sort of protesting, and I think so much of that drove his work and drives. That's sort of almost like the expert chiming in and saying the world was terrible. You're seeing it, and then Rod is responding to that, and that's sort of how we shaped it. Yes, over there.
Yeah, you mentioned that you were shooting on location here in Binghamton. Where were you shooting?
Local, just in town. It was most of the actual shoots, because of the way movie industry works and tax credits and film TV offices, were in Rhode Island, where we tried to match it as best as possible. But we were in the local town, and we sort of shot the visuals of the town black and white, 4:3 to match. And sort of one thing we do that's a lot of fun is we take the old visuals of downtown Binghamton, of Phil's, for instance, and then you see the modern version, and it's a different location. So we cut from the old archival to the new stuff we shot, and it kind of, that's the vibe of the film as well. Yes? That's because, so there was actual relationship, but we do touch on it. It doesn't feel as direct, but there's a great speech he wrote. Well, first of all, he technically, I guess, overlapped in college with Coretta Scott King at Antioch, but I haven't really found too much of that connection being till much later. But he wrote a speech, I forget the exact date, but Martin Luther King was speaking in Los Angeles, and he wrote a speech that Dick Van Dyke read aloud, and it was an incredible speech, and we touch on it briefly. And Dick Van Dyke, actually at 100 years old, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, went on YouTube and read the speech again. But he was an activist. He really was, not just in his work. I think once he sort of got some fame, he knew he could use this for good. Yes, Seth? Yeah. So there was go ahead. So I actually pulled that clip to play, and I was like, I think it'll be distracting, but and I hadn't cut out all of the stop and starts, but it was a letter, and he was basically telling his auto mechanic, like, I thought you fixed this thing doesn't work, it's a rock, and it was pretty fun. When I'm done with the project, I think I'll pass off all the fun anecdotes that we found to the foundation and the estate, and I feel like they could have a lot of fun publishing, or maybe another year doing sort of fun anecdotes from the Dictabelt recordings moment. Yeah? The guy's still there. Same guy. Yeah. So initially we were talking about coming to try to do it here, but bringing the crew and the timing and everything was tough. And we actually checked out carousels in Rhode Island. There's a park in Rhode Island where we shot a bunch of stuff, and they had this old vintage carousel. I'd say it's a little cleaner than the one downtown, a little bigger, but I think it matched pretty well. And when you shoot it at night, it's about sort of kind of creating that dramatic effect to kind of make it feel magical and ethereal anyway. For New York State for the tax credit film, the financier for the film is a Rhode Island-based financier, and part of their sort of move is to film the stuff in Rhode Island. They have teams out there, and we brought in some people from Los Angeles and New York, but it's a better tax credit in Rhode Island, I would say, and additionally, it's a lot easier to get. I think we were approved for it in 2 weeks. I think New York is much, much more. Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, the first one, we made this, I think, because, people know about Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone, the general audiences. There's a whole other side to him, and it's been told in books, And but I did, there was a documentary in I believe 1990 that touched on it, but there wasn't a modern documentary that really delved into him. And once I started hearing his voice, that's what I grabbed onto. I said, other people need to see this. We have hundreds of hours of recordings, and people have heard them here and there, and they're hard to listen to sometimes. What if we created a story out of that brought it all together? And I think a lot of it too, I think activism in TV, and if you look at what's happening today, and it's important. This story resonates today, even though it happened back then, and that was something clear to me before we had a new president. I think that was sort of what attracted to me right away. And I think it's an awareness thing for Rod, but also an awareness thing for sort of these cycles keep happening over and over with media, and it's important to tell these stories. I think so many of the stories, and this may just be my opinion, that we're seeing on some of these new streaming services and stuff just aren't as dynamic, and they aren't pushing back against corporations, against this and that. And Patterns was a very specific type of film that was pushing back against sort of this ego in society, and I'm seeing that now, and Rod was saying it then, and we still haven't changed. So it's important to get that out there. And of course, distribution I want this to be seen as wide as possible. I'd love for it to be seen in theaters. The theaters dying out. My last film was in a lot of theaters, and it was great. And it was it's such a better experience, for me personally. And in black and white, it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, yes? It was 2000. Sorry, by the way. I saw it. I mean, I think it was, it had a lot of great elements to it. I love the way sort of they opened with the element of the Velvet Alley. There were some things I didn't like as much about it. I think it's also just not a documentary people are watching today. And I wanted more Rod. I think in the end with this, these Dictabelt recordings were so exciting to me. I needed to get them out. I was like, people need to hear these. And that was sort of the impetus for another documentary. Yeah. There was a voice impression of Rod Serling as well, which it's tough. Today people are doing that with AI a little bit, and deceased people, and I don't like it as much. I think it doesn't feel as authentic, especially for a documentary where the goal is to be as authentic as possible. And that was definitely something. That was one of the things me personally, I didn't like as much, but some of the words he says are so great and they're not recorded, so it's a good opportunity to get some of those out. So I do see why they did it. Yes. That's something I'd be interested in. Right now, focused on the doc, and I think anything like that, sort of the family should approve and sort of be involved with as well, because it's sort of a different kind of project almost. But I mean, there's so much stuff in there that I wish I could have put in that you can't. You have 100 minutes. There's only so much you could do. He is so prolific that it was hard. It was very hard to sort of hit all those beats. Yes. That is a tough question. What is the most important thing I learned about Rod Serling during this project? Honestly, I mean, I wouldn't say this is important, but I think the most surprising thing, as someone who 5 years ago only knew his work and not him as a person, was how funny he was. He was hilarious. He was a rabble-rouser. In terms of his importance in the world, I mean, many people have spoken on this here today, but it's everything he says then resonates today. If he was up here and there was a speech, the speech at Library of Congress today that some of you might have heard I listened to it like I was listening to today and today's times and what's going on today. And I think that's what's important, that he was seeing what was going on in the world before, a lot of other people. Yes? In Binghamton, he has such a reverence for this going back, as I was saying, and we sort of go back in time to where it all began, and it's just his voice. It's him telling us, let's go back in time when I was this young kid, and the world, when you go over and see the statue in the town, you understand that, but then you realize he lived 2 blocks away. He was probably in that park every day. And you kind of see his connection to this town, and sort of, I think it's more about this connection to this town in relation to the war, because once he went to war, everything changed. He came back and was always trying to come back, but it was just a magical place for him, and I think it comes through in his words. Special time, a special time in history before things, got turned over on their head. Oh.
How much of that Mike Wallace interview is in your documentary?
A good amount. We use sometimes just the audio. It's public domain. I would say, if you had to add it all up, maybe like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes of audio. I think that there's some things he says in that are, so poignant. I think sort of previous docs have sort of used that as the sort of linchpin of it, but this one, it's sort of more his personal stuff, his personal speaking into the dictaphone. But there's some really important points, like when we have our sequence on Emmett Till, he doesn't say it, and that's a big sequence where we use a lot of the audio from him. And we were able to actually, thanks to the estate, finally track down a copy of Noon on Doomsday, which is not in circulation, I believe, but we found a copy at the Paley Center, and we were able to prove that Rod's family owns the copyright on it, and they were able to give us that. So we are going to see Noon on Doomsday in there. Not, again, as he says in that Mike Wallace interview, it was an eviscerated version of it, but it's important nonetheless, and I think important that set forth so much in motion in his career. Yes? Not at the moment, but I will make sure the foundation, keeps everybody. I'll send updates. I think the next update will probably be in the winter time. Well, eventually. We're definitely in that point where, I was very excited they asked me to speak here today and talk about the production of this, but it would be more exciting to show you the film when it's ready and really have a deeper conversation on it, because I think people are going to get excited. It's my hope. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely more casual, I think, these days. I think that, in Hollywood, it used to be, you pitch an idea and they pay you in this and this. It's not like that anymore. I think it's contracted a lot, and it's, we have this idea. They didn't have any paperwork, I think, at the time. It was just, we've been talking to the estate. We've been talking to, I'm not really fully clear on their Twilight Zone project, but I think they've had that going for like 10 years and still haven't had it go. But I do think Ben Stiller, is attached to direct it, so maybe in the future that'll move well. But the process was, casual conversation. Oh, that sounds great. I like that. Oh, I don't know if we're doing anything with it yet. We have somebody else interested. Checking in on it. And then for the pitch, it was do a bunch of research, figure out your take. I make sort of a little sizzle reel and a pitch deck and just talk about it. And it really just comes down to doing a bunch of research and figuring out what that story is and then getting them excited. And, Appian doesn't finance anything, so once you get on board there, then it's a matter of finding the financing or finding a distribution partner. And for this, it was definitely better to make it independently with the state of just sort of everything in the industry to show them that, to basically prove the concept. I think anything sort of outside the box or anything inside the box as well at this point, you really got to, have all your ducks in a row, more so than you used to. Did that answer? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. It's funny. My business partner, who I mentioned, Blake Harris, is a producer on this, is actually writing Larry David's biography with him right now. So I see parallels in Larry's life, when I read these chapters and Rod's life, but it's very different. I'm Kramer. No, I don't know each other. Yes.
So when you were going through this hundreds of hours of recordings, what was your litmus test to say, this I have to include, or this I can exclude from?
I would say initially, some of the archives were very well organized, some of them weren't, so it was pretty hard. I think the first thing I wanted to do was find everything where he talks about his works. And I put the actual dictating of that works aside for now because that was really extensive, and I knew I'll use a little bit of that, but let's get the story down first. So first it was his works, and then it was the personal stuff, and then figuring out that A to Z story and mixing it with Archival, and I put it into one giant file, and then we just kind of started cutting it down, and then looking for new stuff to add in, and yeah, it was a busy Christmas. Yeah. Oh wait, sorry. We'll come to you next. Sorry, that hand kind of went to both of you accidentally. How would you define pitch deck? Just some visuals and sort of, it's basically just a written pitch with visuals and sort of talking about the access and, I think the most important thing was talking about, the visual style and the audio tapes and what we have access to so that they could take this 2-minute piece we made, which was, a much rougher version of this without is sort of what we started with, and then, working backwards from there so they can kind of, see it and then read about it. It's not super extensive. I think most of the pitch comes from the conversation. Yes.
How did you get information about his activity during World War II? Did you talk to any of his compatriots? Did you talk to any actors who played in the Twilight Zone?
So it's interesting. There's lots of old archival videos because a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of the people involved in Twilight Zone and some of these earlier shows have passed. He does not talk too much on the dictaphone about his wartime experience, and it was very, very traumatic, and I understand why. But we were able to find enough from speeches, from other people's point of view. There's a great audio interview of Rod's brother talking about sort of how they came back from the war and how they felt. There's only, in an hour, 40-minute movie, there's only so much you can sort of do to say directly about it, but the goal was to sort of have him say directly his feelings on the war and his experiences, and then show it later on and see the experience. For instance, you have to touching on it when you talk about sort of some of the war dramas he did later, and you see he's talking about, oh, this came exactly from one of my experiences. That's why I wrote that. The strike is a good example that he talks about. And then later on, we have a sort of a clip where he talks about how he doesn't, every time he gets on an airplane, he sort of gets scared because he's reminded of the war. We have to make sure this echoes throughout the whole film. So I feel like it's more of a feel than something more direct in terms of his war experiences. Yes? Yes. And he said something very specific about, and he did way more commercials than that. He did a Smokey the Bear commercial. He did a ton. And you know what? He basically said, yeah, I can talk against this stuff, but in the end, you got to provide for your family. I wish I had the exact wording here. It was very eloquent and very well said, but it was that exact beat of yeah, I do commercials. I got to make a buck, and maybe him making commercials, and this is just me, he doesn't say this, but me, maybe him making commercials gave him more time to focus on something he's more passionate about, and he didn't have to take a job he didn't want to take or something along those lines. But he was very vocal about why he did it, and the way he talked about it was, I thought was very respectable. It's hard to see. Yes, back there. You know, personally, I love that title, and I would use it today. I think the discussions are still open. I think when you talk about the different distributors, they have different needs. So that's the title I'm pushing. We'll see though. It's if it's Sony Pictures Classic and it's in theaters, it feels like the right title. I also have not run it by the family to see if they like that title because it is their name. So, but I think that I like that title. I think sometimes these docs are like not using this, but like Rod Serling, the man who did this, and some places just need more. If it's a streaming service, sometimes they just need more information for somebody to click. But I'll fight for this title if other people like it. I like it. Yeah, no, appreciate it. Any suggestions too? We'll probably, we won't have to finalize that for several months, but that conversation has started. It started with emails, and the first emails I didn't like some of the titles, so I'm like, oh, we'll revisit this later. Yes.
Documentaries have become so mainstream right now, especially with streaming services and the other documentary on any title. Do you think that this is the era, that that's part of the reason why this is now the time for it? Like, I think more people are like, oh, let's pitch a new doc, like, let's see what's on.
I think absolutely. I think, I don't love the majority of the streaming service docs right now, but I'll tell you, when Netflix started putting docs on and it could connect to other recommendations, it created a whole new market for people to find these things. Otherwise, you had to go to a small theater, you had to find the DVD, which might not be at the DVD store. I think it's a whole new world out there, and I think there's a lot more money behind them, which allows you to get more creative, and there's just all these other kinds of distribution models. I think it's a great time for docs. I'm hoping it stays a great time. But yeah, some of the stuff out there is not the best right now, so you gotta hope that. Yeah, no, I think we will. And again, that's why with any of these projects, and it's sort of been a model of mine to partner with somebody like a Leo. I partnered with Seth Rogen on a doc before. We have Danny McBride on another one. So having like sort of that infrastructure of a person with a huge following and deal that can tweet about it or whatever they need to do is become part of the thing now. Yeah, yes. He didn't really talk much about it, and it doesn't. I've talked to, I forget who. I'm blanking who told me about this. It was someone in the family, but it was. There's stuff there, but it didn't quite make the cut. It's interesting, but I think it was a job, if I had to guess. You could ask Anne or Jody, but I think it was more of a job. Yes. I think war changed him and changed a lot of people in that era. I think that was the defining characteristic. He says, and this is, I think, one of the most important lines in the film. He says, and I might be quoting wrong, but I had to get it out. I had to write to get it out, to put this down on paper, and that was referring to these war stories and some of the trauma, and that's a therapy for a lot of people, and that sort of set him on his way. Is that it? That's it. Okay, one more. Yes.
Yesterday was a great day on the commentary that Rod made on social media manipulation. I learned a lot, especially today. I think we might be leaning a little more towards that in the documentary. Rod's development and expression and leaning towards teaching us about what to watch out.
100%. I mean, we try not to do it too directly, but I think very much this documentary is hopefully his vision for how we should approach the world, or his vision for what we should look to then decide our own way to approach the world. And people have talked a lot about, you mentioned social media. You talk about Monsters Due on Maple Street, which a lot of people have mentioned. And I think of social media as that right now. For those of you who haven't seen it, it is sort of these aliens are, coming from outer space, and what they do is they, mess with the machines and try to get these guys to turn on, all the people to turn on each other, and then this whole town basically eats itself, and at the end, the aliens are like, every town, we do it the same. We turn them against themselves, and I don't know, that feels like social media is doing that in today's society. I know that was like a side answer to your question, but it's something I've been thinking about a lot. What's the next step in the world? Well, the aliens come. Haven't you heard about 3-Eye Atlas? Yeah, well, I mean, so Leo specifically is a huge, huge fan. I mean, he does not need to do projects like this. He does not need to remake the Twilight Zone. He is a huge, huge fan of Rod and his work, and that's why I think they started those conversations. But it's important. You need people like that, especially as the world is changing, and the younger generations, need to understand these great thinkers of other times, and I think they believe that as well. All right, I guess we're all good. Everyone can. Oh, one more. Okay. If I'm around later, feel free to ask me anything you need as well. If I didn't answer anything, but yes, go ahead. I think 5 hours is too much. I love Billy Joel, and I still haven't finished it. I feel compelled. I think to get the doc to the most amount of people, you want to be under an hour 50, unless it's a multi-part series. And there's, I don't think we'd have enough audio for 5 hour to be fully compelling. Then we'd be just talking to his car mechanic the whole time. But, but I think it really depends on the project. I think this felt right. This feels right at about 95 to 100 minutes. We'll see where we land in there. Other projects I think feel right for different periods of time, because we could go into so much more depth into live TV and that element and that stuff, or we can go into so much more in Night Gallery, but I feel like you have to find the right balance where it keeps the story going and doesn't feel repetitive. I think you might not hit every episode, but you hit the feeling of the whole series of that show and understand why he wrote it and where it went and how it went, because you've kept it condensed. Yeah. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
I'm officially excited. Absolutely. I wanted to make one announcement. We haven't mentioned much about tomorrow. If you're still going to be with us tomorrow, we're going to be in Recreation Park tomorrow morning. We're going to be doing some more casual kind of events in Rec Park tomorrow. And at the end of our event at noon tomorrow, we're going to have a band playing in the bandstand at Rec Park. The band is called Mr. Denton on Doomsday. And they just arrived, actually, so they got a little merch table in our vendor's room, so go at least say hello to them and see what they're all about. So now we're going to take a 10 or 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with the one, the only Anne Serling with our next presentation. Thanks, everybody.
that's fine. I just wanted to get it up, and I wanted to take a little bit more. Oh, they will. You told me we were taking a break. So. People are keen.
Do you remember when we were in, was it Vegas, where the only people in the audience were you guys? Was it Vegas?
That was the horror con.
Yeah, boy, was it ever a horror. Everybody has that story, though.
We had fun.
Yeah, we did.
We had fun. We were all hung out in Vegas together.
So, is he going to check?
Let's go to hello, sir. How do we do it? You know Dan? Okay. And who? Whatchamacallit? Oh, well, she's. Oh, this is right here.
Bring them back down. Okay. Getting ready for presentation. You got it? Okay, cool. Thanks. That mic there? Okay. The one that's in the stand. Right, but she's just going to sit there? Okay, so leave the stand.
She wants to be on other stuff. I asked the lady over there with the camera just to let him know.
I think it might actually be live.
So do you need the tutorial? Or
No, I got it up.
And just hit enter. And
Yeah, I was gonna say I can do this for the PowerPoint, and there's a little screen that comes up where you go in the video, where I just do the mouse click.
yeah, so you would. If it doesn't go right away, you can just click on the arrow. Yeah.
I think the first video. I'll tell you what, if you want to do this, just to make sure. The first video is like slide 10.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is a video.
No, that's just a blank one. Sorry.
Oh,
Keep going.
okay.
Keep going. Yeah. No, that's okay. I think I got it. I think I figured it. I was able to get Jonah's presentation closed, and then the first one.
So yeah. Well, now let me see if I can get back to juice. Hey, come on. Oh, look at that. See, I didn't even know you could do that, actually. See, you already know more than I do. Let me take this thing.
Arrows are much easier.
So you want to introduce?
Sure. Standard introduction. Are we through? About 5 minutes. Let's make sure this mic is hot.
Huh?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. What's up?
Hope you don't mind if I bring that a little
Oh,
closer.
sure. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. I think everybody left. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm a football coach at heart, and I hate quiet rooms, so let's give a loud round of applause for Anne Serling. Let's go! Thank you, and I want to thank all of you too for caring about my dad and for asking such wonderful questions. I also want to thank all the people on the Rod Serling Memorial Foundation. What a wonderful, hardworking, terrific group of people, and that includes my cousin Jeff Serling.
No one would be more surprised than my father that he is still remembered, and to that, I wish that I could invoke a Twilight Zone moment and bring him out for you rather than me. I know and fully understand you're wishing that too. I get it. As I was thinking about what I wanted to say today, I have to mention that it is sobering, staggering, to think that 9 months ago, on December 25th, my dad would have turned 100 years old, and that he has been gone 50 years, 30 years longer than I knew him. Yet in all that time, I don't think there's been a single day that my father hasn't floated across my mind. I am so lucky to have had this wonderful man as my dad, and I don't forget that ever. But with love, or perhaps because of it, I can't talk about him without also talking about grief, profound grief. In short, I was blinded with sadness when he died. He was only 50, and I had barely turned 20. We all inevitably navigate loss. Something the writer Anne Lamott said sums that up pretty perfectly. You will lose someone you can't live without, and your heart will be badly broken. And the bad news is that you never completely get over the loss. But this is also the good news. They live forever in your broken heart that doesn't seal back up, and you come through. My dad's good friend, Dick Berg, in his eulogy for my father said, "Where Rod's peers may have anguished over the creative process, Rod woke up each day saying, 'Let me tell you a story.' This was his badge, his thrust, his passkey into our lives. He was eternally the new boy on the block trying to join our games, and he penetrated the circle by regaling us with those many fragments of his Jewish imagination. Intellectual stories, fantastic stories, hilarious stories, stories of social content, even one-liners about man's lunacy. However, they were always seen through his prism, becoming never less than his stories. And because he came to us with love, seeking our love, we invariably let him tell us a story, and how much richer we are for it. Writing was what my father believed in, what he was passionate about, what he thought had a chance to save society. In 1968, when the country was in the midst of the divisiveness and turmoil of the civil rights and anti-war movements that were tearing it apart, my dad ended a speech at the Library of Congress in Washington by saying, and Mark Olshaker referenced this, "So long as men write what they want, then all of the other freedoms, all of them, will remain intact. And it is then that writing becomes an act of conscience, a weapon of truth, an article of faith." My father said that radio, television, and film ought to be vehicles of social criticism, and that writers should menace the public's conscience. In the early days, he had to constantly battle sponsor and network censorship, those who didn't want to be associated with anything that might be perceived as offensive. He felt that the greatest evil of our time was prejudice. When I was writing my memoir, I was told by an old Antioch buddy of his, "Your father's convictions and anger were focused on anyone who didn't get a haircut from Mr. Pemberton the only barber in town who would cut the hair of African Americans. My father tried to address prejudice in much of his work, but his plots were often changed and watered down by executives and sponsors. Even a character's race and religion were altered, so not to offend a certain demographic. He often spoke out against these restrictions and said, "I think that it's criminal that we are not permitted to make dramatic note of social evils that exist, of controversial themes as they are inherent in our society." He was always concerned about the well-being of mankind, and his most common source of subject matter was the human condition. As he said, "I was interested in conveying what is a deeply felt conviction of my own. This is simply to suggest that human beings must involve themselves in the anguish of other human beings. This is not a political thesis at all. It is merely an expression of what I would hope might be ultimately a simple humanity for humanity's sake." And from a commencement address at the University of Southern California in 1970, my father said, "It's simply a national acknowledgement that in any kind of priority, the needs of humans must come first. Poverty is here and now. Hunger is here and now. Racial tension is here and now. Pollution is here and now. These are the things that scream for a response. And if we don't listen to that scream, and if we don't respond to it, we may well wind up sitting amidst our own rubble, looking for the truck that hit us or the bomb that pulverized us. Get the license number of whatever it was that destroyed the dream, and I think we will find that the vehicle was registered in our own name." I believe it was my father's profound concern for humanity and his ability to articulate it that enabled much of his writing, and certainly the Twilight Zone, to survive as long as it has. I'm often asked, "So what was your dad really like? Who was he when he wasn't engaged in battle and causes? Who was he beyond his work?" I'll begin at the beginning, a brief background. Born on Christmas Day into a Reformed Jewish family, and though they did celebrate Christmas, my father was fiercely proud of his Jewish heritage and adopted many of the traditions, like lighting Yorkside candles every year on the anniversary of his parents' death. He described his childhood as idyllic, and the theme of returning to the past would reappear in much of his writing. Walking Distance certainly was the most autobiographical. He was the class clown, and he loved to talk. A World War II veteran, he was like many, broken and traumatized by the war. This is a photo with my dad, with his dad. He was like, I vividly recall him having nightmares, and in the morning telling me that he dreamt that the enemy was coming at him. Beyond being a writer, a speaker, and when he wasn't engaged in battles and causes, he was a husband and a dad. And both he and my mother shielded my sister and me from the craziness of Hollywood. He was brilliantly funny and silly. That's my lampshade on his head. He did have a quick temper, but was instantly remorseful. He'd yell and then immediately reappear, saying in a calm voice, "Have you seen my twin brother anywhere?" He was honest and always interested in my writing. He told me truthfully about my poetry, which admittedly was frequently really, really bad. If he liked it, he would talk about it for days. If he didn't, he would declare it interesting. He loved the Flintstones. He did the best gorilla impersonation you could imagine, as is evidenced in almost every home movie. He was passionate about civil rights. He was a teacher, and I've heard from some of those students who say they became writers because of him. I've also heard from other people who had tumultuous childhoods, and they tell me they thought of my father as their father. He was a lover of animals and a killer paddle tennis player. I can't tell you the amount of swearing that went back and forth on that court every Saturday morning. When my dad had his first heart attack, one of the guys sent him a card talking about one of the other players. The card read, "Dick said you were dead, but he always calls him wrong." My dad had a great singing voice and would belt out Sinatra and Tony Bennett throughout the house. This is from a clip that someone actually found at a garage sale, and in my defense, I was only about...
Now here he is, Mr. Rod Serling.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. That's my fault. In my defense, I was only about 13, and my dad had rented this projector, and I was a little too excited and into it.
I can hold my own microphone.
I'll hold it. I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Nan.
Don't call me Nan, we're not that.
I didn't sleep a wink last night because we had that funny fight. I had to call you up this morning.
You could always tell when he was writing in his head because he would sometimes pause and just stare at you. He loved to sit in the sun, and he even accused my sister and me of stealing his sun reflector. He actually wrote his name on his favorite one, big letters, Rod, with an exclamation mark. Maybe that question, though, who was he beyond all of that, can best be answered with a simple statement of fact. My father left countless friends that summer day in 1975, when the sky was too bright and the sun scalding. He could not have known the sheer devastation so many would feel when they heard the news of his passing. Something was extinguished in us all that June day. Something quite inimitable and irreplaceable vanished. As I attempted to navigate this crushing loss, I eventually found the same catharsis that worked for my father, writing. I wrote and wrote and wrote. It was a journey of reflection on my childhood memories and learning about my father's work and contributions. Distressed by false claims of unauthorized biographies and a fabricated E-channel documentary, I needed to set the record straight. And so my memoir, As I Knew Him, was born. I wanted the public, those who have done so much to keep his legacy alive, to know the father behind the man. Along the way, I discovered the man behind the father. When Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, eulogized my dad, he said this: "No one could know Serling or view or read his work without recognizing his deep affection for humanity, his sympathetically enthusiastic curiosity about us, and his determination to enlarge our horizons by giving us a better understanding of ourselves." I was recently asked in an interview, when you think about your dad today, what do you think? and I froze, overcome. When I finally collected myself, I thought about the writer Roger Rosenblatt, who wrote an essay for his daughter when she graduated. He wrote the typical things. He wished her the love of travel and that her tenderness toward animals would continue. He wished that she would love work for its own sake and that she would seek the company of books. There were many other things, but it was this that struck me. He wished her moments of helpless hilarity. And when I get past the profound sadness of missing my dad, it is exactly those moments of helpless hilarity that I miss the most. And I guess one of my favorite memories is when my dad and I would get in an elevator, and he would do this to me each and every time. He would tell me a joke, or when I got older, an off-colored limerick, just as we stepped inside that crowded elevator, and I would start to giggle, but then so would he. There once was a laddie from Boston, I'm not gonna do it. Even as a teenager, I thought my dad was hilarious, and so I was a good audience for him. My mother used to say, "Stop laughing, you're only encouraging him." While researching my book, I read interviews and listened to speeches my father had given that I never knew about. I heard from his childhood friends, his war buddies, college friends, former neighbors from Connecticut to California, and many, many people who loved his work. From interviews I read, I learned that he said of his very first sale, "It's an incredible event." Whoops. Okay. "It's an incredible event. The most important thing about the first sale is that for the very first time in your life, something written has value and proven value because somebody has given you money for the words that you've written, and that's terribly important. It's a tremendous boon to your ego, to your sense of self-reliance, to your feeling about your own talent." He went on to say, "I remember the first sale I made was $150 for a radio script, and as poor as I was, I didn't cash that check for months. I just kept showing it to people." In another interview, my dad was asked, "In the past, when you were starting a writing career, how did you deal with rejection? Has it gotten any easier?" And my dad replied, "It's gotten easier because now it's only a blow to the ego. In the old days, you were rejected, and not only was a piece of your flesh cut to pieces, but your pocketbook was destroyed." He was also asked what encouragement he would offer for writers who accumulate a lot of rejection slips. And my dad, who had 40 of his own before he made his first sale, and in fact was told by someone, "You ought to change professions because you're never going to be a writer." He said only that somehow, some way, incredibly enough, good writing ultimately gets recognized. I don't know how that happens, but it does. If you're really a good writer and you deserve that honored position, then by God you'll write, and you'll be read, and you'll be produced somehow. If you have a spark in you, a cut above the average, I think ultimately you make it. I learned that in his final interview, when asked what he wanted people to say about him 100 years from then, he'd responded, "I don't care that they're not able to quote a single line that I've written, but just that they can say, 'Oh, he was a writer.' That's sufficiently an honored position for me." But my dad did not believe that his work would be remembered. He'd gone on to say, "I pretty much spewed out everything I had to say, none of which was monumental, nothing that would stand the test of time. Good writing, like wine, has to age well, and my stuff is momentarily adequate. Fast forward 5 decades since his death and 66 years after Twilight Zone first aired. In 2013, the Writers Guild of America voted The Twilight Zone as one of the 3 best television shows ever written. And no one would be as surprised as my father would have been. He himself said in that interview in 1975, "I'd like to write something that my peers, my colleagues, my fellow writers would find a source of respect. I think I'd rather win, for example, a Writers Guild Award more than anything else on earth." My dad would have been so honored by this recognition after all this time. I believe one of his greatest accolades would be a program called The Fifth Dimension. Each year, the entire 5th grade here in Binghamton's school district used the Twilight Zone episodes as teaching tools to enlighten students about prejudice, intolerance, scapegoating, isolation, etc. They write my dad letters. Some are addressed, "Dear Mr. Serling." Others, "Dear Rod." They thank him, telling him, "We learned that you made your shows to make people better." Or another, "You are a great person and a wonderful role model for me." Others want to know if he ever wanted to go to Mars. Here's a clip about the program made by Brian Fry, who is here.
Marcusson! Marcusson, you were right! You were right. People are alike. People are alike everywhere.
Species of animal brought back alive.
The Fifth Dimension was really conceptualized about 5 years ago through the Challenge Enrichment program in the Binghamton City Schools. And really what we were looking at initially was a theme called Ideas That Matter. And that is sort of where we started, and we just began by dabbling around a bit with some of Serling's episodes. And the more the enrichment team learned about his life and his legacy and his place in Binghamton, I think the more excited we became about seeing that we could really develop a whole unit of study around his life and his work.
No change. No change at all. Afraid of it. Turn on the light. Needle, please.
That's a classic episode. I mean, I think just the element of irony, it is one that is most surprising to fifth graders because it just turns that whole concept, everything that they've ever learned about what their eye views as beautiful, upside down. And we use it because to flex their thinking, to really realize that sometimes what they've been taught to see as beautiful is really subjective and only a matter of opinion. And we also use that episode because it has a really strong connection to how human beings treat each other based on appearance. And that is something that in the world of a fifth grader really comes into play. I mean, we talk about the difference between prejudice and discrimination. You know that prejudice is the thought, the unkind, unfair thought about another person, untrue also, about another person or group of people without having any basis in fact. And discrimination is really the act. And how lots of times, more often than not, the thought leads to the act. And the thought and the act are connected.
Then I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique.
By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. And we'll go from one to the other and let them destroy themselves. One to the other. One to the other. One to the other.
The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout. There are weapons that are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudices can kill, and suspicion can destroy. And a thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout all of its own, for the children and the children yet unborn. And the pity of it is that these things cannot be confined to the Twilight Zone.
After showing the episode Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, one of our enrichment specialists said to the class, "Will the real monster please stand up?" And the class stood up.
I knew early on that within my father there was a kind of desperateness, an urge to go back, a need to touch home plate, to have things the way they were. This nostalgic yearning is most evident in his classic stories, Walking Distance, A Stop at Willoughby, and They're Tearing Down Tim Riley's Bar. To that end, I would like to share a piece of my dad's life by reading an excerpt from my memoir. Every year when we came east, my dad would drive back to his hometown in Binghamton, a small, once bucolic city in upstate New York, where down a tree-lined street there stands a white two-story house with dark shutters. It isn't difficult to find. Head down Front Street, straight onto Riverside Drive, right on Beethoven Street, then 2 blocks and you're there. This is a pilgrimage my father takes every summer until his death. It is 1965. He is 40 years old. In 10 years, he will be gone. He starts the car and waits as we call goodbye. He's going back, he says, just for a few hours, and leaning out the car window waves. His paratrooper bracelet glints in the sun. I listen as the car's tires crunch through the gravel road of the cottage. I watch him go. I imagine him driving slowly down Bennett Avenue, his old street, and passing by his house, now slightly in need of painting, a little worse for wear. I wonder if, stopping briefly, he pictures his mother still there, opening the front door, seeing him suddenly, a vision she cannot quite be certain of, holding up her hand to block the afternoon sun. Or maybe it's his father he sees out in the driveway washing the old Ford, suddenly dropping the hose which snakes through the air, spraying memories my dad can almost touch as he imagines both his parents running toward him in a kind of dreamlike slow-motion reverie that only this level of recall can recreate. Or perhaps, driving a little further, he sees the ghosts of his boyhood friends running barefoot along the side of the car, or calling out from him from their porches, waving to him, "Come on, Roddy, come on," until the sounds of the present bring him back, and the passage of years and everything he has imagined are gone again. One day I will see the Twilight Zone episode Walking Distance inspired by these trips. The idea, he will say, came from walking through the streets of my hometown and then taking a long evening stroll to a place called Recreation Park, 3 blocks from my old house, and seeing the merry-go-round and remembering that wondrous, bittersweet time of growing up. In the closing narration of that episode, he says, Martin Sloan, age 36, vice president in charge of media, successful in most things, but not in the one effort that all men try at some time in their lives, trying to go home again. And also, like all men, perhaps there'll be an occasion, maybe a summer night sometime, when I look up from what he's doing and listen to the distant music of a calliope and hear the voices and the laughter of the people and the places of his past. And perhaps across his mind there'll flit a little errant wish that a man might not have to become old, never outgrow the parks and the merry-go-rounds of his youth. And he'll smile then too, because he'll know it is just an errant wish, some wisp of memory, not too important really, some laughing ghosts that cross a man's mind that are part of the Twilight Zone. Before reading my last excerpt, I would like to give you a personal glimpse of our family life by showing you my book trailer, which Brian Fry also helped me with. The man I knew, my dad, was not the one the public saw. Not this black and white image walking slowly across an MGM soundstage, cigarette in hand, speaking in a tight, clipped voice, introducing that week's episode. Not the angry young man of the golden age of television. In Twilight Zone reruns, I search for my father in the man on the screen, but I can't always find him there. Instead, he appears in unexpected ways, memories summoned by a certain light, a color, a smell. And I see him again on the porch of our old red lakeside cottage, where I danced on the steps as a child. He will emerge, come back to life, just like the old snapshot in the album, just like the day the shutter clicked and the picture froze. I see us in our summer shorts, barefoot, all lined up in rows, my sister, our friends, our tiny sunburned shoulders touching. I think of his Twilight Zone episode, A Stop at Willoughby, a simple, serene time imagined through a train window, a day just like this. On a summer afternoon, the wind blows hot, humid air, and for just a fraction of a moment, my father, all of us, are there. I never watched many of the Twilight Zones while my dad was alive, and I didn't until several years after he died, surprised by the number I hadn't seen. I'm sure I was finally beginning to watch more to see him than the actual show. I randomly selected an episode titled In Praise of Pip. It is another of my dad's stories on the theme of returning to the past, but this one has an achingly sad twist, poignantly acted by Jack Klugman. Klugman plays Max Phillips, a small-time bookie who knows he has been deficient as both a father and a man. From the opening narration, submitted for your approval, one Max Phillips, a slightly the worse for wear maker of book, whose life has been as drab and undistinguished as a bundle of dirty clothes, And though it is very late in his day, he has an errant wish that the rest of his life might be sent out to the laundry to come back shiny and clean, this to be a gift of love to a son named Pip. The episode was filmed at the Pacific Ocean Park, the same amusement park on the Santa Monica Pier that my dad took my sister and me to. What is so striking, so personal, and so moving for me about this particular story is some of the dialogue. In the episode, Jack Klugman says to his son, "Who's your best buddy, Pip?" "You are, Pop," just like the words of my dad and my routine. I watched this episode on a rented projector in a darkened room of our lake cottage one hot July afternoon and remained there a long while after the film ended. Through the screen door, I heard the boats on the lake below. An occasional shout rose as a water skier fell, and in response, a motor quickly shut down. I heard the gulls' cries in the ensuing silence, and then someone shouting, "Okay, ready," and a boat speeding away, transforming the water, reviving the waves slapping thunderously at the shoreline. I was cognizant of all the summer sounds in those moments and of this life that moved forward despite my absent father. I was still haunted by the void, by the reality of that empty space. And yet, those past 30 minutes spent watching the Twilight Zone brought a reconnection with him in a most unexpected way. In the episode's closing narration, I watched my dad saying, "The ties of flesh are deep and strong. The capacity to love is a vital, rich, and all-consuming function of the human animal, and you can find nobility and sacrifice and love wherever you might seek it out, down the block, in the heart, or in the Twilight Zone." I found it in a darkened room on a summer afternoon, something invisible, inaudible, and until then, quite mistakenly, presumed gone. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open things up for questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I can't see anything. Entirely different. Unless he was talking about something he was really passionate about, like racism and things that he was really passionate about.
Did your dad ever sing?
I'm sorry?
Did your dad ever sing?
Yes, there was a clip of my dad singing. He had a really fabulous singing voice. He liked Sinatra and Tony Bennett and... I can't see if... And he did not, well, no, that was my guitar that he was just pretending to play. And I used to play The House of the Rising Sun a little too often, and I think it started to annoy him. Well, Jeff is gone. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Do you want to answer that about your dad?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, in terms of influence, I think there was not a lot of competition between the two. It was a very supportive relationship. I think they both enjoyed reading each other's writings. In terms of that, I think Dad was really proud that Rod became a writer and, enjoyed, collaborating and reading his work and getting kind of a look at things before they came out, and they bounced ideas off each other and they were able to work together on a couple projects. So I think both, and speaking for Carol as well, I think that they, the support was always there in terms of the family, in terms of how Rod wrote, and everyone was just proud of him.
My dad was 7 years older than Bob, and he used to tease Bob. And there's one story about my uncle came back from college, and my dad called him from the downstairs phone, pretending he was Rabbi Friedlander. And he said, "Bob, why haven't you called me?" And I've been waiting. And Bob stuttered and stuttered. Well, I've been meaning to, and he was completely had no idea who he was talking to. And my mother was an early editor of a lot of my dad's early work, too. Well, not a lot, but I do vividly remember Betty White coming to the house, and she was as lovely as you can imagine and know. She adored our dogs, and she would spend a lot of time with their faces. You're so beautiful, and of course he knew Carol Burnett, and I had begged my dad to go see Carol Burnett's show being taped, and she knew he was in the audience, and she's lovely. She's just lovely, and she provided me a quote from my book, and we've spoken a couple of times, but just wonderful, wonderful person. And also, and I probably shouldn't tell this story, but the mother in Leave It to Beaver, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, okay. She came, and I really didn't like her. She kept asking me to get her napkins and get her this and that, and I was a kid. She's probably a lovely person. Oh, and I also met Sherry Lewis, which was a thrill. And she brought lamb chop to dinner, and Mark Olshaker, when I was writing that chapter, made sure that I didn't make it sound like we ate lamb chop. He watched a lot of old war movies. He watched Mannix and the Flintstones.
Also, was your dad optimistic, and did he have any demons?
I'm sorry, can you?
Was your dad optimistic, and did he have any demons?
Certainly demons from the war. And, not unique to that, but that was actually one of the most difficult parts of writing my book, was to read the letters that he was writing home from training camp to his parents, and he was writing things like, could you send me candy? Could you send me gum? Could you send me a new wallet? Could you send me underwear because I don't like the GI kind? And he sounded like a kid at summer camp, and my son was 18 when I was writing those chapters, the same age as my dad when he enlisted in the war, and when my dad enlisted in the war. It just really punctuated how young these kids are that we send off to to these horrors. As I said, I remembered him having nightmares, and when in the morning I would ask him what happened, and he said he was dreaming about the enemy coming at him, which is a lot of why my dad turned to writing, as Jonah was talking about. He was originally going to major in phys ed when he went to Antioch because he liked working with kids. He had worked at a camp with kids who had rheumatic fever, but he changed his major to language and literature because, as he said, I had to get it out of my gut. I had to get it off my chest. And so
Also, was he optimistic about the future, and how did your mom and dad meet? Was it love at first sight?
I didn't hear the second part, but I heard the first part.
How did your dad meet your mom, and was it love at first sight, and was he optimistic about it?
They met at Antioch College, actually, and my mother, he was, I think, the pretending to be a monkey was happening a lot on campus, too. So I think she thought he was a bit of an idiot, but yeah, they got married very young. My mother was only 19, and my dad was 23. Did he feel optimistic? I think my dad was, despite everything, a very optimistic person. He was very much looking forward to, and this is the polar opposite of what you might read in other biographies, but he was very much looking forward to the rest of his life. He wanted to write a Broadway play, a novel he'd been working on, having grandchildren.
Could you share a little bit about your mom's personality and how they got along so well through their marriage?
They were very different. You know, my dad was very outgoing. He actually described himself in his college application as a rabid extrovert. And my mother was much more subdued, and so it was a very different personality, both intelligent people. I can say that, right? Thank you. Well, I've often said this. I'm grateful sometimes that my dad isn't here to witness the world today. I think he would be deeply saddened and then apoplectic. But at the end of the day, I think he would have felt that we can pull through this. But we need not be suppressed. We need to write out what's happening and not be afraid to speak our minds, and must speak our minds.
Were your dad's visits to Binghamton always solo, or did your mom, you, and your sister ever accompany?
They were mostly solo, and I think in part latterly because he was sneaking cigarettes. He knew he wasn't supposed to be smoking. But I think also there was, you know, that nostalgia that he was sort of going back in time, and but there were times that we did go, but I think mostly they were solo. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Thank you.
So my question is this. My name is Brian. I'm from a band called Mr. Dead on Doomsday. We are playing tomorrow at Recreation Park. We are Rockland.
Oh, great.
Rod Serling hated rock music. Is that true?
Yeah, it kind of is. Okay. Thank you.
Because of your last name, I'm sure when you meet people, your father comes up all the time, so I'm interested in
Well, you know, actually, when I went to college, I remember overhearing somebody say, "That's Rod Serling's daughter," and some kind of a nasty comment, like, "Is she over there sharpening her teeth," or something like that. I don't know. Well, I still write. I've been working on a novel about 200 years, but yeah, people are just, you know, incredibly respectful and always tell me how much they love my dad and what his presence meant to them. And so many say that they watched TV with their parents, or as I said, the number of people who have said they had tumultuous childhoods and thought of my dad as their dad is pretty stunning. I don't know if that answered your question, but.
You know, we all love our hometown of Binghamton, New York, and just growing up here, there was a lot of diversity, and we, you know, for the most part, all got along. You know, my protest sign is, you know, us, the people, get along. I mean, people from around the world come and study here, and there's a lot of diversity today. We all get along. Why can't our governments get along? But my question is, his birthday was on Christmas, and I think you said you celebrated Christmas, and you know, what role did his religion and faith have, you think, on his life?
Well, he was very proud, actually, of his Jewish heritage, and as I said, he always lit Yorkshire candles for his parents, as I do for him. And there was a story. Well, first, before I forget, his first dose of anti-Semitism actually came from his own people when he was blackballed from a Jewish fraternity for dating non-Jewish girls. And there was a story he used to tell about when the more religious relatives would come over, they would hide the Christmas tree under the bed. So.
Your voice, your book is distinct and soulful, and it's clear that your father's voice was distinct. Was there a heritage of storytelling in your family? What do you think it was that, you know, because a lot of people wrote about those experiences, but your father and you, well, you have distinction of having a unique way of presenting stories. And I'm just wondering if that was something that had always been with him, or if it came from his parents, or, you know, that.
Well, thank you. I don't know the answer to that, and in terms of stories, what I remember, the stories my dad making up and telling my sister and me were stories about this little girl named Naughty Molly, who was always getting in trouble. But I know that in my dad's family, his father was a big reader, my father was a big reader, Bob was a big reader, my uncle. That's a terrible answer to your wonderful question, but thank you. I've read that in articles, and I'm certain that he didn't. Although my mother was Unitarian, and my dad strongly believed in a lot of the Unitarian beliefs and making up your own decisions about life, but never actually converted, as far as I know. Well, I don't really, because, well, I guess my mother wasn't Jewish, so does that make me not Jewish? I don't know. I guess I'm a quarter Jewish. But I do, as I said, light the Yorkshire candles. I think it's a beautiful tradition.
Let's make this the last question right here.
I don't, but boy, would he thank you for that question, too. He was a very eloquent speaker and writer, and I think essentially because it all came from the heart, and I think his father was like that, too. Thank you. Thank you.
Anne Serling, everybody. Thank you. The Rod Serling Memorial Foundation Archivist and Vice President, Tony Albarella, is going to take us on a deep dive in the archive that I'm very looking forward to seeing, because he's going to be showing some stuff and playing some stuff that I have not even heard or seen. So give it up for Tony Albarella.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you, Nick. And thanks, everybody, for coming and hanging in there with us. In keeping with this year's theme, I really wanted to try and dig into the archive a little bit deeper and pull out some things that you really have not seen before or heard before. The first half hour here is going to be audio that's preserved at the Ithaca College archive at Ithaca College, and it's never been publicly or commercially released before, so it's being presented here for the very first time. Just make sure I know how to work this. To make that possible, I have a few people I have to thank. Bridget Bauer, the former IC archivist, who initially had these recordings transcribed or transferred for preservation. To Kathy Michael, who's the current archivist, for allowing me access to them. And special thanks to my good friend Jody Serling for granting me the permission to share them with you today. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my entire board. Really did a fantastic job this weekend, as they always do, because this weekend always flies by, but as I'm sure you can imagine, it's months and months of prep and work and hundreds of hours of volunteer work, and they all do a yeoman's job on that. I also want to thank my wife, Cindy, because she's volunteered at SerlingFest for, thank you. She's volunteered at SerlingFest and for whatever other events I've done for 30 years, and she knew what she was getting in for when she married me, but she's weathered my preoccupation with Rod's work really remarkably well. So Rod served in World War II from 1944 to 1946 as a combat paratrooper. After the war, he used the GI Bill to enroll in Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio, and that was the fall of 1946. While in college, he met Carolyn Kramer, his future wife, and discovered an interest in creative writing and broadcasting. Now, this was during the mid to late 40s, which was the heyday of radio, when radio was still king, and Rod was harboring ambitions to become a radio writer. He became the manager of the Antioch Broadcasting System's radio workshop, as sort of a jack of all trades. He would act as announcer, writer, of course. He would produce and direct shows, and sometimes he'd do all of those things at once. Rod also did voice acting, performing in his own plays and in some of the ones from his colleagues. These plays were broadcast to the area by affiliates, such as WJEL in Springfield and WMRN in Marion, Ohio. Following graduation in 1950, Rod and Carol moved to Cincinnati, where Rod landed a job writing copy at radio station WLW. That's the very job, incidentally, that writer Earl Hamner abandoned or moved on from and moved on to, and then gave it up to Rod, really gave up his position to Rod. And Earl, of course, went on to become very famous for the Waltons and also for writing 8 episodes of the Twilight Zone. So Rod continued to wear multiple hats while he was at WLW, and after working days at the station, he would go home and freelance write radio and television plays to break in. We're going to start here with a few short clips of Rod acting as a radio newscaster in those early days. His delivery, his cadence, and his pacing is really familiar to us now, but I guess as you'll hear, his vocal gifts had developed fairly early back then, while Rod was still in college and while he was in his early 30s.
10 o'clock in time for the late worldwide news. This is your reporter, Rod Serling. The Strike Strategy Committee of the 3 AFL telegraph unions will meet today in Washington. The unions have threatened to strike against the Western Union Telegraph Company during the Christmas season. And officials of the 3 telegraph unions predict that negotiations with government and company officials will fail unless Western Union meets union demands. The unions want a 15-cent hourly wage increase. The Red Cross says it spent some $10 million to help victims in 287 disasters during the first 11 months of 1947. The Red Cross gave aid to some 605,000 persons involved in the disasters.
April 13th, 1949. The Russian pressure against Iran is rising again, and its exact cause is puzzling Washington. The Russian announcer said, and I quote, "All Azerbaijanis, Kurds, and Iranians, no matter how old, young, or feeble, must fight against the American imperialists who have decided to ruin our country for their own interests. Russian communists do believe that all races are equal, equally unimportant, and equally to be considered as raw material for the humanity-devouring communist system." June the 4th, 1949. And this is Rod Serling with the latest news from the wires of the United Press, the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news. Western Berlin is celebrating the approaching end of the Soviet blockade. The blockade passes out of existence at 1 minute after midnight tonight. And that's the top of the news till now. Your reporter, Rod Serling. 1490 on your dial. Your friendly neighbor, WMRN, Marion. Here's the latest sports news as compiled from the wires of the United Press and the WMRN newsroom. The man with the big swing slamming Sammy Snead put on a stretch run today like the great horse Ponder. It ended with Snead winning the $10,000 Texas Open golf tourney at San Antonio. Snead finished with a 72-hole score of 265. He might have done even better, but 3-putted the last hole. Snead finished his round in driving rain and hailstorm, and his putting wasn't great, but his woods and irons made him the rest easy. Jim Cullen had 2 chances to kick the extra point because of a penalty, but he missed both tries, and that was the game. The end of the 1949 football season. The final score of that final game again, LeBaron All-Stars 7, Tulare All-Stars 6. And that's been the top of the sports news from the wires of the United Press and the WMRN newsroom. The reporter, Rod Serling.
Next up here are several excerpts from Rod's radio college play days. I've tried to choose clips here, especially the final one called The Air is Free, where we get to hear Rod's range as a vocal actor, a dramatic voice actor. You got to remember that in this day, in the medium of radio, melodramatic vocal delivery was kind of the norm and was required for the medium. I think Rod was actually pretty good at it, and now you can judge for yourself. And I just wanted to make a note that because we're a modern multimedia audience and we're not conditioned to audio-only drama anymore, and because we have this nice big screen here, I kind of edited together some video and appropriate photos from the day. But just bear in mind that they're just to give us background, just to provide some visual interest. They don't have any bearing on the story itself. If you prefer a true 1940s radio experience, I guess I could recommend that you imagine yourself sitting in front of the big mahogany radio console in a living room somewhere, breathing in the smell of the wood polish, and your face lit by the vacuum tubes as you listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ABS Radio Workshop, representing the Antioch Broadcasting System of Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio, present in conjunction with the production department of radio station WJEM in Springfield, the first in a series of radio plays. Tonight's drama, an original script by Rod Serling, with a cast made up of students of Antioch College. You've been listening to the first in a series of radio plays presented by the Antioch Broadcasting System's Radio Workshop, in conjunction with the production department of radio station WJEM-FM. Heard in tonight's cast were Cy Warby as Pete, Fred Berman as Mr. James, Bud Maxwell as Wally, Dr. Wilson was played by Charles Mann, the nurse by Seal Benchek, the waitress by Verna Watzkov. Dan Hotaling played the part of Detective Riley. Yesterday I Died was written and directed by Rod Serling. Production was handled by Lee Jason. Music heard on tonight's program was recorded and transcribed. Production department of station WJEM present in cooperation with the Antioch Broadcasting System Radio Workshop the second in a series of radio plays. Tonight, a comedy by Rod Serling entitled Golden Touch. Buzzy Kenyon is an interesting kind of a guy. One of New York's several million characters. The kind of character you don't forget very easily. In case by some chance you might meet him, say at his office on 34th Street off Broadway.
The Button Pushers was written and directed by Rod Serling. Production was by Lee Jason. And now, here with news of next week's show is the Radio Workshop writer-director Rod Serling.
Thank you, Lee Jason. Where today's Button Pushers was singularly pessimistic, next week's drama is in a much more hopeful vein, as our workshop presents the story of a strange flight of displaced persons seeking permanent refuge. The plight of the homeless millions throughout Europe is a present-day tragedy that bites deep into the feelings and consciences of all of us. So I think you might find interesting and timely next week's Promised Landing. Remember, it'll be here waiting for you on WJEL, 1600 on your dial at 1:30. We'll be looking for you then, and once again, thanks for listening, and see you next Sunday.
And with successive Christmases come Christmas stories. Stories so associated with the birthday of Christ that they become as much a part of the festivities as Santa Claus and toys. Such a story is the one we bring you this afternoon. It was written by William Sidney Porter, more popularly known as O. Henry, adapted for radio by Rod Serling, and called The Gift of the Magi. Let me introduce you to the young man in our story.
I'm 23 years old, and my name is Jim Young. That's a pretty ordinary sort of a name, mine, but I'm pretty much an ordinary sort of guy. The only thing unusual about me is my wife. She's the finest girl in the world. We've been married almost a year. The happiest year in my whole life. Oh, sure, we have our little quarrels. I don't earn very much where I work, and we live in a plain little 3-room flat. It's strictly no gravy train. It's been hard work and worry and responsibility, but, well, Della, that's my wife's name. We found something more important than work or worry or anything else. We found happiness, a very real, lasting companionship.
Well, how about a Christmas bonus? You were hopeful of that.
Christmas bonus? No. No Christmas bonus.
No overtime, no raise, no bonus. You realize, of course, that we won't be millionaires at this rate, Mr. Young.
That fact is painfully recognized by me, but are you sorry you married me, Mrs. Young?
Well, I guess not, Mr. Young. You're not rich and you're not handsome, but, well, I'm used to you.
My dear, you positively sweep me off my feet.
Jim, look in this window here. Oh, aren't they gorgeous?
Superb. Positively superb. What are they?
Why, combs for the hair, silly. You put them in on either side.
They look beautiful in your hair, Del. I wish I could afford them. That would make a pretty super Christmas present, but that price, wow. The price. Always the price. Can't even afford the luxury of a decent gift for her. Take a good look at yourself, Jim Young. You're a pretty successful guy. You just barely make a living, and come Christmas can't even splurge a little to make your wife happy. Those combs would look beautiful in her hair, too. So long and soft and...
Jim.
What? Oh, what, honey?
You were daydreaming there. What were you thinking about?
Oh, nothing. Just admiring those combs. Yeah, lovely. Hey, where are you going now?
Look at this. Oh, isn't it super? Just the thing for your pocket watch. The very thing.
Say, that chain is good looking. That price tag isn't bad either. $22. You might as well shop for a yacht for me, darling, just as practical.
I guess you're right. But, oh, Jim, I'd love to get it for you.
And I'd like getting you the combs, Del. Between the two of us, we couldn't scrape up the down payment on the chamois cloth. Well, let's go home and eat. Why, Del, it's the watch chain.
That's right, darling. It's the gold watch chain. The only thing good enough to wear on Grandfather's watch. Let me have the watch, Jim. We'll throw away that ugly leather thing, and we'll put your gift right on it. Jim, don't look that way. My hair will grow back.
Look, Del, don't get me wrong, hon. There isn't anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo, for that matter, that'd make me feel any differently about you, but...
But nothing. Give me your watch, darling, so I can put the chain on.
I don't have the watch anymore, Del.
You don't have...
I sold it this afternoon so I could buy you these. See?
We've frozen up here. Give me one moment. I'll see if I can get that to start up again.
Next week's.
That fact... soft.
Jim.
What? Oh, what, honey?
You were daydreaming there. What were you thinking about?
Oh, nothing. Just admiring those combs. Yeah, well...
Sorry about that. Just trying to get it to the right spot. Not sure what happened there. It's going fine.
The combs. Oh, they're lovely. Just the thing for my...
Just the thing for your hair, darling. Your hair that you sold to buy me a watch chain for a watch I sold to buy you the combs. Funny situation, isn't it?
Oh, Jim.
Well, come on now, Mrs. Young. Let's put our Christmas presents away now and eat our dinner. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. A Merry Christmas, darling.
The Gift of the Magi was adapted for radio from the short story by O. Henry. Appearing in the cast were Dorothy Lamming as Della, Rod Serling as Jim, Susan Krapp as Madame Sofroni, and Herb Haley as the narrator. This program has been a presentation of WJEL and the Miami Valley's only FM station, WJEM, Springfield.
But I hope for their sake, they're dead.
But we weren't dead. No, we was alive. Two of us. Me, Gus Cameron, Joe Dombrowski. Two of us sealed in a little room, surrounded by tons of coal, in an airtight little vault. All very cozy, if you don't care about breathing.
Gus, how long has it been?
I don't know, Joe. Seems like about 6 years. My watch got smashed when it blasted. Knocked me flat up against the wall. It was a good watch, too.
But they'll find us soon, won't they, Gus?
Yeah,
They'll find us, won't they?
Yeah, sure, kid. Don't get excited.
I still don't know how it happened.
It was gas fumes, I suppose. It's what usually happens. It's just our tough luck. We had to be ahead of the others.
I wonder if they're all right.
I don't know. Depends on how powerful the blast was. Sometimes it knocks you down, and sometimes it pulls you apart.
Gus, we was lucky, huh? We was lucky, huh?
We're the luckiest guys I ever saw in my whole life. All we gotta do is sit around for a couple of years and wait for them to find us.
But they know where we was working. They know where to start digging, Gus.
Did you ever stop to think how many tons of coal and earth there is all piled around us? Did you ever stop to think...
cut it out, will you, Gus? I don't want to hear nothing about it.
Sorry, kid. I didn't mean to get you going. I guess I'm still kind of shook up by the explosion.
Gus, how long could you live? Like this, I mean, without no food or water. How long could you wait before they found us?
Food? Water? I guess you can go for a long time without that.
Gus, I'm listening so hard my ears hurt. Sometimes I think I hear something I want to holler.
Save your strength, Joe. You'll need it. We'll hear them if they're anywhere nearby. There ain't nothing else to hear.
Gus, I never heard it so quiet before. I don't like it. It scares me. Gus, I want some noise. I want to hear something.
Shut up, you fool. You want to bring those walls caving in on us? We don't know how the walls are held up. Hey, just one little noise, it'll all come crashing down on top of it. I would make it work.
I want out. I want to get out of here.
You want to get out of here. You think I like it? You think this is my idea for a 2 weeks vacation with pay?
Gus, I'm so hungry and so thirsty. I get an awful headache, too. My throat's getting dry and sore.
I know. This ain't exactly no Sunday school picnic.
Well, when they gonna find us? Gus, they gotta find us.
I hope they got the rest of the guys out.
I don't care nothing about the rest of the guys. I care about me. I want to get up there on top, Gus. I want to see the stars and the sun. I want to feel the wind in my face. I want to drink a glass of cold water.
So do they.
Me? All I want to do is get out of here. I'll shake the dust off this stinking town right off my feet. They'll never get me down on my chest again. If you like it, you can have it. Me, I want to live, Gus. I want to live. You understand that?
I've been planning. Someday, maybe you can go to college.
Shut up about you kids, will you? I don't care nothing about them. Go to college. You think that's free? You think the president of some big college is going to come around and say, hey, Gus Cameron, that's a smart kid you got. I want to put him in my college for free. Is that what you think, Gus?
No.
I never want to go down a mine shaft again. I don't care about the others. I just care about me. I gotta get out of here. Don't breathe my air. Don't breathe my air. I'll kill you before I let you breathe my air.
You have been listening to the 8th in a series of radio workshop plays presented by the Antioch College Radio Workshop. In The Air is Free, you heard Rudy Ruderman as Gus Cameron, Rod Serling as Joe Dombrowski, Bill Caldwell as the guard, Don Granger as Michael Raven, and Mike Kittredge as the announcer. The script was written by William Riga and Rod Serling. Production was by Lee Jason. And now, here is the Radio Workshop writer-director, Rod Serling.
Thank you, Lee Jason. I've managed to extricate myself from my coal mine along with Rudy Ruderman, so I might tell you about next week's workshop presentation. I got the idea for the script after seeing that wonderful motion picture, Snake Pit. It occurred to me that an insane asylum was unexcelled for a story background. And in the dialogue, I could just let my subconscious run amok, and it did. So next Sunday, we invite you to listen to Snowfall, a story about a kidnapper in an insane institution who meets the young boy whom he kidnapped years before.
All the roles in the story will be typecast more or less from our Antioch Workshop players, and a more convincing bunch of psychos you'll have yet to meet. In today's story, we'd like to extend our thanks to several people. First, to the Yellow Springs Area Theater for use of some of their sound effects equipment, to the Helen and Jim Hawthorne Memorial Library of Records for some of the music used, and lastly, to our producer and effects gentleman, Lee Jason, who, as usual, helps our shows keep rolling. So that's that from my end of the microphone. Remember, we like to hear from you listeners as to what you like, or why you didn't like it, or what you would like to hear. Address your cards or letters to WJEL Springfield or to the Antioch College Radio Workshop in Yellow Springs. Once again, thanks for listening, and see you next Sunday.
During this same era, there was a very popular radio show called Dr. Christian, which aired from 1937 to 1954 on 157 different radio stations. One of the notable aspects of the show was that it solicited for amateur scripts to produce in an amateur contest, an annual contest. It was billed as, quote, the only show in radio where the audience writes the scripts, unquote. Serling submitted to this contest, and in 1949, he was awarded one of the secondary prizes. His winning script, To Live a Dream, was dramatized and broadcast on the show, and Rod and Carol were brought in to New York to be present at that awards ceremony, which also aired on Dr. Christian. Rod didn't win the top prize of $2,000. That went to a writer named Russell Johnson, no relation to the actor. But Rod did win one of the three $500 prizes that were awarded that year. One of the other winners was Earl Hamner Jr., the same Earl who would vacate the job at WLW when Rod accepted it, and the same Earl who contacted Rod in the early 60s and got his break into television. For Serling, winning the Dr. Christian Award was really a seminal event. It's one that marked his decision to actually go into writing and seek it as a potential career. So here are some clips of that original broadcast at that awards show.
I have been officiating at these annual Dr. Christian Awards for 7 years now, and you would think by this time I'd be used to it. But believe it or not, every year I get just as excited as these young people who come up here and are declared winners. I'm thrilled to know there's such great interest in our program and that year after year we can come up with such wonderful plays. This year the sponsors have provided 3 special $500 awards in addition to the $2,000 award. These $500 awards go to Earl Hamner Jr. of Cincinnati, Ohio for his play All Things Come Home, Mrs. Lillian Kerr of Tillamook, Oregon for her play Angel with a Black Eye, and finally Rod Serling of Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio for his play To Live a Dream. Our third $500 winner is with us, however, and here he is, Rod Serling. Hello, Rod, and congratulations. I read your winning script, To Live a Dream, and I thought it a very fine job of writing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Herschel. You've no idea how thrilled I am to know that you and the judges selected my script as one of the winners.
Now, tell us a little about yourself, Rod.
Well, I first saw the light of day in Syracuse, New York, graduated from Binghamton Central High School in Binghamton, New York, and am now in my 3rd year of college at Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Yeah, you covered an awful lot of years and an awfully few words. What happened to you in all that time?
Well, before the war, I did some staff work at a Binghamton radio station. I tried to write, but never had anything published.
And during the war?
Well, I was in the same place as Russell Johnson over there, the Pacific, with the Army.
What did you do in the Army?
I was a paratrooper.
Oh, where did you get the idea for this fine story you wrote?
Well, I've always been fond of boxing, tried my hand in the Golden Gloves, and, well, since you've read my story, you know where it all ties in.
Indeed I do, and do you intend to follow writing as a profession?
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Herschel. In fact, the ambition of my wife and I is...
Oh, another married man.
Well, how did Russell Johnson say it? Yes, sir.
And is your wife sitting out front, too?
Yes, sir, right there.
Well, let's have her stand up and take a bow, too. Mrs. Rod Serling. Well, you XTI certainly specialize in beautiful brides. And now, back to that ambition of yours.
Well, we want to live in a large house in a suburb of a large city, raise a family, a lot of dogs, and write.
Well, and I certainly hope you realize such a fine American ambition, Mr. Serling. Maybe this check for $500 will go toward part of the down payment of that tree. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, we're going to switch gears here a little now in more ways than one. We're going to go back to go from the very dawn of Rod's career there to a recording he made later in life. Earlier in this presentation, you heard Rod as a serious newscaster and trying his hand as a serious dramatic voice actor. This next clip is anything but serious. Have you ever had to speak to the class in school, or maybe you were at a Zoom meeting and had to present something at work and you got a case of the giggles and you couldn't get through what you had to present? That happens, and it happens to even the most seasoned and professional of narrators. While in a recording session to capture the narration for an episode of The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau, Rod Serling got the giggles, and you're about to hear the result. Be forewarned, this segment is R-rated due to language. I briefly considered beeping out the curses, but I figured that Rod faced enough censorship in his career, so who am I to censor him at this late date? I hope you don't mind that and that you enjoy this humorous and human side of Rod.
We're rolling. This is take 112.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby, he now measures 34 inches around and 40 inches long. His foreflipper articulates like a human hand and is roughly the size of Philippe's hand. It is used primarily for scratching and throwing sand. It wasn't bad to the last sentence. One day, this pup will weigh several tons.
Start again, please. 105.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby, he now measures 34 inches around and 40 inches long. His foreflipper articulates like a human hand and is roughly the size of Philippe's hand. It is used primarily for scratching and throwing sand. Oh, yeah.
106.
Jesus, 34 inches around and 40 inches long. I'll say he's a healthy baby. God, and he only uses it to scratch and throw sand, that schmuck. I'm glad I'm not a sea elephant.
You've never seen a sea elephant.
I've made it many a sea elephant in my day. Okay.
106. We're slating again.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby. He now measures 34 inches around. Every time I get to the goddamn dimensions, I flip. It's just envy is all it is. I never could use my foreflipper to articulate like a human hand. Okay, now
you don't have a big enough foreflipper. This is 107.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. Okay, come on.
108.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby. He now measures 34 inches around and 40 inches long. His foreflipper. Ah, shit. Do we really want to know about this pup? Oh, this guck, Alan, you're making me laugh.
109.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby. He now measures 34 inches. Oh, God, Alan, I'm sorry. You know, you hit one of those. Oh, God, no.
We're rolling now. It's just...
Come on, help me, God damn it. Oh, Jesus. We may have to wind up with this. A healthy baby, he's a sizable beast. Okay.
110.
One day, this pup will weigh several tons. A healthy baby. He now measures 34 inches around and 40 30 fucking inches long. Oh, shit. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy, that's a healthy baby. 34 inches around, 40 inches long. God almighty, would that I were a young sea elephant. And this is a pup yet. You should see his father. Man, this is a bull. Okay, no more putzing now. Marilyn, it's hard enough to go through this shit without you laughing on the other side of that wall now. Don't you let Alan Landsberg poop out on this thing now.
I hope you enjoyed that, although I don't think you got as many laughs out of it as Rod did. Incidentally, that narration that Rod had to capture there and had so much trouble doing did make it into the final episode, but the lines were spoken by Philippe Cousteau, Jock's son, who you saw on screen there. Apparently, Rod was never able to sufficiently recover enough to get the take and record the lines. The remainder of this presentation, and I'll leave you with this, is a very obscure show called, an interview show called Look Here. This was a short-lived NBC show that was hosted by Martin Agronsky, and it competed against and lost out to Edward R. Murrow's CBS show, Person to Person. Look Here ran from September 9th, 1957 to April 4th, 1958. Interview subjects came from the entertainment industry and the political landscape, and the interviews took place at the person's work or home. Entertainment guests included Anthony Perkins, Leonard Bernstein, Benny Goodman, and Jack Webb. The political guests were very high profile and included Cuban President Batista, the Reverend Martin Luther King, and then Senator John F. Kennedy. For the subject of the show's inaugural episode, Look Here chose Rod Serling and filmed an interview in the backyard of Serling's Pacific Palisades home. This aired on September 9th, 1957, and it really does include some of the best coverage I've ever heard of Serling's battles with censorship and with the state of television production at the time.
Look here. Good afternoon. I'm Martin Agronsky. Welcome to Look Here. This backyard in Pacific Palisades, just 2 blocks off Sunset Boulevard, belongs to Rod Serling. Across the canyon is the Will Rogers State Park. Like so many successful TV writers, Rod Serling has joined the current exodus from New York to Hollywood and settled here in a home that might be called typically Hollywood. There's a grove of orange trees right here in the backyard, and just a few paces from the house, there's the inevitable heated swimming pool surrounded by a fence. And that's to keep Rod's 2 small children from falling in. If an official record were kept of the most TV dramas written by any one man, Rod Serling would probably hold it. He's written more than 100 in all. Among them, Patterns, which won the Emmy and the Sylvania Award. You may also remember Noon on Doomsday, The Rack, and last year's prize-winning Requiem for a Heavyweight. Hello, Rod.
Welcome to California.
Thank you very much, Rod. Thanks.
You didn't make a mistake. This is the setter. I'm Rod. Come on, sit down, boy. This is Bo.
Rod, why'd you pull up stakes in New York and come out here to Hollywood? Beautiful weather, is it, or the beautiful money?
Of course, there are a lot of reasons, and one of them you're looking at, Martin.
The surroundings.
That's it. It's a little difficult to play the part of the starving, gaunt writer in the garret when you're standing alongside of the pool here. I think the majority of the reasons that most of us use have their basis in economics. The saying there is that the rats are deserting the ship, but we sort of feel that the ship is deserting us rats here. Most of the television work now comes from California.
You've just moved out where you now think the industry is.
Unquestionably, this is where it is. Now, whether or not this is the trend that will remain this way, we don't know. But we assume that from this point on, live television is California. And this is pretty much what's geared all of us in terms of our move.
Rod, this is a rather difficult and beautiful atmosphere into which to inject anything serious or caustic. But I'd like very much to talk to you about the life of a writer here in Hollywood. Bud Schulberg, who used to live here, and you probably know, has written of writers out here in Hollywood that for some of them nothing fails like success. Now, here we're surrounded by all the symbols of your success, really. I mean, the orange trees, the heated swimming pool, the lovely home, all these things. And it's become really a cliche that when a writer gets all of these things, that he must at the same time somehow surrender his principles in order to achieve this way of living. Does this cliche apply to you, Rod?
Well, number one, semantically, I would call it a cliche, Martin.
Yeah.
Now, this may have been operative 20 years ago when the writer in California differed so distinctly from the writer of elsewhere. But nowadays, I don't think it holds true anymore. I think that, of course, it's difficult to disassociate this pool, the orange trees, and the rest of it with my work, because this, in a sense, is the gravy of it. This is the result. But aside from the difference in temperature, the way I live, the fact that I eat a little bit better and higher off the hog than I used to, I don't think living out here has any appreciable effect on my writing or my personality as a guy. Now, it may be because...
Or on your principles as a writer.
I don't believe it does. Of course, it's a pretty subjective thing, and these are my answers as Rod Serling, whether or not they would apply to all writers. There are plenty of New York writers who refuse to come out here, and they use the so-called cliche as their reason. David Susskind, a producer in New York City, for example, has a kind of basic assumption that the moment you get off the plane at Los Angeles Airport, you are altered in some way, that your writing changes, your values change, the standards by which you judge your work must automatically alter somewhat. I don't feel that.
You don't feel you've gone Hollywood?
I don't think so. I get a little more tanned out here. My kids get fewer colds, but beyond that, in terms of my work, I don't think it changes.
But what's your contract with MGM call for?
Well, the one that's operative now, Martin, calls for one picture a year for the next 4 years.
How much do you get for it?
It's a contract that runs in the neighborhood of $250,000.
$250,000. I would assume that MGM certainly feels that it's getting its money's worth in terms of talent, or they certainly wouldn't give you $250,000. I wonder if we can return the sense to the original point that we were trying to make. Do you feel that you're getting your money's worth of fulfillment as a writer working out here for MGM, working for the movie?
Well, the only way I could answer that, Martin, really it's in two ways. Number one, I think I probably would get a great deal of fulfillment if I knew exactly the pictures, the nature of the work I was going to be doing for the next 4 years, and I don't. But if motion pictures were the only area of expression that I had to utilize, I would probably have to say, no, I wasn't being fulfilled as a writer.
Why is that?
I think the basic reason, the most important, is that the Hollywood writer has a kind of anonymity that other writers in other mediums don't have. The Hollywood writer, I think, traditionally has been paid very well for his anonymity, but nonetheless, his is a name that is generally not associated in the public's mind with his creation. Ask any one of millions of people to name 5 well-known screenwriters, and I doubt very much if they could come up with a name. But conversely, ask any one of several million television viewers to name 5 fairly well-known television writers, and I guarantee that they'd come up with the Shaefskys, the Horton Foots, the Reginald Roses and all. This is the reason.
Well, Rod, you're actually answering me in terms of public recognition. The question really was addressed in terms of, do you find that movie writing fulfills you as a writer in terms of what you want to say and what you want to do?
No, probably not. And again, now we have to talk strictly in terms of creativity. Writing a screenplay is a much different job than writing the television play. You are not nearly as close to it as the writer. It is a much more collaborative business, this motion picture business. You work almost constantly in unison with producers and directors, with actors, and with policy people, with executives. Whereas in television, the rapport that we establish is almost uniquely between the writer and his actors and the writer and his director. And you are much more part of the team. It is your work. and therefore you have a reasonable amount of say over what you see.
I take it then you find that TV is more satisfying
To me, again, subjectively, yes, very much so, yeah.
Certainly, the major part of your experience has been in television, and you've yourself written that of all the entertainment media, that you find that TV lends itself most beautifully and usefully to presenting controversy. That interested me, Rod. Yes, you did, and I thought it rather an unusual statement, knowing the problems in television. How much have you been able to write about controversy, Rod?
Well, when I make that statement, when I made it a number of years ago, I made it with an eye toward all things being equal. Potentially, television would be the best medium of expression for presenting controversy, mainly because of the immediacy of the medium, that the controversy would not be dead and buried before it had a chance to be aired. It was with us at that moment. Television being a dynamic mass media that does come to the public almost at the same time that the stuff is happening. This is the reason why I thought we could present controversy in its best light, and that is while it was still fresh enough and young enough and new enough for people to recognize as being a contemporary problem.
Well, Rod, that's what you thought. Then what did you find when you got into it?
Well, what we've all found, that television today will not sustain controversy as a thematic choice. We can't talk about controversy, at least basic controversy in terms of theme at all.
Rod, are you saying that there's a sort of a catalog of forbidden controversial areas, a kind of a prescribed list? Is there a list of sacred cows, taboos? Writers know that they can't treat on TV?
The basic ones, of course, merely carried over from radio as a mass media into television. And the basic ones, of course, are sex, racial controversy, and politics. Those are the three horned monsters that we are cautioned against discussing.
Let's throw one more in, religion.
Religion, too, yeah.
Yes, that makes four.
These, of course, are the basic ones and the important ones, and I think the most stultifying and destructive elements of the non-controversial attack of television as drama.
Well, Rod, that's pretty tough when a writer is fenced out from operating in any of those areas. How do you find TV so satisfying then?
Well, I have to think this one out. This is a reasoned kind of answer I have to give you. I find it satisfying because I find there are other themes which can be attacked honestly, which in a sense are socially exciting, which have their roots in current problems, which are not perhaps controversial in the sense that we know them. It goes without saying that there is...
Requiem for a Heavy.
This, of course, is the story of a human being who was rejected because of a physical disability, an ugliness, a lack of manhood as a guy. And this, of course, in a sense, though not controversial, is meaningful. It has a poignance to it. It has and it's the sort of thing which I think television does very well because, of course, using the close-up, we're on our people. We tell a story intently and closely and intensely. I think I would have to grant, of course, Martin, that because we are not allowed to touch these so-called sacred cows, that it unquestionably has an effect on the writer, that we do feel a sense of loss. We do feel somewhat hamstrung in certain areas. But after a while, it's this sort of, in this strangely complex human mechanism, we learn to live with these things.
Rod, who makes these taboos? How's the censorship applied? Who's the sort of mysterious they that says you can't do this, you can't write about that, you can't say this?
Well, they, that quote, unquote, that I know of, are principally sponsor, agency, and network. These are the three heavies, so-called, that tell us what we may and what we may not write about.
Can we talk about this specifically, Rod? How has the censorship affected you personally as a writer?
Well, number one, it's given me a lot of restless, frustrating, insecure, and unhappy moments. Unlike other mediums, we television writers generally will write on speculation, or at least we used to, where we would attack a theme, write for months and months and months, and then have it rejected because of the fact that it was socially unacceptable, it was a little sticky. And after trying to buck our heads against a stone wall for week after week after week and then have to put the stuff into a drawer, it can't help but hurt us emotionally.
Well, Rod, can we be really specific about it? You still are talking in generalities, really, in generalizations. Give me an example of something you've written that ran into the taboo, and what happened?
Well, each writer, of course, has his little cause célèbre that attaches itself to him. I have two, really. One was a show called Does That Dog Bother You? Like
Not
It's
at
Bothering
all.
Me?
Come here, Bo, and sit down. We'll get you out of the picture.
The one that
Sit down.
is most meaningful to me was a show called Noon on Doomsday, which I generally will talk about. It was a show that had its roots in a kind of racial problem, but which we colored and altered.
That was the Emmett Till case, actually.
In a sense, it followed fairly closely the Emmett Till tragedy, but of course we did it as a white problem. We did it as more of a political problem of a region rather than as a racial problem.
Who did you substitute for Emmett Till?
Well, we used a unnamed foreigner, which of course we thought. Here's the whole point of that thing. I felt that though we couldn't call a spade, at least we could say something. And in saying something, we could accomplish something, however diluted and however ineffectual it might be. As a result, I wrote a story about an unnamed foreigner who was murdered by a town psychotic, and that the net result was that the town banded together as kind of a regional idea to protect this guy. In other words, this guy was a louse, but he was our louse, which I think pretty much covers a certain kind of Southern feeling some places. They recognize the evil of the situation, but feel that they must use this as kind of a cause célèbre of their own.
Yeah, but didn't it become grotesque, really, Rod? Because actually it wasn't a Southern community in the end. It ended up in New England.
More than grotesque. I mean, the fact that they suggested it was not my idea to use New England as the locale. It was theirs.
Well, how does a man, what happens to a man in terms of self-respect as a writer when all this happens to him?
This suffered. This was materially effective, at least mine was. But again, I didn't know what the result of this would be until it was on the air. And as a result, it came out as a very tract-like, wishy-washy thing in which people gesticulated and argued and shouted about a principle that was now so hidden and so shadowed that there was no principle remaining.
Nothing you're very proud of.
No, not at all. And then the other thing was a show called Aftermath, which I wrote almost on assignment from CBS. And this was a Mexican problem, also racial in origin. Genetically, this was a problem of a Mexican minority. A similar thing in which I was told to go ahead and call a spade a spade. And that because of the nature of the program, Playhouse 90, which was a big, effective, and a very well-done show, they thought they could push it through. But they couldn't. This was in this case, it was all but one sponsor stopped it. They read 2 pages of an outline. They never read the script at all, though it was done. And they said, we can't have this, that this angers too many people. And later on, I was asked to change it, and I refused, which is pretty much the only concession I can make to my own sensitivities. I just say, no, I won't do it.
The aftermath, then, of Aftermath?
The aftermath of Aftermath is it's in a drawer.
Never been put on.
Never been put on, nor ever will it be.
How else does censorship work?
Well, of course, the things that... The things that we've quoted so far are the basic problem things that materially affect the bulk and the context of story. But then there are other little things that are ludicrous, though in themselves probably relatively unimportant. For example, in Requiem for a Heavyweight, I was asked to delete words like got a match, because one of the sponsors was a lighter. And later on, we decided, excuse me, we'd refer to them as wrestling lighters instead of wrestling matches. Little things like that. I know in one show, for example, they used a backdrop of New York City in which the Chrysler building was very much in evidence, and they blacked it out because the show was sponsored by a rival automobile firm. Now, of course, this is beyond logic, and it becomes funny, and yet I think it is a little symptomatic of the kind of thinking that goes on.
Tell me, Rod, do you think that the networks, the sponsors, the agencies accurately mirror what the public wants? Do they accurately reflect the public taste?
I wonder about that.
In the censorship area.
I can't answer it. They claim that there are enough pressure groups with enough innate power that they can materially affect the sale of certain consumer goods if they yell loud enough and if they write enough letters.
Do you believe it?
I don't think so. I don't believe it. I think there are enough thinking people who don't write letters who would not be affected. As a matter of fact, would be affected totally conversely, that they would go out of their way to buy a product if the sponsor showed enough guts to put on a show that had something to say that was meaningful. But I can't prove that, of course.
But, Rod, yet you do accept it. Now, how much pre-censorship, how much prior censorship, knowing the taboos, knowing all the problems from the absurd to the important,
that you're up against in terms of censorship, how much pre-censorship do you apply to yourself? How much do you rule out of your own mind?
A great deal now.
A great deal.
Yeah, because the alternative, Martin, is simply bucking your head against a stone wall. The writer is not the person to make the change. The writer's the last guy on the team. He sits way at the end of the bench in terms of policy, in terms of basic concept of the show. We're not the people that are going to make these changes, nor can we even take a step in that direction.
Well, that's a pretty depressing thing that you're saying. Very sad, rather tragic thing, actually. Now, you've written, too, very honestly, I believe, that because of all the pressures and the restrictions, there is nothing left for a writer but to surrender. Now, have you surrendered, then?
I don't like the word surrender. I'd rather say, let's say we've just pulled back to regroup a little bit, to make a little strategic withdrawal at this point. I can't say I've surrendered because I don't know what I'll try to write next month or the month after. For the time being, I won't make a fight of it, that's for sure. The only alternative I have is to try another media. Try theater, try novel writing, where these things can be so stated.
But you've given up in
But in
TV.
terms of the mass media, it's a little bit ridiculous because we might have our conscience and our souls somewhat bombed by the knowledge that we have taken the bit in our teeth and written as we've seen fit to write, as our conscience dictates. But to what avail? We're the only people that are going to read it, myself and my wife, or I can read it at parties out loud for groups of more than 10 people. But I'll never get it on the air. And each writing, again, this sounds a little bit ludicrous, sitting here comfortably by a pool.
It doesn't
But
sound ludicrous, Rod.
writing
It
is
sounds very sad.
It's a compulsive, frustrating, nerve-wracking, lonely business, and this is just the gravy of it. The rest of it takes place in little rooms in there, darkness and alone. And whenever I write a word, that's one more word that comes out of me that'll never be able to come out of me again. And I figure the good, creative, active life of a writer sometimes can't be measured in terms of whole generations. Perhaps in 6 or 7 years I'll be burnt out. Best I write those things that can be shown.
Rod, when you say that you accept this entire area of censorship and you've given up trying to say the things that you care about in many areas in television, I wonder what happens to you as a writer when you sit down to the typewriter and you have to say to yourself as you sit at that machine, Rod Serling, I can't write what I want to write. How does it make you feel?
Well, I never have that conscious question, Martin, that here I am sitting here and I can't write what I want to write. I have pre-censored myself in the sense that I know that I'm not going to write those things that are socially sticky and unacceptable in terms of the mass media. I'm sad. That's the only terse way I can put it.
Rod, I wonder, isn't this sort of compromise that you impose upon yourself, this pre-censorship or prior censorship, whatever we want to call it, really just as unhealthy as if you were to write a controversial play and then allow the theme to be rewritten, watered down to a sponsor's dictation? Doesn't it eat at you? As in Aftermath, for example?
That may well be, but again, I would have to counter with another question, what else? What can we do? What can I do?
Yeah.
And again, this is not to suggest that the only possible good drama can arise and have its roots and give birth from a controversial idea. I don't think that's true. I think you can have meaningful drama, well-written drama, beautifully acted stuff, and very meaningful, almost monumental things that come out of no controversy whatsoever.
Yeah. But you still can't get into controversy.
No, you can't. And
you know, I don't want to pose as being more noble than you. Goodness knows I'm not. But I do want to return to this in another way because it interests me so much as sort of demonstrating the writer's dilemma in television. Tell me this, Rod. This is something you think about, I know. If you don't write what you feel is important, if you have given up, if you've stopped fighting to get controversy on the air, how can controversy ever be accepted on television? If the writer doesn't fight, who's going to fight, Rod? Or isn't it your fight?
I've always felt that the only way that you could ever get controversy to be accepted is to have a line of delineation between what is the commercial product and what is the entertainment involved. Nowadays, there's a great association made with sponsor identification. Kraft is sponsored by so-and-so, Westinghouse is sponsored by so-and-so, and consequently, an assumption is made on the part of the sponsor that what these people see in between the commercials has a great effect on the product itself. It is a carryover of the product. If, for example, we could do as newspapers and magazines do, at least ideally, that there is no connection made between the commercial and the play, and that if they don't like the play, that doesn't necessarily follow that they're going to dislike the product. If we could get that, if the networks, for example, were to band together and say, look, these are the rules, this is the ground rules of television from now on, that the sponsor has every control over the way his product is shown, over the way this commercial is indicated to the public and what is said about it. But when it comes to the drama involved, or the show, this has nothing to do with the commercial. This has nothing to do in terms of policy with the product. If we could get that kind of thing on, why then I suppose, but this is pretty well Pollyanna. I don't think this could ever occur.
Why is it Pollyannish? Suppose that, for example, that all TV writers, men like yourself of proven capacity, were to get together and were to urge upon, let us say, the networks or the agencies or the sponsor, that this be the approach. Has anyone ever tried it?
They have tried it to the extent of asking that the network sponsor only have one particular show in which controversial scripts be aired. And the networks answer, and I think all three major networks answered it this way: we could never sell such a show. And it would be economically not only unfeasible, but ridiculous to try to put on that kind of an expensive drama, almost as a public service thing, because there'd be so little chance of ever having it paid for. And then, of course, I guess that it follows the question, what is the function of television? Is it to uplift the intellect of the people, or is it to answer the needs of the...
What do you think it is, Rod?
I think it's a little of both, I suppose, Martin. I don't think we should ever play down to an audience, because I think the intellectual level is far higher than we ever give them credit for.
Let me play devil's advocate for a moment. Look at the other side of the coin, Rod. Let's look, let us say, at the sponsor or the agency side of this thing. They're putting out money to make themselves liked, in a sense, to sell a product, and therefore they shy away from controversy. Do you regard this as understandable?
Absolutely. I have to play right elbow man to the devil's advocate. I can see logic in this. I realize this. But after all, they have a great deal of money invested in television as a disseminating organ. Why cut their own throats with even a remote possibility of hurting themselves?
But yet you come to a very sad conclusion, that accepting this and recognizing that there is a side to their case, too, that there is really nothing that one can do about it, that one must simply accept that in the area of that in television, we have a medium in which we cannot go into these controversial areas.
Well, I did all I could as an individual and a writer and a guy. I wrote those scripts which I thought were qualitative, meaningful, and had something to say, and I thought they were well written. And as a result, they were hurt in large measure by censorship and by self-imposed and outside-imposed alteration.
And once when you refused to compromise, in aftermath, the result was it didn't get on the air at all.
As most of them will never get on the air, that's quite right.
Now, you can't write many things in TV. You say you accept it. You've also said that movie writing isn't the most satisfying thing in the world, do you? Where do you find fulfillment, then, as a writer, Rod?
Well, you see, I find fulfillment just by the act of creating, no matter what it is that I'm creating. This is, in other words, this is to say that I don't write conscious of the fact that every word is a jewel. Everything must be put on stone. I'm not that kind of a writer. I don't have that much to say that is so meaningful that it has to cop a plea. I write to entertain people. And in doing that, I feel sure that I am able to write some things that perhaps don't have their roots in controversy, that nonetheless can be entertaining. So I don't have this constant conscience and awareness of the fact that we must do it this way, or we must do it another way. It's just I write, you know, as it comes out, that's all. That's pretty rambling, I guess.
Well, it's not that it's rambling. I think that this is the way, then, you regard your fulfillment, that you have to accept certain taboos, certain restrictions, but that you feel you do a good job or a craftsman-like job.
Yeah, I'm proud of my work. Let's put it that way, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Rod.
Thank you for asking me.
For a very interesting half hour, and I do hope you'll be with us next week at this time. Good afternoon.
hope you enjoyed that. That's. We are going to forge on ahead to our next presentation. And afterward is our dinner break, so yeah, we're just gonna move right ahead. And let me find where we are here. Hang on a second. All right, so David, you got, so you start like number one is here, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to zip through them now.
Okay.
Hi, I'm not here yet.
Okay.
But I mean, the idea is that because it's already a little bit past the time, I want to.
Just testing. All right, hang on. Okay. It works. Okay. All right. Well, okay. So one half of the Bianculli and Dawidziak comedy team is David Bianculli.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great. Okay, new tech, new stuff. I'm going to scrunch this in to try to get everybody free by the dinner break, because if you have plans for dinner, you don't have much time. The plan is to have some Q&A at the end of this. If we don't have the time for the Q&A or for much of it, then for the dinner hour, I will be over in the vendor's room, not selling books, and you can just come and talk to me there and have any questions that you ask. But and also because Anne showed in her presentation a couple of the things that I intended to show here, we can just toss those out and move very quickly. So it's going to officially begin now. I'm David Bianculli. I'm Fresh Air's TV critic since, God, 85. And I'm a TV critic. This is even more frightening, for 50 years, and written books for a lot of that. So this is one of the few places where I can throw all three of those things together and bore you simultaneously. So you're going to get a sense of what it's like to be a student. I've been teaching television studies for more than 20 years. And so it's what it's like to be a student of mine, but also why I love Rod Serling and how important he was in terms of television, and then what I did with him on Fresh Air just a few days ago in terms of his stuff. So all of that is going to go very, very quickly, I hope. The first thing is, in teaching my students who are now in their 20s, over the last 20 years, when I used to ask what are the shows that they are already familiar with before I show them in my classroom, the Twilight Zone used to be 100%. It was one of only 2 or 3 shows that was 100%. In the last 5 years, it dropped to about 60%, but it's back up to about 90% post-COVID. And the reason for that, according to my own students, is that they're finding it on streaming and they're sharing it with one another. And the fact that they find it something that they want to show to one another after all of these years is such a testament to what Rod did as a producer and everything else as a writer. So that part holds up. And Yet still, for a lot of these students, because there are so many episodes and stuff, they're kind of like a tabula rasa. And I get to show them things like Eye of the Beholder that they haven't seen before. And the way that they react to those things is interesting. So today's talk is supposed to be about how students are reacting to Rod Serling now. And so that's what I'm doing. Before I begin, I want to thank Mark Dawidziak, who pulled me into here, and Anne Serling, who also, without the two of them, I know I wouldn't be here. And once, about 10 years ago, a New York art gallery asked me to put together something on television, and it got more and more ambitious. And then I finally decided, hey, why don't I ask some of the people that I know from television to sort of temporarily donate things to this exhibit, like a regular art exhibit sometimes does. And I got the snow globe from St. Elsewhere. I got Fred Rogers' sneakers and sweater from his widow. I got the last episode writer's breakdown wall from Breaking Bad. There were some fun things. Thing I treasured the most, I even had Ernie Kovac's scripts. But the thing that I treasured the most was Anne lent me Rod's typewriter, the one that's seen, you know, that was here for the first opening day of that photograph. Everybody's seen him near that typewriter. It actually was in the art exhibit for a while, so I loved that. So my job as a professor is to try to explain why Rod Serling is so important, why I have such reverence for him and his work, and why they should too. And so a book that I wrote, a platinum age of television, it says, okay, television is even better now, but we have to start with the golden age. So that whole book goes through the evolution of television. And Rod is there both in terms of fantasy, sci-fi, anthology shows, and in terms of golden age drama anthology shows. And I interviewed, I don't know, about 30 people whose work I admired from the history of television, all the way from Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner to Vince Gilligan, and asked them, among other things, what television show inspired them. And more than any other, it was the Twilight Zone. It didn't matter whether they were writers or producers or directors or actors in comedy or drama. It was Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone. So there's a reason why those ideas resonate and still work today. So I thought that was a neat thing to point to his legacy. And then when you teach from the very beginning of television, you teach Paddy Chayefsky, and that he was like the first big writer to make it in television. And he did it so early that his work, when it was done for TV, didn't win an Emmy because there were no Emmys yet. But the same work was filmed for Hollywood, and he won Oscars. But by the time Rod Serling started doing it, around the same time, but when he hit it big with Patterns, that was like an overnight success in a way that it's hard to imagine in this truncated TV universe. But back then, it was overnight, everybody was talking about it, and it was so popular that it was restaged on live television a month later, and that's the kinescope that survives that I'm going to show you a piece from. And what's interesting for the students today is not what was interesting to audiences back in the 50s. In the 50s, Patterns was sort of saying, hey, you know that corporate culture that you're all sort of buying into, and you want to wait and get your gold watch and work for one company the whole time? It may not be a binding agreement, and you may be misplacing some of your faith. In the 1950s, that freaked people out. Now, young people take that as a given. They don't even understand why that's questioned. But what they do is that they admire Rod Serling for putting it together. So when I show things to my students, I ask them to look with two sets of eyes, to imagine what it was like to see this in 1955 in this example, and then what it's like for them, whether it's still entertaining, whether it still has anything to say. So I'm going to ask you guys to please look at this with two sets of eyes, but in reverse. I want you to also imagine being a 20-year-old and seeing this for the first time. And I will show you patterns just the very end of this, because it is after one company man who has been with the company his entire career has just died after being sort of pummeled by the president and forced out. And then the new young person who is taking his place sort of coming up to the president to say, okay, I'll stay, but I'll challenge you. So if this works, I'm going to press play, and if not, I'll act it out with puppets. So let's see.
Tonight we present the 463rd play in this series, Patterns by Rod Serling.
He's expecting you.
Andy was supposed to go to Detroit tomorrow morning for a meeting with Phillips. You'll have to take his place. I believe I mentioned that.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Miss Linnea has your reservations.
She has, huh?
Yes.
Fill up the ranks, just like that.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you what it means, Mr. Ramsey. It means I'm not quite as naive as you think I am. Or as blind. You kept harping about Andy Sloane's weakness. It wasn't his weakness that kept digging into you. It was his decency. Andy Sloane was your conscience. He was a constant nagging reminder that some things are wrong.
Keep going, friend.
You used him as a whipping boy to try to make him quit. You made him backtrack and knuckle under, and you finally beat him to death. You wanted him out, but you wouldn't fire him.
That's true.
No, it may be a rotten thing to lick a man's boots, but it's a lot worse to be the man whose boots have to be licked.
I'm not a nice human being. What else?
You're not a human being, period. You're a freak. You're an organizational marvel with no compassion for human weakness. Well, you drive and fight and kick your people into peak efficiency if they can make it, or into a grave like Andy if they can't, because they lack the strength.
And the capacity. He was third in command. That's a lot of responsibility.
This is his business, too.
This is no one's business. It belongs only to the best. To those who can keep it growing, producing, keep it alive. It belongs to us today, yes. But in the future, it belongs to whoever can give it more. And as far as you're concerned...
Don't try to fire me. I still hold this floor, and I still have a few seconds left to officially resign.
What do you want from me? Apologies? I don't apologize. What else? A nice unsullied conscience? You walk out of here with a halo because you spoke your mind. And then what do? You go to work for some nickel and dime outfit run by nice people who won't challenge you, who won't beat your head in, who won't make your talent achieve a height you never dreamed of. A company where you're the best and there's no competition and nothing to fight for. Where everything is handed to you. Where nothing is important enough to fight for.
All right, now it's my turn. What do you want?
I want you to stay. I need help on my level, and you're the only one who's able to function there. All right, you don't like me. I'm not a nice person in your mind. But you learn more, grow more, and do more with me than anywhere else, because I'll run you ragged until you do. I don't want you to like me. Fight me. Take over if you can. And watch the business grow from your effort beyond even our dreams. Be your conscience for me if you want. Be anything you like. And if it's something I don't like, you'll know about it soon enough.
Stop it there, see if I can. Oh, good, I can stop it there. No, this is amazing. All right. So I showed this to my students, and I asked who was the villain in that last scene? Who was the bad guy? And they said, based on what they'd seen in the rest of the drama, they both shared culpability, and I thought that was impressive. And one student said, hey, I don't think you're supposed to feel good for the corporate owner, but he's no Elon Musk. And I thought, all right, let's go on to another Rod Serling thing. But good students, good students. So Rod Serling won an Emmy for that. The next year he won another Emmy for Requiem for a Heavyweight, starring Jack Palance, another thing that was made, another TV show that was made into a movie. And I just want to show a little taste of this, because just like Paddy Chayefsky's dramas, they somehow transcended the little thing that they were dramatizing and made people connect hugely. And with this, it was a Rocky type story of a heavyweight boxer who had been told to like take a dive, and instead he just stood there in the ring and just took punishment as long as he could. And then later on, his managers get him a job with what was big in the 50s and is big now, which was wrestling. And it's just a couple of minutes, and it's heart-wrenching. And when I showed this to the students, they really were taken by it, but they also weren't surprised by it, that now showing them something that is depressing after they've seen Breaking Bad, is not surprising to them. But here we go. If I do this right, let's see. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Is this the upper left?
Over, is it?
All right, tell me, quick.
I don't have to wear it. Well, if you did, it'll break your heart,
Wait a minute, I'll stop this, and then you guys can tell me how to make it bigger. Green button. This one. Let's see. All right. One thing I do with my students when they impress me or they help is I give them American currency. Who did the green button? Come up and get $1. Come up and get $1. Yeah. All right, here we go. Thank you. Yes.
Army, go. You know me, Army.
Ed
You
win
bet I
and
do.
Keenan win,
Don't
father
mean
and
that
son.
way. I mean, you know me inside. You know how I hate to do this? I can't sleep nights. It's just eating me out inside. Well, you're late. Come on, we gotta get into this stuff.
Yeah, sure, man, sure. Hey, I looked for you. I was afraid you wasn't gonna come.
He's here. Ain't this a lot, kid? Oh, listen, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna just knock him dead. Well, you don't have to keep it on long, kid. You know, you just walk around the ring a couple of times, then you can take it right off. You got these long johns on underneath, see? And then you don't have to put this stuff back on until the bout's over.
Clown.
That's what he thinks. Can't you think a thought for yourself?
That's what I think, too. That's what everybody out there's gonna think. Clown. Mace, don't make me.
What do you mean, don't make you? What am I, your father or something? Don't make you? You don't do anything you don't want to do. If you don't think you owe me, okay.
Hey, mate, how about a couple of pictures? We ain't had any with the costume yet.
Pictures?
All part of the build-up, kid. One picture's worth a million words. That's what the Greeks say. Hey, what do you want, him out here in the hall?
Out in the hall, I think. We got more room.
So, what are you waiting for, Ballard?
Ballard.
Come on, let's hurry it up.
I'll be right there, Mr. Crowley. McClintock's on next. Let's go!
Mace, tell him to go away.
What do you mean, tell him to go away?
Get your boy out here! The photographer's waiting for him! His match is on!
He'll be right out there, Mr. Prelli. He'll be right there. Listen, you walk out on me now and I'm dead. You understand? I'm dead.
I can't, Mace. I can't.
Dead, mister. You owe me.
Mace.
Listen, you got my life on the line now. I can't afford to let you cross me. I'll beat you to a pulp myself. I wouldn't be in this jam if it wasn't for you.
Mace, I'll do anything you want, but I can't.
It bothers you too much, doesn't it, huh? Well, it didn't bother you last week to stand in the middle of the ring with your hands at your sides and let Gibbons beat you to a pulp for 7 rounds. It didn't bother you a bit, did it? It didn't bother you that I put all my money on you and said you wouldn't go for 3.
You bet against me? Mace, why did you bet against me?
Would it make any difference, kid? If I hocked my left foot and betted on you, would it make any difference? You're not a winner anymore. There's only one thing left. Make a little on the losing.
Fink? You dirty Fink, Mace? You dirty, lousy Fink? Because I stood out there and I took it for you. I gotta pay for it like this. Like this, huh, Mace? You know, in all the dirty, crummy 14 years I fought for you, I never felt ashamed, Mace. Not one round, not one single minute. And now I feel ashamed. I'd have gone into any ring, barehanded, against a guy with a cleaver, and that wouldn't have hurt me near as much as this.
Stop it there. Very powerful writing, very powerful acting, live TV. He won his 2nd Emmy for that. This third one that I'm showing, I'll only show a few seconds of to compress time. It's called The Comedian, and it was basically a drama about the making of a live TV variety show. Mostly Sid Caesar and Your Show of Shows, but there's a little bit of Milton Berle in there too, played by Mickey Rooney. And the reason why I show this to my class is because it's done to show all the cameras and all the different tech stuff that was used to make live TV, both in New York and in Hollywood. And this captures it. So you'll just get to see the way the cameras and everything were used in this, very inventively.
Live from Television City in Hollywood.
And I'll just press the green button.
Playhouse 90. Tonight starring Mickey Rooney, Edmund O'Brien, Kim Hunter, Mel Torme, Constance Ford. Playhouse 90. To introduce tonight's show, Miss Claudette Colbert.
Good evening. Tonight, Playhouse 90 presents The Comedian.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for tonight. We want to thank you for coming. Until we meet again, may good luck and good fortune
Preset black.
follow you wherever you go. And take a cab when you're going there, too.
Go to
I'll tell you
black.
that. Ray,
How are we on time, Drew?
4 minutes over, Byron.
All right, folks. That's it for today. Principal, tomorrow morning at 8:30 for notes, please. Get to the cast at 9 o'clock.
I want everybody to be...
Oh, just a minute, folks. Mr. Hogarth. Mr. Hogarth, can you hear me?
Now, what do you want?
Did you have something that you wanted to say to the cast?
Yes, I'd like to say something to the cast if you can get everybody assembled on
All right,
stage.
folks, on stage, please. Well, everybody, George, will you please try to get everybody on stage?
All right, let's have it quiet. Settle down, everybody.
All right, that's enough. I'm more interested in the behind-the-scenes TV than I am of the particular scene of this. Not to say that I'm not interested in what Rod Serling had to say in this episode. He won another Emmy for it. That is 3 in a row. I'm not going to show something that, if you're really interested in this, and I think everybody is, that you can order this, I think, through Amazon as a special order. And I'm going to get it right. It's a 1959 episode of Playhouse 90 called The Velvet Alley, which they will print a copy for you, but you've got to still have a DVD, or maybe there's another way to do it now. But Art Carney stars as a TV writer who's just won an Emmy and is very disillusioned with what is happening to him and the way his life is going, or the industry is going. And it's another sort of semi-autobiographical exercise by Rod Serling, but not one of the better-known ones. So that's something to look for. I'm going to go now to just show a bit. This has been shown in something else, so I don't know how much of this I'm going to show, but the Mike Wallace interview. And what's interesting here is that he's just won 3 Emmys in a row. There is no bigger writer on television, no better known person, and he's walking away from what he got all these awards for and doing something because first he saw Alfred Hitchcock hosting his show and being able to get away with things through the censors because he controlled his films within his own narration, and thinking, okay, if I go to the fantasy realm, if I go outside reality, maybe I can say the things they're not letting me say head on. You all know this. But what I find amazing in this interview, in the first part, he's talking about how he started, which is always nice to hear. But in the second part, he's sort of defensive about Twilight Zone. He's gone through a bunch of the scripts for the first season and planned them, but it isn't on the air yet. He doesn't know how well it's going to be. He can't imagine that we're doing this today. So here we go.
This is Mike Wallace with another television interview in our gallery of colorful people. In television drama, few names have the prestige of that of our guest. Rod Serling is the only writer to have won 3 Emmy Awards for Requiem for a Heavyweight, Patterns, The Comedian. We'll talk to him about censorship in television, his fight to say what he believes, and we'll learn what he means by the price tag that hangs on success. Way back in 1951, when television was just a baby, a young man sat in a Cincinnati diner with his wife and came to a momentous decision. He decided to give up the security of his job and take a chance in becoming a freelance television writer. Rod, first of all, let me ask you this. What was it that brought that decision about? Was it a burning desire to write because you felt that you had to say something, or was it just a way to make more money?
A combination of many things, Mike. The immediate motive at the time, the prodding thing that pushed me into it, was that I'd been writing for a Cincinnati television station as a staff writer, which is a particularly dreamless occupation.
You can understand the position of the sponsor, can't you?
In many ways, I suppose I can. He's there to push a product.
He has a considerable stake, thus, in what goes on the air.
Most assuredly. And in those cases where there is a problem of public taste, in which there is a concern for eliciting negative response from a large mass of people, I can understand why the guys are frightened.
Sure.
I don't understand, Mike, for example, other evidences and instances of intrusion by sponsors. For example, on Playhouse 90, not a year ago, a lovely show called Judgment at Nuremberg. I think probably one of the most competently done and artistically done pieces that 90's done all year. In it, as you recall, mention was made of gas chambers.
Yeah.
And the line was deleted, cut off the soundtrack. And It mattered little to these guys that the gas involved in concentration camps was cyanide, which bore no resemblance, physical or otherwise, to the gas used in stoves. They cut the line.
Because the sponsor was...
He did not want that awful association made between what was the horror and the misery of Nazi Germany with the nice chrome, wonderfully antiseptically clean, beautiful kitchen appliances that they were selling. Now, this is an example of sponsor interference which is so beyond logic and which is so beyond taste. This I rebel against.
You've got a new series coming up called The Twilight Zone. You are writing as well as acting executive producer on this one. Who controls the final product, you or the sponsor?
We have what I think, at least theoretically anyway, because it hasn't really been put into practice yet, a good working relationship, where in questions of taste, in questions of the art form itself, in questions of drama, I'm the judge, because this is my medium and I understand it. I'm a dramatist for television. This is the area I know. I've been trained for it. I've worked for it for 12 years. And the sponsor knows his product, but he doesn't know mine. So when it comes to the commercials, I leave that up to him. When it comes to the story content, he leaves it up to me.
Has nothing been changed in the...
We changed in 18 scripts, Mike. We have had one line changed, which, again, was a little ludicrous, but of insufficient basic concern within the context of the story, not to put up a fight. On the bridge of a British ship, a sailor calls down to the galley and asks, in my script, for a pot of tea, because I believe that it's constitutionally acceptable in the British Navy to drink tea.
Yeah.
One of my sponsors happens to sell instant coffee, and he took great umbrage, or at least minor umbrage anyway, with the idea of saying tea. Well, we had a couple of swings back and forth, nothing serious, and we decided we'd ask for a tray to be sent up to the bridge. But in 18 scripts, that's the only conflict we've had.
Well,
They've passed
what?
I mean, every script.
Is pre-censorship, though, involved? Are you simply writing easy?
In this particular area, no, because we're dealing with a half-hour show, which cannot probe like a 90, which doesn't use scripts as vehicles of social criticism. These are strictly for entertainment.
These are pot boilers.
Oh, no. I wouldn't call them pot boilers at all. No, these are very adult, I think high-quality, half-hour, extremely polished films. But because they deal in the areas of fantasy and imagination and science fiction and all of those things, there's no opportunity to cop a plea or chop an axe or anything.
Well, you're not going to be able to cop a plea or chop an axe because you're going to be obviously working so hard on the Twilight Zone that, in essence, for the time being and for the foreseeable future, you've given up on writing anything important for television, right?
Yeah. Again...
Yikes. My students freaked out at that. For Rod Serling to say, yeah, okay, Mike, you're playing hardball here, but I agree. For the next 5 years, when I'm doing the Twilight Zone, I'm not going to be doing anything important or meaningful. I mean, I think, once the show came on the air, he was able to change his public position on that. But I find that amazing. All right. Next thing I want to show you is something that I did not show in my class last week because the class was over before Robert Redford died. But I did play sound of it on Fresh Air when I did an extended obituary of Robert Redford that ran, what is this, Saturday? Yesterday. And so I'm going to show you the end of this episode of The Twilight Zone. This is from 1962. And basically, let me stop this, put this up. Robert Redford, there's a woman who is sort of sequestered in her home, afraid to let anybody in because she thinks that death is coming to get her. A policeman is shot outside her house. It is Robert Redford. She lets him in, tends to him, and then later on, a guy does come to her house who turns out to be the construction person who's about to demolish the building and trying to get her out of there. And so we'll jump to that. Oh, wait, what? I have the wrong one on? Oh, whoops. You guys are so good. All right. Yeah, I'm losing dinner tonight. Let's see. All right, so which one is it? It is number, all right. I thought it was number 5, but if it's not 5, let's see. Oh, I can do it with this. What does this say? Come on, what does it say? Yes, there we go. Thank you, you guys. And I'll jump it to here. I'll put it up here.
You're lying to me.
All right, but if you're still here when the crew arrives, I'll have to call a cop.
Why didn't you help me? I thought you understood. He looked right at you and didn't see you. Now.
Look in the mirror, Wanda.
You tricked me. It was you all the time.
Yes. I tricked you.
But why? The moment I let you inside, you could have taken me any time. But you were nice. You made me trust you.
But I had to make you understand. Am I really so bad? Am I really so frightening? You've talked to me? You've confided in me? Have I tried to hurt you? It isn't me you're afraid of. You understand me. What you're afraid of is the unknown. Don't be afraid.
But I am afraid.
The running's over. It's time to rest. Give me your hand.
But I don't want to die.
Trust me.
No. No.
Mother. Give me your hand. You see? No shock. No engulfment. No tearing asunder. What you feared would come like an explosion is like a whisper. What you thought was the end, the beginning.
When will it happen? When will we go?
Go. Look. We have already begun.
There was an old woman who lived in a room, and like all of us was frightened of the dark, but who discovered in a minute last fragment of her life that there was nothing in the dark that wasn't there when the lights were on. Object lesson for the more frightened amongst us, in or out of the Twilight Zone.
Okay, that was not written. That wasn't written by Rod, but it was, of course, presented by him. And I thought it was wonderful to be able to play over Fresh Air along with clips from Butch Cassidy and other movie clips from Robert Redford to say this is what made him a really good actor and this is something memorable. And in an obituary, to have a scene where he's playing death is right there. I'm not going to show a couple of other Twilight Zone things that I plan to because we've already seen them today and they're among the more familiar. But Eye of the Beholder, my students talked all about the dangers of conformity, especially forced conformity. And with The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, after they've studied everything having to do with McCarthyism in the 50s and everything in terms of Cold War fears, it's dangerous how prescient that is, and that particular episode, how pertinent it is now. You know, if they knew what I was doing, I don't even think I could teach it in Florida. But I teach it in New Jersey, so there we go. Now, what I am going to show you here, and I don't know how many of you people have seen this, even as Rod Serling fans, because it was shown once on ABC in '64, and then it wasn't shown again until Turner Classic Movies presented it many decades later. It's called Carol for Another Christmas, and it was Rod's way of supporting the brand new United Nations, and it was taking Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol and refiguring it. So if instead of Ebenezer Scrooge, you had an American hawkish military conservative whose opinion of war was not to get involved, you know, unless we absolutely have to. And like, so my students with this, to sort of like spoil the whole thing, is they talked about Russia and Ukraine and the varying political positions from the United States, from Europe, on what's at stake there. And I'm going to show you two scenes, both from when The Ghost of Christmas Past takes the lead character, played by Sterling Hayden, on a voyage through the past. And first one, it isn't his past, it's a World War I transport ship. And on the ship are a bunch of caskets with the flags from various countries who fought in World War II, flanked by some of the ghosts of soldiers, from World War I, I'm sorry, flanked by some of the soldiers. And Steve Lawrence plays the ghost. Great performance, I think. And how many of you have not seen this? I'm just curious. Okay, most of you. So I'm really glad to show you this if I press the right buttons, and we'll see. So let's see. Come on. Come to Pop.
Nameless as I am, I've got a terrific title. The Ghost of Christmas Past. Has that hit you?
It doesn't.
Well, I don't look like a ghost, huh?
You want to make your point? It's damp out here and I'm uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? You, Chief? Well, I've been given to understand you were an old salt.
That was 20 years ago when I was in the Navy.
I'm afraid you still don't comprendez-vous. Not 20 years ago. 20 years from now. This is 1918, capiche? It was a long war for some of these boys. And short for some.
And a short life for ours.
Which ones were yours? Can you pick them out?
Yeah, we didn't belong in that one either. Made the world safer democracy, did they?
That's what they were told.
Yeah.
They sure as hell gave it a try.
Look, They change the hats, they update the slogans, but it's the same old shell game. Like clockwork. Every 20 years, somebody rings a fire bell 10,000 miles away, and out comes Uncle Sam's expeditionary sucker brigade.
Is that what they are? Suckers? Is that what your son's gonna be?
My son? My son will be a victim, just as these men are victims of somebody else's war.
You kill me, Chief, you really do. If it isn't Valley Forge or the Boston Tea Party, you leave it strictly alone. Your big gripe is what? Because every 20 years, American boys got to climb on troop ships and head off to someplace else? It rubs you raw. So what else is new? 60,000 limeys die in Flanders. 100,000 frogs catch it at Verdun. The Germans march through Belgium, and Austria declares war on Japan. But who cares? It's a nice summer. Yeah, Boston's going to win the World Series. So we'll rock on the front porch and swat flies. Do I, translate you right, Chief?
Better than American blood. Infinitely better than American blood.
Amen, I grant you. If it were possible. But it ain't possible. War is also a contagious disease, Mr. G. And until we can stamp it out...
Nobody ever found a way to do that.
Right. But is that any reason to stop trying? The one thing we do know. The only chance to keep this particular disease from spreading is to keep talking. So long as you talk, you don't fight. Simple. Look, I bump a guy in the street. He bumps me. We stand there, we argue. He gives me lip, I give him lip. But when we stop talking, we start swinging. And then we bleed. Then we got problems. Like winding up dead.
I recognize the commercial, but it's no sale.
I'm not selling you, pal. I'm donating to you, free of charge. Remember the, excuse the expression, League of Nations sport? That was going to be the point there, remember?
I would have been opposed to the League of Nations.
Of course you would. And you were. So you blew it. Bunch of fancy characters with top hats and monocles. We're not buying any of that, right, Mr. G? No sale. We've had it with foreigners. We've had it with making the world safe for democracy and the rest of the slogans. So we tell them to drift. We're sitting this one out. That's how you keep wars from happening, right, Grudge? Don't get involved. Right? Well, is it? Tell them. They'd like to know. Wasn't that how you kept the world from a Second World War? Uninvolvement? Stay isolated? Wasn't that how? Well, tell them.
Well, obviously, if we hadn't become involved, why, they wouldn't be here.
No, they wouldn't be here. They'd be back in their hometowns. What was left of them. Buried right where they fell.
Another ship?
Also on her way.
I can just make out the deck.
That's, of course, a World War II transport ship.
Those are American soldiers from my war.
Nicely put, Chief. They're the sons. These are the fathers. Yeah, after 1918, we got sick of war. Fed up. All those American kids getting blown to pieces, out of sight in foreign places with strange-sounding names. So for the next 20 years, we closed our eyes and decided what we couldn't see, wouldn't happen, right? Of course, we don't want to take all the credit, do we? I mean, we weren't the only ones playing shut-eye. When old Adolf walked into the Rhineland, France didn't want to get involved. Italy pulled down the window shade when Hitler took Austria. England wasn't about to involve herself when Czechoslovakia went under. And Russia kept the phone off the hook while Poland was destroyed. And before you knew it, everybody was singing, "Don't rock the boat," while it sank slowly to the bottom. So they died at other places, on other dates.
Don't you tell me you're not selling anything. You listen to me. Nobody, mortal man or dressed up ghost, can convince me that every time there's a war, we have to step in and finish it. Now you listen to this. The next one, we don't bring up the bucket. We stay home. We stay on
our side of the fence. Talk about your old-time radio shows. Seems to me I heard that one before, too. Hey, you want to know something, pal? That ocean you call a fence keeps nothing out anymore. Except fish. It's a lousy stream of water now. It's about as wide as a ditch. Well, a couple of supersonic bombers can spit over it. And ICBM will leave it behind. You don't want to get involved. Sport, you got a job ahead of you. You really got a job. You got to disinvent the airplane, and the missile, and the submarine, and a little old thing called the bomb. It. See what I mean? You don't want to get involved, you got to give back the 20th century, if you can find a chump to take it. But isolation? I got news. I went out with gaslight and 50-cent steaks. It's for the dinosaurs, isolation. And closing your eyes, that's for sleeping. Also, at certain times, it leads to dying. Convoy.
Hundreds of ships. Thousands of ships.
Loaded with boxes, Chief. China, Ethiopia, Spain, Latvia, Hungary. Underclad wars, police actions, some minor league insurrections. All the way back, Chief. All the way back as far as anyone can remember. And still farther. But it all boils down to somebody stopped talking. So they fought. So they bled. So they died. Hey, wouldn't you think, Sport, with all the brains we got on this earth, the way we build things, and cure things, and invent stuff on Tuesday that wasn't possible on Monday, wouldn't you think we could come up with something that could keep a kid from getting killed at the age of 18?
When I show that to my students, and some of them are 18, it leads to a huge discussion and a very contemporary discussion. It's amazing to me, that writing, how bold that was in 1964, and that all came out of Rod Serling's typewriter. I will say that I've timed it so that we are really right at 6 o'clock, and I know that some of you have dinner plans. So if after I say goodbye in 1 minute, whoever has to go, just go ahead and go. If not, I'll stay for another 5 or 10 minutes and take Q&A. But to close up, so I won't be offended as you leave. But to close up, again, getting back to Rod Serling's typewriter, which was lent to me by Anne. When it was in my possession, when I had to pack it up and send it back, I had this momentary lapse of sanity where I thought, what a great Twilight Zone episode this would be, because Rod Serling's DNA has to be on these keys. You scrape it off, you clone him, and you let him write new things for today's television. But then I thought, this is why you write about television and you don't write television, because that's a terrible idea. And even though I had a twist ending, which is no one would buy his new scripts because they were too smart and too intelligent and too challenging. But I'll keep the writing to people like Rod Serling. I always have, but his show was one of the first that I watched every single week as a kid, and I think that I was made not only my personality, but to the job that I wanted to do as a TV critic by 3 shows: The Twilight Zone, The Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour, and Rocky and Bullwinkle. And so the 3 of those together somehow formed me, but I love being here. I love being accepted by you guys, even if for a weekend, and I salute your fervor for one of the best writers that has ever written for television. So I will say goodbye, and then I'll be right back to answer questions, but anybody else can go. So thank you very, very much. And now,
Let me just make it
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. If anybody does have questions for Dave, like he said, he's going to stick around. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. Yes, we are going to break for dinner. Muckles will be packing up at 7, so if there's anything you want, T-shirts, anything from Muckles, you might go over there right away. And the rest of us are going to start packing up like around 7:30 or so. So same thing. And we're going to be doing the raffle drawing at 9 o'clock tonight. So and you have to be present to win. So please be here for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, a couple of quick questions if there are any, but if not, I can just go over to the thing and ask them there. Yeah, go ahead. I see one hand up.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
So I am confused by one detail. When that ship, which supposedly carried the next generation of American soldiers, passed by, there was a harmonica tune playing that was a World War II German wartime tune.
Lily Marlene. Yes. It's funny, in The Singing Detective, Lily Marlene, which was also set in World War II, played a huge part in Europe. It was a ubiquitous song. It was even played in the US. And so it was just supposed to be something that a guy with a harmonica would play, because there are plenty of songs they could have done, but that's one of the more downbeat and one of the more familiar, and without knowing exactly why that one was chosen, that's the closest that I can get. Wistful is a perfect word for it, yes. Okay, any others? Yeah, go ahead. Loved it. I love your accent too. Is that New Zealand or Australia? Howdy, mate. I've been to Australia a couple of times. Very, very big place. Okay, any last question? I want to let you guys go. Okay, one more. Go ahead. Do I teach online? No, not at the moment. I teach in person in a small town in New Jersey, and I like it that way. I may go. We may do online later on, but I'm not sure. I'm an old dog. But I mean, I did teach online during COVID and figured out how to do it to get everybody involved. So I can do it, and I will do some things if I can to get my ideas about television and just preserving television more. But this is a wonderful place to do that, and this is exactly what they're doing here and you're doing here. So thank you very, very much, everybody. If you want to see me, I'll be over in the thing right around the corner. Thanks.